Chapter 376, There is something wrong with all of you. Sensei, where is this place? I'm not sure either. Follow behind me. Sasuke looked at Boruto, who had followed him in, speechless. Forget it, Boruto was not a person who could be obedient. He used Rinnegan to observe his surroundings, a shocked expression on his face. They were standing on a round platform, and there were densely packed doors in the surroundings. They continuously drilled out from the ground and quickly rose into the sky. Sasuke and Boruto, who did not have any understanding of the power of time, did not understand this scene. Humph, the two of you actually followed in. You really are courting death. Urashiki looked at Sasuke and Boruto with a cold smile. You natives might know how to use a bit of shallow spatial power, but now you actually broke into the domain of time. What an idiot. These two fools are dead for sure. Maybe they will fall into a past era and be wiped out by time. Hey, what is your purpose? Boruto shouted. Don't call me hey, my name is Otsutsuki Urashiki. As for what you want to do, there is no reason to tell you. With the knowledge of the two of you, you won't understand even if I tell you. Urashiki did not hide his conceit at all. The power of time, this was a power that even Otsutsuki Momoshiki could not grasp. It was also the field that Urashiki was best at. Urashiki immediately ignored the two of them and quickly looked around, searching for a suitable door. The place where time distorted is, damn it, what is going on? Why are there so many time nodes twisting? Urashiki frowned. He could not tell the specific time between these doors, so he directly walked towards the nearest door with a more obvious distortion. It was because at this time node, there was a strange fluctuation of time. It was obvious that someone had touched the power of time at that time. Just as he was about to enter, Sasuke directly attacked with Chidori. Humph, it's too late. Urashiki smiled strangely and disappeared into the door. Sasuke and Boruto hesitated for a moment. They had no other choice. They didn't even know how to leave this place. They could only follow Urashiki and enter the moment the door disappeared. The ruins of the Rinnegan kingdom. The battle between the four of them had reached a fever pitch. Naruto used Mokuton and Bijuu's outer clothing to force Cho into a sorry state, and the number of destroyed puppets was uncountable. The puppets of 10 people were all broken by Naruto. How could this brat be so difficult to deal with? Cho was about to go crazy from anger. Was this reasonable? She could not fight, and had no way to break through the defense of Mokuton and Bijuu's outer clothing, and truly hurt Naruto. Defense, she could not defend against it. Mokuton, who was Naruto's, was black Mokuton, and his lethality was full, and any leaf could cut open her puppet. In addition, Naruto's huge chakra decided that he could freely use it, and wantonly spread out Mokuton technique, and trees emitting death aura drilled out one after another, and countless branches rushed towards Cho from all directions. Little by little, it sealed off Chiyo's living space, causing Cho to gradually fall into a passive state. Slash! Cho controlled the 5 puppets and ruthlessly slashed at the branches that were reaching over. After a loud sound, the weapons in the puppets' hands were already riddled with holes, but they were unable to cut off all the branches. This Mokuton's tenacity is too much. Cho was so angry that her whole body trembled. She had lived for so many years, but she had never seen such a ridiculous technique. Old woman, I have already said that I will cripple you, so that you won't appear in front of us and get in our way. How about I cut off both of your legs this time? Naruto looked at the other party coldly and pressed on step by step. Naruto made his move, creating a small forest. Countless branches formed a net, sealing Cho within it, while paying attention to the battle situation on Sasuke's side. The momentum of Sasuke's side was not any lower than his side. Setsuna had already activated the initial stage of Susanoo, and took Sasuke's lightning Godzilla technique head-on. The astonishing lightning collapsed with a bang, transforming into lightning whips that shot out. Humph, very capable. Old man Setsuna, you actually didn't die after receiving my attack. Sasuke stood in place and looked at Setsuna with a cold smile. Sasuke, you have angered this old man. Setsuna was not in a good state at the moment. Using the initial stage of Susanoo to block Sasuke's S-rank forbidden technique, one could imagine the outcome. The large amount of purple ribs covering the surface of the body were mostly broken at this time, and there was still lightning that had not completely disappeared, wreaking havoc on it. Setsuna's face was gloomy, his figure was in a sorry state, and his eyes were filled with shock. The attack of Sasuke was far beyond his expectations. If not for the fact that Sasuke was too young and couldn't use the maximum power of this technique, Setsuna might have already been killed just now. This is a forbidden technique taught to me by sensei. You should be proud that you can block it, Sasuke said. When Setsuna thought of the past he had been beaten up by Yuuji, he felt pain and anger. It was fine if he couldn't defeat Yuuji, who was his sensei, but now he was beaten up by Sasuke, this disciple. Preposterous. Setsuna was enraged, and he further used Susanoo. In an instant, Susanoo had already entered the third stage, and a half-body giant wearing black Tengu heavy armor appeared. Sasuke, you forced me to do this. Setsuna roared, his eyes revealing anger. Tisk, Susanoo, it's not like it can't be destroyed, what's so great about it? Sasuke looked at Susanoo with envy. He envied Setsuna for having Mangekyo Sharingan, but he was even more disgusted with Setsuna using Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at this purple half-body giant, Sasuke felt even more uncomfortable in his heart, as if this Susanoo should be his. Sasuke no longer hesitated, quickly forming a seal, slapping the ground. Summoning technique. The sub-body Godzilla roared towards the sky and stared fiercely at Setsuna. Setsuna was dumbfounded as he stared blankly at this nightmarish monster. Godzilla, you can actually communicate with Godzilla? No wonder you dared to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have obtained the spiritual contract of the land of Godzilla. Setsuna was shocked and furious. Such a powerful creature, it might be able to fight against Bijuu, but it was summoned by this little brat Sasuke in one breath? Where did this brat Sasuke get so much chakra? First, he used an S-level forbidden technique, and now he could summon such a huge monster. Setsuna had to admit that he was careless, and he felt even more regretful in his heart. He should not have entangled with Sasuke. Old man, this is the power I displayed in the graduation exam. It is really a pity that you did not see the scene of me fighting Naruto. Even Yuuji-sensei praised me. Sasuke stood on top of the sub-body Godzilla and shouted with incomparable pride. Humph, smelly fart. Naruto muttered in a very displeased manner. Setsuna looked at the sub-body Godzilla who was rushing over and broke out in cold sweat. However, in a situation where there was no way to retreat, he could only face the scalp. Even if you are comparable to Bijuu, this old man is not afraid. Setsuna shouted, and blood flowed out of his left eye once again. Amaterasu. Black flames burned on the sub-body Godzilla. This made the sub-body Godzilla feel pain, and he roared towards the sky. Kagutsuki. Setsuna's right eye was also covered in blood. He controlled countless black flames to quickly spread, covering Godzilla's body as much as possible. To a certain extent, the Amaterasu Hitomi technique was a great weapon to deal with giant creatures. No matter how large it was, as long as it was ignited by the Amaterasu, it would be burned to death. But unfortunately, it was for an ordinary creature, and the sub-body Godzilla was not ordinary. Its intelligence was very high. Crush! The sub-body Godzilla directly tore off the flesh and blood on his body, throwing away the Amaterasu. At the same time, it was equivalent to throwing out a large amount of flesh and blood that carried intense radiation. Then, he roared angrily and pounced towards Setsuna. It was already too late for Setsuna to use Amaterasu again, so he simply gritted his teeth and used Susanoo to attack. This old man's Susanoo is the strongest, it is impossible for it to lose to you, this kind of useless lizard. Rumble. The two sides collided, and as expected, Setsuna was sent flying by a single blow. Swoosh. Immediately after, sub-body Godzilla swung his tail and ruthlessly smashed down from above. With a loud bang, he almost smashed Setsuna and Susanoo below the horizon, and their entire body was buried. Crack! Setsuna used his old life to increase the strength of Susanoo. He saw Susanoo stretched out both hands, putting them on top of its head, and was struggling to support the tail of this sub-body Godzilla. But on the armor of both hands, cracks were clearly spreading out bit by bit. Susanoo was collapsing. Setsuna stared at with red eyes, desperately repairing Susanoo. He felt as if his eyes were about to explode. Godzilla, use the atomic breath. Sasuke shouted excitedly, just scare him with one shot, so as not to really kill him. The sub-body Godzilla snorted and glared at Sasuke with great dissatisfaction. After hesitating for a few seconds, he opened his mouth and spat out an atomic breath as if he was dealing with it. The light beam was not big, so it obviously did not have much power. Yes, the creator said that he had to give this little guy some face. It would reluctantly listen to this little brat's words. However, the level of power of this atomic breath was enough for Cage Level to do his best to resist it. Setsuna screamed. After being hit by the atomic breath, his Susanoo was melting at an exaggerated speed. The Black Tengu's heavy armor was first wiped away by the atomic breath. Setsuna was extremely frightened and used the last of his strength to escape, barely dodging. This atomic breath took advantage of the momentum and struck the core area of the ruins of Varan, affecting the seal left behind by Yandere. A corner of the seal on the dragon vein was broken, and the entire seal was no longer tight. The dragon vein began to stir restlessly, and the fluctuations of time also magnified at this moment. Strange, what kind of power is this? Kakashi jumped into the distance and carefully observed the dragon vein. In order to be safe, he also entered Bijuu's outer clothing mode. Facts proved that Kakashi's caution was right. In the next moment, the dragon vein directly exploded, and a large amount of chakra went berserk, and the power of time was also stimulated. In that abnormally dense light, a figure slowly appeared from nothing. As soon as he appeared, the huge pressure that rushed towards him made Kakashi's heart sink, and he looked over in surprise and bewilderment. Well, it seems that we have arrived. I don't know which year it is. Otsutsuki Urashiki walked out slowly, and first looked down at the dragon vein under his feet. A natural fusion of chakra? It is probably the remnant of God Tree's power. Urashiki excitedly took out the fishing rod, and with a gentle swing, the hook hooked onto the dragon vein, easily fishing out the dragon vein's chakra. Then, Urashiki stretched out his hand and grabbed the chakra, intending to make it into a medicinal pill. At this time, the turtle in Urashiki's other hand said, "With the time node you are at, this is 20 years ago, but this timeline has greatly deviated from the current timeline. Is that so? Looks like this is the right place." Urashiki smiled as he looked at Kakashi. "This type of chakra isn't something a low-level creature like you should have. Are you also a creature called Jinchuriki? My luck is pretty good." Urashiki was very happy. 20 years later, there were only the 8 tails and the 9 tails Jinchuriki. The other 7 Bijuu were all free. Now, according to his understanding of Ninja World, it was probably still the era where 9 Jinchuriki coexisted, right? That was simple. Find all of Jinchuriki and absorb all of Bijuu. Humph, Momo and Kin should still be staring at the 9 tails. I will absorb the 9 tails now and return. Momo and Kin's expressions will definitely be very interesting. Urashiki's face was full of malice. He thought of how Momoshiki was sucking on the 9 tails. When he returned, the 9 tails they were sucking on suddenly disappeared. That scene must be great. "Hey, which Jinchuriki are you?" Urashiki asked. Kakashi did not answer, but asked coldly, "You are Otsutsuki." "Oh? In this era, is the name of our clan already known to everyone? This is different from the history I know about Ninja World." Urashiki raised his eyebrows. "Looking at you, I remember that you are 6th Hokage Hitaki Kakashi. So you are also Jinchuriki." When Kakashi heard that he was the 6th Hokage, his expression changed slightly. He immediately realized something. The outer clothing of Bijuu on his body was further stimulated. He directly entered the half Bijuu transformation and turned into a small two-tail. Urashiki watched with a smile, intending to wait for Kakashi to attack him. However, after Kakashi released a powerful force, he did not hesitate to turn around and run. His running speed was astonishing, and it seemed that he had pushed his speed to the extreme. The seal has been broken, the mission has failed, and we has also provoked a Otsutsuki from the future. This was beyond the scope of Kakashi's handling. Urashiki was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled and quickly chased after him. "Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, we retreat. The mission has failed, and an Otsutsuki has appeared here." Kakashi shouted from afar. "Otsutsuki?" Naruto and Sasuke frowned slightly. They were all top students with profound knowledge. They all knew a little about Otsutsuki from their respective sensei. The first reaction of the two was that they were eager to try Otsutsuki's strength, but they still suppressed this restlessness. They abandoned the enemy and followed Captain Kakashi. They had to carry out Captain Kakashi's orders. This was the principle of forbearance. Hinata did not hesitate and chose to retreat. She did not know what Otsutsuki was, but as long as she followed Naruto, she would not be wrong. Leader seemed to have mentioned the name Otsutsuki before. Setsuna also chose to run. However, just as the few of them moved, Urashiki had already caught up. "You are Cho gasped for breath and took precautions. Urashiki casually threw out the fishing hook, and the fishing line easily pierced through Chiyo's body and wrapped around it, causing Cho to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. In addition to the shock, she was originally unable to move. Urashiki looked suspiciously at Naruto and the others, and then looked at the traces of their battle. Black unknown trees, the strange lizard creature carrying Sasuke, the second tail and the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, plus Hinata, who Tonari could not forget, Byakugan was not pure. This timeline isn't quite right. It wasn't just that the timeline wasn't right. All of you aren't right. Why is there such a huge gap between you and the future? What is the problem? Chapter 377, Can't Take Off. Urashiki was a very cautious person, and his favorite thing was to gather enough information before making a move. Therefore, when Momoshiki and Kinshiki were only focused on searching for clues left behind by Kaguya in various cities, Urashiki had already paid attention to Ninja World's history. Sealing and protecting Tonari in the form of time freeze was one of Urashiki's actions of gathering information. But, looking at the scene in front of him, this was completely different from the history of Ninja World that he knew. The sixth Hokage is the second-tailed Jinchuriki? Uchiha Sasuke rely on a powerful monster to fight? And that Uzumaki Naruto, he actually used Mokuton. Otsutsuki frowned, his face full of suspicion. As early as the moment he left this timeline, Urashiki used Byakugan to see the battle between Naruto and the others. The history of this time was a bit too ridiculous. The future Naruto was not Mokuton, and Sasuke did not control such a powerful monster. He stared at the sub-body Godzilla without stopping. With Hitomi's strength and experience, he could naturally see that the sub-body Godzilla was different. This guy's body is not made of flesh and blood. This damn thing is a plant. Otsutsuki Urashiki was shocked. The last powerful plant he knew was something called Juhobi. Such a strange and powerful plant actually appeared. Although it is far inferior to God Tree, it is not inferior to Bijuu at all. Urashiki fell silent. Who exactly are you? Why did you attack me? Cho gasped for breath, the sweat on her forehead flowing down like a waterfall, her condition extremely poor. What truly terrified her was that, as a dignified cage level, even though her strength had declined due to old age, and she had even been consumed by Naruto, she was definitely not a weakling, but she was instantly killed by this strange fellow in front of her. Could it be that this person who could fly in front of her was actually an existence that surpassed cage level? I've never heard of an old woman. Well, you are probably not an important person in history. It's fine to kill you. Urashiki muttered words that terrified Cho, but he did not immediately make a move. He needed to understand the history of this timeline through Cho. Shua. Urashiki pulled the fishing rod and fished out Chiyo's chakra first, grabbing it in his hand. Fishermen will never have an air force. No matter how small the fish is, we can't let them go. In addition to the dragon veins chakra, this time, Urashiki created 4 pills. That guy can fly, and he is very fast. Be careful. Kakashi was running at high speed, and he looked back at Urashiki with a serious expression. However, this Otsutsuki did not chase after them. He seemed to be hesitating. This was good news for them. It's good that we can't escape. Why don't we give him to? Naruto clapped his hands and was eager to try. Stupid, Otsutsuki's people are at least stronger than cage level. All of us together are no match for him. Kakashi recalled the information he had obtained from the village. Otsutsuki Tonari, and Otsutsuki Ishiki had displayed their formidable strength, and they had once fought an intense battle with Yuuji and Akatsuki. Just the ruins of the battle alone were shocking. Mountains were razed to the ground, the earth shattered, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis. This was a domain that surpassed cage level, and it was not something they could easily encroach on. Urashiki stared at Naruto and the others without stopping. After hesitating for a long time, he still did not immediately take action. All of this was too strange. The cautious Urashiki was a person who did not want to take risks. I am very interested in that giant plant. Urashiki stared at the sub-body Godzilla, a trace of greed flashing in his eyes. If he could snatch it over and nurture it, even if it could not compare to God Tree, it would still be a very powerful monster. I never thought that such a powerful plant would actually exist on this insignificant native planet. What an unexpected surprise. At this time, Cho, who had lost all her chakra, still held on to her breath and did not faint. She said with difficulty, "You have your eyes on that Godzilla?" Don't think about it. Unless you get the permission of that man, if you act rashly, your end will definitely be very miserable. Oh? But the person who can make me suffer miserably in this world has not been born yet. Urashiki said with a faint smile. Urashiki slowly descended and stood on the ground. He first observed the black trees, deep in thought. Then, he looked at the flesh and blood that the sub-body Godzilla had torn off earlier. Undying black flame, this should be the Amaterasu. Urashiki walked over and picked up a small piece of the sub-body Godzilla's body. After observing it for a while, his expression became strange. Cho said, "Don't use chakra to protect yourself. Use your body to touch the flesh of the sub-body Godzilla? You don't want to live anymore. There is a terrible radiation on it." "Of course I know there is radiation on it. The universe star is covered with this power. Our Otsutsuki clan has a strong bloodline, and we can resist these things with our bodies." After observing for a while, the more he looked, the more strange his expression became. How could a plant on an aboriginal planet carry such strong radiation? Or, did this plant called Godzilla also come from an alien planet? Interesting. I didn't come here for nothing just because I found this thing. Urashiki was very satisfied. "You are from Itsutsuki's clan? This pair of Byakugan. There is a rumor that Itsutsuki's clan is a distant relative of Hyaga's clan. Now it seems to be true. You also came from the moon." Cho said. You already know that Otsutsuki clan is on the moon? But that is at most just a branch of our clan. It is not even considered a branch family. Urashiki subconsciously raised his head. At this point in time, the giant Tensagan seemed to still be on the moon, and Tonari was also a child. Cho said, "I didn't expect that there was still the existence of Otsutsuki clan. I thought that all the Otsutsuki clan had been killed." "What did you say? Isn't it? Almost 10 years ago, Konohagakure's people killed an Otsutsuki. A few years ago, an Otsutsuki fell from the sky. He could control the giant statue to fight, summon meteorites, and finally was killed by Akatsuki's expert. The one named Otsutsuki Ishiki was first killed by that man, and then killed by Akatsuki's leader in the grass village." Cho looked at the ever-changing expression on his face. "I thought that all of Otsutsuki had died, and the group targeted by Akatsuki, the I organization, and Konohagakure, no matter how strong they were, there was no possibility of escaping." To be honest, Cho did not know much about the Otsutsuki clan. He could only gather as much information as he could through the bits and pieces of information. In the past few years, Ninja World had experienced countless great wars that surpassed Cage level. Every battle had flattened the mountains, collapsed the earth, shook the world, and created endless terrifying natural disasters. There were countless casualties. Other than the fierce battle between the Ai and Akatsuki, as well as the battle where Yuuji killed the White Snake Sage, the other battles were mainly to deal with Itsutsuki's clan. Tonari rode the huge statue to descend on Ninja World and was killed by Akatsuki's people. Cho only learned some news from the ninja who went to investigate. It was also that time that Cho learned that there were people living on the moon, but not much. The key was still the battle in the grass village. The giant bear who called itself Otsutsuki Ishiki fought with Nagato. According to the content of the surviving ninjas in the grass village, Cho truly knew about Itsutsuki's group. He also knew that Otsutsuki Ishiki had been defeated by Yuuji before, so he had no choice but to live on a bear. "You said that Tonari and Ishiki are both dead." Urashiki almost didn't believe his ears. What kind of joke was this? It was easy for Tonari to say that maybe the strong ones in Ninja World discovered that there was someone on the moon and then started a war against the moon. But since Tonari could summon the meteorite, it meant that he could already control Tensagan in the beginning, and in the end, he was still dead. On this planet, in this era, there was still such an expert. It was completely different from the history he knew, the difference was too great. What was even more ridiculous was that Otsutsuki Ishiki, this cold-blooded but extremely powerful fellow, as Kagai's superior, was actually killed by these natives. As expected, Ishiki did not die at Kagai's hands back then, but survived through karma. But, he was actually defeated by the natives on this planet twice? Urashiki felt his scalp go numb, suspecting that he had come to the wrong place. What kind of person was Ishiki? If he didn't eat chakra fruits and pills, and only relied on his own strength, then Ishiki was absolutely a super expert in Itsutsuki's clan. Just this, he actually lost twice in a row, and was finally killed? This was simply ridiculous. Moreover, the first time Ishiki was defeated, he was even defeated by Konohagakure's people? Is Konohagakure so strong? In this era, only cage level should be the most amazing. How can he defeat Ishiki? You old and useless inferior creature, tell me everything you know. Urashiki was nervous and shouted. An old and useless inferior creature. A trace of anger flashed through Chiyo's eyes, but she concealed it well. How rude, no one has ever spoken to her like this, not even Orochimaru that guy. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki, this guy doesn't look like he came from the moon. Looking at his words, I'm afraid he came from an even more distant star domain. Cho was shocked in her heart, this was already beyond her understanding. From where? From the beginning. Yes, I was born in Suna Ninja Village 70 years ago. It's too far. I don't listen to nonsense. Let's start from the change in Konohagakure. You just mentioned that man. Who is he? What is his relationship with Godzilla? Alright, he is indeed very important. Without him, Konohagakure would definitely not be as strong as he is today. He suppressed our other villages to the point where we can't breathe. Cho took out all kinds of medicine to treat himself, while chattering away, speaking very slowly. If it was Momoshiki, he would have already crushed Chiyo's head and used his chakra and soul to obtain the information in Chiyo's mind. But by doing this, it was inevitable that there would be some omissions. Urashiki wanted to hear the opinions of these natives about this world. Following Chiyo's narration, Urashiki understood the changes in the timeline. The more he understood, the darker his face became. Shiranui Yuuji, the type of Jinchuriki who has a giant Godzilla in his body, he is an expert that surpasses Cage, and he has defeated the White Snake Sage and leader Akatsuki. The leaders of the two organizations, I and Akatsuki, both have Rinnegan. The experts of the organization are gathered. Even Urashiki couldn't be messed up. It's all a mess, he knows the Akatsuki organization, what the hell is the I organization? Where did the head of the I organization's Rinnegan come from? In this way, there were several beings that surpassed Cage level in this world. Although Urashiki was not afraid of these aboriginals, he was still very cautious and irritated. Because he thought of more. The key to everything is that Shiranui Yuuji. He and the special plant he controls are the key to guiding all these changes. At least one of the key points is the I organization. Urashiki quickly analyzed the key points. With Shiranui Yuuji interfering, there were too many things that had changed. The I organization had also suddenly appeared. It was unheard of. A group of Hitomi ninja organization? What are they trying to do? To put it bluntly, they are here for Otsutsuki's clan. Only Otsutsuki and God Tree, who are under Otsutsuki's control, have special eyes. Is the I organization a group that specializes in hunting Otsutsuki? Urashiki muttered in a low voice, his expression extremely strange. It really was possible. Urashiki had already overturned his old understanding of this planet and began to reorganize his knowledge system. Cho silently listened, unable to interrupt, trying to find a chance to escape. The I organization is actually easy to deal with. In the end, it is just a mixed blood descendant left by Kaguya on this planet, but that Shiranui Yuuji is really. Urashiki lowered his head to look at the sub-body Godzilla's body tissue in his hand. This plant called sub-body Godzilla should be a sub-body that has been separated from the main body. If it already has this kind of power, then how strong is the original body? Isn't it no less than 10 tails? In addition to fear, Urashiki's eyes flashed a trace of heat. In order to cultivate the 10 tails into God Tree, he had to sacrifice one of Otsutsuki's clansmen. He had to use Otsutsuki's noble bloodline and powerful energy essence to fill up the 10 tails genes and turn them into God Tree, who could devour energy of the planet. During this process, Otsutsuki's clan could also obtain God Tree's genes by eating God Tree's fruit, greatly increasing their own strength and obtaining Rinnegan. To a large extent, Otsutsuki and God Tree were one body, and they used each other to devour each other. However, if he could master a new super plant that could split a powerful child body, then he would go crazy from profit. Urashiki believes that he will be fully capable of breaking away from his family, and open up a new path of combining Otsutsuki and Godzilla's mother body, keeping pace with the path of combining Otsutsuki and the sacred tree. That's right, that's it. My train of thought is correct. As long as I master the technique of Jinchuriki on this planet, I can fuse with Godzilla. Just like that Shiranui Yuuji, he could fuse a super Godzilla into his body and use the power of that Godzilla. It was just that he did not know if the super Godzilla in Shiranui Yuuji's body was the mother. Or could it be that the mother was in the holy land of Godzilla that appeared out of nowhere? Urashiki pondered, and with a swing of the fishing rod, the fishing hook pierced through Chiyo's body once again, fishing her up. Follow me for the time being, and I will kill you after I confirm what I have to do. Urashiki ordered. Cho. Just like that, Urashiki hooked up with the veteran cage level of Ninja World, one of the 5 great villages respected Cho, as if he was fishing for a plaything, directly flying into the sky. I don't know if that guy's Heike is dead or has he secretly revived. I want to find him, but this will waste my precious time. Not long after the two of them left, another time tunnel opened. Sasuke and Boruto rushed out from the time ball of light. Where is this? Where did Urashiki go? I'm not too sure. We should go over there to help your father as soon as possible. Oh, there is a problem with the coordinates. What? Boruto was puzzled. Sasuke's heart sank, and he was a little worried. I don't know why. Let's go back to Konohagakure first and ask Shikamaru to confirm the situation. Chapter 378, Father and Son. Sasuke and Boruto rushed out of the ruins and were shocked to see the battle scars in front of them. There is obviously an intense battle here. Could it be Otsutsuki? Sasuke-sensei, look! There is a black forest over there. Boruto walked over and carefully touched the leaf. However, what surprised him was that his finger was almost pierced by the leaf with just a light touch. What's going on? I've never seen such a tree before. Boruto turned pale with fright, clutching his fingers as he hurriedly retreated. If he had charged into this black tree forest just now, he would have bumped into a leaf. Boruto felt a chill run down his spine. Sasuke used Sharingan to observe for a long time. I have never seen such a thing. From the marks on the ground, these trees drilled out of the ground in a very short time. It is probably Mokuton. However, how could there be this kind of Mokuton? It was gloomy like a ferocious beast that ate people. A piece of leaf was sharper than the sword in the hand of the superior Kunao. Who had the ability to create this kind of tree? Could it be Otsutsuki Urashiki? In this forest of trees, there were still fragments of puppets. Could it be that the ninjas of Suna Ninja Village were fighting with the Urashiki? With the strength of Suna Ninja Village, how could they create such a large-scale destruction? Urashiki ability is actually Mokuton. No wonder he dared to leave Momoshiki and Kinshiki alone. This ability is a sharp weapon to deal with Bijuu. We must stop him as soon as possible. Sasuke thought quickly. Suddenly, he protected Boruto and retreated with him. The air here is also not right. It seems to be filled with a strange poison that will damage the human cells. Sasuke looked at another place. It was the ground that had been melted and solidified by high temperature. The ruins of the buildings they walked out of the time tunnel also had this kind of trace, as if they were attacked by some terrifying technique. Was it melted? The Yonbai also joined the battle? Boruto, we will immediately return to the village. Okay. Sasuke shouted and used Rinnegan to open a space tunnel to transfer him and Boruto. Their vision changed. When the two of them walked out again, they had already returned to Konoha. Hey, where is this place? Is there such a place in the village? I feel that the style of these buildings is somewhat different. Boruto exclaimed softly. Sasuke frowned. He was also very puzzled. When he raised his head and looked into the distance, he was shocked. Sensei, there is no statue of my father on the Hokage rock. There is not even a statue of the 5th and 6th generations. Boruto cried out in alarm. Could it be that Otsutsuki Urashiki attacked the village and erased 3 statues? Sasuke stared at the Hokage and took a deep breath. I know where this is. This is the past Konoha village. Boruto, we followed Urashiki and actually returned to the past. Boruto was shocked. Time travel? His mind was in a mess. He had never thought that he would encounter such a strange thing. What era is it now? What should we do? Boruto was confused. What should I do when I return to the past Konoha village? Sasuke thought for a moment. You must have learned history lessons in school. Since there are 4 statues on the Hokage rock, it means that the 5th Hokage has not been promoted. Boruto nodded. I know. The Hokage Yondaime is my grandfather. He died in the battle 2 years after he took office. Sandaime Hokage, who retired, stood up to take charge for 12 years until he died. Is this time for Sandaime Hokage to be in power? Yes, Orochimaru hasn't attacked Konohagakure yet. Otsutsuki Urashiki must be aiming for the Kyuubi in Naruto's body. Our mission is to protect Naruto. Sasuke slowly said. How old is Naruto at this time? Is he still studying in the ninja school? Or has he already graduated and become a genin? Has he participated in Chunin's exam? For a moment, Sasuke felt a little confused. The matter of time travel was too complicated. The two began to walk on the street tentatively, to gather intelligence. At this time, Konoha village was indeed very different, even a little different from what Sasuke remembered. But Sasuke didn't think too much, but thought very carefully, how long did Urashiki come earlier than the two of them? According to the traces of the battle just now, it would only be a few hours at most, and there was still time to redeem everything. Sasuke was dressed in a black robe, his thick head covering his Megatama Rinnegan. He only used his other eye to observe. Boruto was in high spirits and felt that everything he saw was novel. Wow, there are so many people. Why do I feel like there are more people than we were back then? Could it be that this era will be more prosperous than we were back then? There are so many shops and so many delicious food. It's a pity that there are no ninja cards to buy. Boruto walked through the crowd, extremely excited. Sasuke, on the other hand, walked on the streets like an ordinary villager, brushing past countless pedestrians. There were quite a few people who looked at him curiously, but Sasuke did not look back to avoid causing more chain reactions. Sasuke listened attentively to the people's conversation. Hey, I heard that Naruto and Sasuke's team has returned to the village. So fast? But that makes sense. Their entire team is either a genius or a strong one. Cage levels Kakashi, at the age of 12, is comparable to Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata who have surpassed Jonin. No matter what achievements they make, it is not surprising. Well, it is said that they broke the mission record of Genin. Whether it is time or number, they crushed other Genin teams. Speaking of which, I did not see the final battle between Naruto and Sasuke in the graduation exam. It is really regrettable, but just looking at it from afar is enough to shock people. Yes, one is the son of Yondaime, with 9 tails in his body, and the other is the disciple of Ninja World top expert. He has 3 Tomo Sharingan, and he can summon Godzilla. The battle between these two must be very exciting. The people of the road talked loudly, and it attracted more passers-by to participate in the discussion. There was even a dispute between them. It was nothing more than a quarrel between Sasuke and Naruto. But this kind of topic has a lot of information, so Sasuke can't understand it at all. Sasuke? Good God, could it be that the present time is the time when he defected to Konoha by taking refuge in Orochimaru? When nearly killing Naruto in the Valley of the End? Because it was precisely at this time that he had the 3 Tomo Sharingan in the fierce battle with Naruto. But it sounded very wrong. According to the content of the chat, he should have just graduated not long ago. Moreover, Naruto was 9-tailed Jinchuriki, which should be a secret information in the village. Logically speaking, it should be at least Jonin, who had experienced the 9-tailed chaos, and barely knew a little about it. Why does it feel like everyone knows about it now? Not only do they know about the ordinary villagers, they are even talking about it openly on the streets? What kind of psychic beast is Godzilla? I have never heard of it before. Looking at the worship of these villagers, it seems to be very strong. When I was young, I signed Godzilla's psychic contract. Sasuke's face was full of question marks. Moreover, he was clearly in a team with Sakura. How did it become Hinata? The 3 of them could even compare to Jonin? Wasn't that the elite ninja? And Kakashi, these people used the name Cage level to describe Kakashi's strength. How is this possible? Sasuke frowned. Even when Sasuke was 16 years old, he was only barely able to control Mangekyo Sharingan. Only then did he possess the strength of a Cage. But at this time, Kakashi absolutely did not have the strength to show his shadow, let alone let the villagers know. What's more, I remember that the level of Cage level has never been recognized by the village, and it has never been listed as an official ninja level. This was the first time that the word Cage level was heard by many ninjas, and it was in the 4-battle arena. When the 4 Hokage of Edo Tensei joined hands to cast the 4 Red Sun formation to seal the Juhobi, Yondaime introduced the activation conditions of the 4 Red Sun formation and said, it needs the 4 powerhouses of Hokage level to work together. But even so, even in the era of his transmigration, Cage level was not recognized by people. Something must have gone wrong in this era. Sasuke hesitated again and again, but he still stopped a passerby. Did you just say that Sasuke and Naruto's graduation exam was very exciting? Yes, in order to prevent the two of them from fighting and hurting the village, the strong people of the village even used the four red sun formation. How can it not be exciting? Tisk tisk, even if the distance is very far, you can feel the terrible shock wave. Even Konoha forest has been flattened. It's really scary. How are you so sure that it's the four crimson sun formation? There's no need to be so sure. After the exam, the entire village has already been spread. That red-colored barrier that soared into the sky cannot fool anyone. Is that so? I really want to see the scene of their battle as well. Sasuke was in a bad mood. He wasn't lying. He really wanted to see how he fought against Naruto. He even used the four crimson sun formation. Was this how it should be? The four crimson sun formation could even block the super Bijuudama of the ten-tailed, so how could he use it now to block the aftermath of the battle between Naruto and himself? Sasuke was already in his 30s and was one of Ninja World's saviors. He had never received the treatment of being blocked by the four crimson sun formation. Moreover, this was only a graduation exam, probably when he and Naruto graduated from the 6th grade. The young me, am I that strong? Sasuke whispered in a voice that only he could hear. This strong person who had beaten Otsutsuki and sealed Kagaya was now somewhat suspicious of life. I remember that the strongest person in the village is Sandaime Hokage. Is it the four red sun formation he used? Sasuke continued to ask. The villager looked at him suspiciously. His eyes were clearly looking at a spy. Sandaime Hokage? He has been retired for more than 10 years. Although Sandaime is also cage level, his strength is probably not in the top 10 in the village. Although I don't specialize in history, don't try to lie to me. Sandaime Hokage's strength is not in the top 10 of the village? Doesn't that mean that there is a rare 2-digit cage level in the village? What a joke! Sasuke counted. At this time, Sandaime should be the only one. Even if Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were far away from the village, there were only 3 people. I understand. Thank you very much. Sasuke was silent for a long time. He threw a glance and used an illusion to erase the memory of this villager. This villager stood in the same place, confused. He felt that his brain was a little empty. After losing the memory of the last few minutes, he naturally forgot to report the spy to the village. Sasuke's mind was in a mess as he walked on the street. He felt that something was wrong with everything he saw. Especially the posters on the side of the road, there were too many content that were publicity for the graduation exam of the ninja school. It was just a graduation exam, when did it become so popular? At this time, Boruto also discovered something. After wandering around for a while, he returned to Sasuke's side. Sensei. The two of them came to a small alley. Well, you also found something wrong, right? That's right. The things that Dad bragged about me were all true. Boruto exclaimed in shock. He said that when he was young, he was even better than you, Sensei. He was the first place in the class, and it was actually true. Although he lost to you in the graduation exam once. He also said that he was very popular with girls, and it was actually true. Many girls worship father. Boruto exclaimed, and he was even more awed by his father. It turned out that his father was an honest man, and his bragging was true. It was me, the son, who was too young and ignorant, who even investigated the wrong information and used these wrong information to refute his father. What shame! Now it seemed that his father was probably very disappointed and did not refute back. Boruto sighed again and again. Boruto, wait a moment. It's not like this. I remember clearly that I am. Alright, Sensei, I understand. An adult's pride is sometimes much stronger than a child's. It's very embarrassing for me to see the truth. I won't blame you. Boruto took the initiative to comfort him. Was this something a human could say? Sasuke took a deep breath and felt that the world was too strange. You talked to those villagers and only found this. What else? Since it is a village in the past, you must know more. No, I don't understand. Didn't you grow up in the village? How could you not understand? Just now, I thought I understood more than anyone else, but now I find that I don't understand at all. Sasuke and Boruto looked at each other and saw the deep confusion on each other's faces. No matter what, stopping Urashiki is our main goal. We must not let him hurt Naruto at this time, right? Sasuke was not confident. If Konoha village really had a 2-digit cage level in charge at this time, he could casually use the 4 Crimson Sun formation. If Urashiki wanted to capture Naruto in this kind of lineup, it would also take a lot of effort. Thinking about it, a bunch of cage level throwing out a bunch of high-level forbidden arts, the 4 Red Yang formation, the corpse ghost seal, and so on all greeted Urashiki. Boruto was full of energy. Protect the young father. Then let's start quickly. I just happen to want to see what kind of father is at this time, and learn how to become outstanding from him. Stop, we can't contact the current Naruto. We can only protect him in secret, otherwise it will be easy to change history. Sasuke said. Boruto looked disappointed. We can only protect them in secret. Alright, let's act in secret. After saying that, Boruto left the alley. Hey, make a plan first before taking action, Sasuke said. No matter how we make a plan, we have to at least find Dad's location first, right? Boruto said as he turned around. Bang! As if he had hit a mountain, a huge force came and knocked Boruto away. It's over. Sasuke covered his face. It hurts. Who is it? Do you know who I am? Do you not look at people when you walk? Boruto angrily got up from the ground and was about to settle the score with the other party. He is the Konoha prince, his father is the 7th Hokage, his grandfather is the 4th Hokage, his teacher is Sasuke Uchiha, and the leader of the team is Konohamaru, the grandson of the 3rd Hokage. He walked sideways in Konoha village since he was a child. How can he endure his little temper? However, Boruto did not have time to do anything when he just looked over at him. A hand reached out and grabbed Boruto's collar at an unavoidable speed. Hey, kid, you hit me and you are still so arrogant. Are you tired of living? Do you want to die? Naruto grabbed Boruto with a cold face, and a chill spread across his face. Chapter 379, How does it feels to be surrounded by 4 Susanoo? Naruto's mood was very bad. Strictly speaking, ever since he lost to Sasuke in the graduation exam, his mood had been very bad. Even though he had been doing tasks crazily for half a month and had even gone to ancient Ruran and almost met an Otsutsuki, it still couldn't make Naruto feel better. Dad! Boruto stared at him for a while and couldn't help but call out. Kid, it seems that you don't want to die. It's just that your brain isn't good. I'll let you go. Naruto directly picked up Boruto and threw him out on the spot. This power alone was very astonishing, and it didn't have the strength of a youth. It hurts. Hey, you, how can you be so rough? Boruto slammed into the wall, it was so painful. Naruto glanced at Boruto coldly and frowned. Was it an illusion? This boy looked familiar. And this set of shabby clothes. Hey, even if you worship me, there is no need to wear my clothes. You even deliberately made the clothes like this. Naruto pointed at Boruto's coat. Boruto gritted his teeth and stood up. Damn it, I really want to beat my father up. But then again, is a father at this age so irritable? And the killing intent just now really doesn't seem like a joke. What I wear has nothing to do with you. Don't care about me like before. Boruto couldn't help but retort. Boruto! Sasuke shouted. Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked at Boruto. He had an impression of this coat, but it was just an insignificant one among his many clothes. He only wore it a few times and threw it into the wardrobe to eat dust. As the son of the Hokage, Yandere said. Needless to say about Naruto's living conditions, there were many clothes at home. However, this same style of clothing came from a stranger of the same age. Moreover, this peer who gave him a sense of familiarity was actually speaking inexplicable words, as if they had met before. Really interesting, it seemed that it was not as simple as just a simple admirer. I'm really sorry for bumping into you just now. I apologize to you on his behalf and will leave now. Sasuke carefully observed every subtle expression on Naruto's face and took the initiative to speak. Sasuke had already noticed that something was wrong. There was something wrong with Naruto in front of him. There was definitely a problem, and it was a big problem. As the best friend and mortal enemy of Naruto, Sasuke knew Naruto too well, especially about Naruto at 12. Naruto at this time, how should he put it, he was probably just a fool, how could he have such wisdom in his eyes? Moreover, his personality was the opposite, the hostility in his heart was very heavy, his personality was cold, and he had no affinity at all. What the hell? Naruto is Ashura's reincarnation. He was born to attract others to get close to him. How could he be so cold? Sasuke strangely found that Naruto at this time was somewhat similar to himself at the same time. In terms of hostility, he was probably similar to himself before he defected. Therefore, Sasuke felt that the situation was getting worse and worse. He took the initiative to lower his head, hoping to stop the matter as soon as possible and try not to cause too much noise. A few seconds ago, you wanted to leave. I won't stop you, but now it's impossible. Naruto shifted his cold gaze and looked at Sasuke. This time, he was stunned again. Another one that made him feel a little familiar. It was a coincidence that one person gave me this feeling. There must be something wrong with those two people giving me this feeling at the same time. Naruto's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. It was a sign that the hunter had found interesting prey. But it was this smile that made Sasuke feel even more uncomfortable. Fuck, isn't this my posture back then? It's exactly the same. So shameful. Hey, we have already taken the initiative to apologize. What else do you want? Don't go too far. Boruto stood up and was very angry. An adult father was annoying. When he was young, his father was even more annoying, and he was so overbearing and fierce. The two of you shouldn't be from this village, right? But this kid has the forehead guard of the village on his neck. Naruto moved his feet and blocked the entrance of the alley, preventing the two from escaping. Naruto repeatedly looked at Sasuke and Boruto, and his smart head quickly analyzed. Sasuke looked at this strange Naruto in front of him, and his eyes were crazily flashing with wisdom. He couldn't help but sigh, we have no malice, but for some reason, we have to offend him. Sharingan. Sasuke glared at him with his right eye. The three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly and cast an illusion on Naruto. Naruto immediately froze on the spot. He was hit by my illusion and will forget our existence. Let's take this opportunity to leave and gather information first, Sasuke said. Boruto hurriedly moved and was about to walk past Naruto. Where do you want to go? Naruto suddenly made a move and grabbed Boruto again, pressing him against the wall. How could that be? You were clearly hit by Sensei's illusion technique. Boruto turned pale with fright. What the hell, this was an illusion that Uchiha Sasuke had cast. Even if Ninja World had only used 3 tomo, it would not have been broken by young Naruto in 2 to 3 seconds. Sasuke was also shocked and looked at this strange Naruto in horror. This was ridiculous. The elite Jonin was about to die from his illusion technique, but he was easily defeated by Naruto? The strength of Naruto in front of him was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At this moment, Sasuke began to believe a little bit, the rumor that the confrontation between Naruto and himself at this time was actually blocked by the 4 red sun formations. A very strong illusion technique, but it is useless against me. Naruto was also shocked into a cold sweat, but his expression remained calm. He glanced coldly at Sasuke, focusing on Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan for a moment. In the past few months, I have been cultivating hard to prevent illusion techniques. It is to prevent Sasuke from using this move to trick me. The illusion technique just now had actually caused Naruto's consciousness to sink. Thanks to the 9-tailed fox in his body, he was able to awaken Naruto's consciousness immediately. Be careful, Naruto. This guy's pupil is terrifyingly strong. 9-tailed was extremely vigilant. The evil Uchiha clansman with evil eyes. 9-tailed hated the people of this clan. How strong are they? Naruto asked casually. 9-tailed said cautiously, he's no weaker than the Uchiha Madara of the past. He might even be stronger than Madara. Be careful and deal with him. If necessary, I will control your body to fight him. Maybe there will be a chance. Pupil is stronger than Madara. Isn't that Rinnegan? Naruto's expression changed slightly. Kurama smacked his lips. It shouldn't have reached Rinnegan's level yet. That's why this old man feels very strange. This eye of the other party seems to have been strengthened. It seems to have awakened some strange Hitomi technique. So it really is Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto thought to himself and looked into Sasuke's eyes without fear. Boruto was stunned, and Sasuke also felt that it was difficult to deal with. This is troublesome. This Naruto is a bit ridiculous. He used a few months to have this level of illusion resistance. Moreover, he has strange chakra in his body. 9-tailed actually helped Naruto? At this time, Naruto and 9-tailed should have a very bad relationship. They should not take the initiative to attack. It seems that I can only use Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion technique. Sasuke looked at Naruto and was about to start using an even stronger illusion. This time, it was controlled together with the 9 tails in Naruto's body. Just as Sasuke was about to make a move. Forget it, you can leave. Naruto suddenly spoke. Hey! Stop trying to use an even stronger illusion technique. Even if it's Mangekyo Sharingan, it's not like I don't have the strength to fight against him. Naruto said coldly as he made way. What a stinky fart! You actually dare to claim that you can fight against Mangekyo Sharingan? Boruto was very dissatisfied and whispered. He did not dare to speak loudly, otherwise he would probably be beaten. We have a secret mission. I am not interested in your mission, and I am not interested in your actions. As long as no one asks, I will not be idle enough to take the initiative to tell others. Naruto snorted coldly, and an impatient expression gradually appeared on his face. If someone asked, then it meant that Sasuke's whereabouts had been exposed, and there was no point in hiding it anymore. At this time, the Kyuubi in Naruto's body was even more irritable, and it was restless. He really wanted to make a move first and make a big fuss so that the other experts in the village could come to support him. The Kyuubi had enough of the experience of being controlled by Mangekyo Sharingan. Alright, then we will leave. I hope you can keep your promise. Sasuke used Sharingan to see that the 9-tailed chakra within Naruto was continuously gushing out, and was extremely violent, so he paused and took the initiative to leave with Boruto. After leaving the alley, the two of them disappeared as soon as they turned around. After a while, Naruto walked out from the alley with his hands in his pockets, looking as if nothing had happened. However, his brain was working rapidly. Well, that yellow-haired boy called me daddy at first sight. He was wearing my clothes and also mentioned that I went to take care of him. From this, it can be inferred that I was an acquaintance in his mind, but when he faced me, his expression was full of surprise and curiosity, and he did not look so familiar. That guy with thick bangs was very calm from beginning to end. He did not hesitate to use Sharingan's illusion on me. After seeing more and more 9-tailed chakra in my body, he decisively chose to back down. Interesting, I roughly understand what is going on. There is actually such a thing as time travel in this world. Naruto casually kicked the pebbles on the ground as he walked. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Boruto appeared because of Otsutsuki? He remembered. They would meet again in the near future. Just as Naruto encountered a future visitor. In the Hokage building, the atmosphere was very solemn. According to Kakashi, another Otsutsuki appeared in Ninja World, and it is very likely to come from the future. Minato distributed the information in his hands to the people present. Those who could participate in this meeting were all the pillars of the village. There were people who had reached the strength of Kage level, and there were people like Shikaku. Shikaku quickly browsed through it. Hokage-sama, how confident are the other party from the future? The information here seems to be incomplete. Because I deleted the part that involves the future, this part of information is more sensitive, so I can't say it. Minato said. Kakashi is the 6th Hokage. This kind of thing can't be announced no matter what. There is no use in announcing it. Then let's just pretend that the other party is future. That means that one day in the future, we will be attacked by the new Otsutsuki and we will not be able to kill him, Shikaku said. The people present all nodded. Konoha Gakure had so many experts in other existences like Yuuji, but this Otsutsuki still crossed over to the past, which was already very clear. Then, the people present began to talk. Yuuji remained silent. To be honest, most of the information that these people analyzed was correct, and a small portion was completely wrong. Yuuji was also surprised that Otsutsuki Urashiki had transmigrated over at this time. Perhaps something had happened in the future. Yuuji, what do you think? Minato began to call out names. Everyone looked at him. The only person who could fight Otsutsuki one-on-one was probably Yuuji. The others knew what was going on. If it was them, Hokage, they could at most guarantee that they would not be defeated for a certain period of time. However, if they fought for a long time, it would only be a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. There were Otsutsuki Tonari and Otsutsuki Ishiki in the front, and now there was another Otsutsuki Urashiki jumping out. Yuuji said. He looked at everyone. No matter what the other party's goal is, if he dares to come, we will kill him. It's that simple. Everyone was silent. Minato said, we can only do this. It is not to the extent that we, Ninja World, we'll search for the whereabouts of the enemy. Next, all of us have to be vigilant. Once we find something wrong, report immediately. We absolutely must not tangle with the enemy alone. As for the purpose of Otsutsuki's clan, none of the people present knew. There was a small amount of information that was clear. The moon might be where Otsutsuki's clan was located. Rikudo Sennin was also a member of Otsutsuki's clan. Uchiha, Hyuga, and other ancient clans were all descendants of Otsutsuki. Just this information alone was already very shocking. No one dared to neglect it. After the meeting ended, Fugaku and the rest of the clan returned to the clan grounds together. Otsutsuki. What are their motives? Fugaku was very puzzled. Shisui said, Tonari's father was killed by Senior Yuuji. Naturally, he was full of hostility towards Konoha. In the end, he was killed by Akatsuki's people. In the end, Izhiki also died in the hands of Nagato and the others. Could it be that there is some enmity between Akatsuki and Otsutsuki? It can't be that it was a coincidence that he killed 2 Otsutsuki in a row. The movements of the organization are very worthy of attention. These people are all Hitomi's ninjas. Their relationship with Otsutsuki might be even closer. I will pay attention to this. Senior Kazue, why aren't you saying anything? Itachi asked. I am thinking about something more important. As for Otsutsuki, kill him if he comes. I will participate in the battle, Kazue said. She knew even more. Could it be that the enemy that Yuuji attached so much importance to was this Otsutsuki Urashiki? Was the strength of Urashiki far stronger than Tonari and Izhiki? But since Urashiki was transmigrated from the future, how did Yuuji predict it? Kazue couldn't understand. What she was more concerned about was whether killing Urashiki and obtaining Urashiki's corpse would help her open Rinnegan. Just as they were about to separate and return to their respective homes, they exchanged a look before separating. After a long time, Sasuke finally appeared with a dull face. Dad and Itachi are both here, Shisui is also here, and there is a woman I don't know. Seeing Itachi, Sasuke, who was already in his 30s, couldn't help but reveal a trace of excitement and nostalgia in his eyes. Suddenly, Sasuke's expression changed, but he had no time to retreat. He was surrounded. Stranger, what are you doing here? Itachi's voice was heard. Fugaku, Kazue, Shisui, and Itachi surrounded Sasuke from 4 directions. I don't remember that there are strange people like you in the clan. They sneaked into our clan and monitored us. Are they spies from other villages? Fugaku leaned against the wall and said lightly. Be careful, maybe this guy is Otsutsuki Urashiki. Shisui said. Who cares if he is or not, let's kill him first. I am very busy, I don't have time to waste on this kind of guy. Kazue pulled out Kusanagi sword behind her. Chapter 380, How dare you copy my pupil of Indra? Sasuke swore that he was really just curious and collecting information. Since coming to this strange point in time, Sasuke spent a day to gather information and generally understood the many major events that shocked Ninja World at this point in time. When he learned that Uchiha's clan had not been exterminated and had instead developed in an extremely shocking manner, Sasuke was really shocked. For a moment, he thought that he was dreaming. Itachi did not destroy Uchiha's clan, neither did his father and mother die, and even more experts emerged from the clan. Sasuke even suspected that this was actually a world similar to Infinite Tsukuyomi's. After hesitating for a long time, Sasuke still chose to come to Uchiha's clan grounds to take a look. Even if the location of this clan was completely different from the location he was in the future. However, Sasuke never expected that he would be besieged by 4 experts the moment he entered. Kusanagi sword. Sasuke whispered when he saw the weapon Kazue pulled out. Oh? Do you know this weapon? You will die in its hands soon. Kazue raised her eyebrows and said coldly. She did not care how Sasuke, knew about this sword. Right now, she only wanted to kill Sasuke as soon as possible. If this guy in front of her was really Otsutsuki Urashiki, then that would be great. Right now, Kazue's mind was full of thoughts about how to obtain Rinnegan. He really wanted to use Otsutsuki Urashiki to test the water. At this time, the other 3 people frowned slightly. Shisui was fine. Fugaku and Itachi directly looked at each other and saw the suspicion in each other's eyes. This mysterious person in front of them actually gave them a very familiar feeling. At this time, Sasuke took the initiative to speak. I have no intention of becoming enemies with you, and I don't want to fight with you. Let me leave. Fugaku pondered for a moment. As expected, you are not a member of our village. You broke into the territory of Uchiha without restraint, but you keep saying that you have no intention of becoming enemies with our clan. Itachi paused and shouted in a low voice, Shisui, control him first. Shisui immediately cast an illusion on Shizuke. But what surprised Shisui was that his illusion technique was ineffective against Shizuke. What's going on? Did this guy specialize in dealing with Sharingan's illusion technique? But this feeling is very strange, just like... It was like he was facing another Sharingan ninja of the same level. Shizuke slowly raised his head, revealing 3 jade hooks that were slowly spinning in his right eye. Sharingan. The few of them were very surprised. Shizuke took a step back. Strictly speaking, I didn't rush in here. I just wanted to revisit this place in a certain sense. I didn't expect that you would find out. The thought of retreating rose in Sasuke's heart. He didn't really have a deep understanding of this strange Konoha village, and he didn't want to act too high profile. However, it was impossible for Fugaku and the others to let him go. He has Sharingan, and he has such a powerful Hitomi power. But there is absolutely no one like you in our clan. Who exactly are you? Don't think about escaping. Unless you know how to use space ninjutsu, it is impossible to block the siege of the 4 of us. The 4 of them surrounded Shizuke in the middle and approached him. Kazue was even more straightforward. His interest in Shizuke was raised to the extreme. It doesn't look like it's Satsuki's clan. Those guys obviously have Byakugan. Could it be that you are the illegitimate child of a certain clan member? Swish! Kazue immediately slashed down with Kusanagi sword from top to bottom. Her movements were very sudden, and her speed was amazing, and the angle was impeccable. Shizuke gently turned sideways. The tip of her nose was only a few millimeters away from Kusanagi's sword, and it seemed to be a thrilling and accurate dodge. But helplessly, the other 3 also attacked, sealing all the space of Shizuke. Especially the instantaneous movement of Shisui, who was even faster than Kazue. I can't dodge it anymore. If I were to be attacked by 4 guys of this level, unless I use Hitomi's technique, it would be very difficult to dodge. Shizuke felt helpless in his heart and could only choose to attack. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he suddenly pulled out his weapon and faced Kazue, who was quickly changing the direction of the blade, directly blocking it. A crisp crack sounded. The 2 Kusanagi sword collided head-on. What's going on? Why is there another Kusanagi sword? Are you one of Orochimaru's people? Shisui was shocked. This was the legendary Kusanagi sword, the top artifact of Ninja World. I remember that Orochimaru has 2 Kusanagi sword in his hand. No, this is not the one in Orochimaru's hand, but the one in my hand. Kazue slowly opened his mouth and stared at Sasuke's weapon with a burning gaze. I won't be wrong. His sword is exactly the same as mine. Whether it is the function or the degree of sharpness, it is undoubtedly Kusanagi sword. But there are only 3 Kusanagi sword in this world. The hardest and most special one are all in the hands of Kazue. The one that can freely stretch and shrink is in Orochimaru's hands. Why? Shisui was stunned. The hell? The hardest and sharp Kusanagi sword had now become 2 identical swords? No matter the reason, his weapon belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Kazue laughed. Without waiting for Fugaku and the others to speak, a pink rib suddenly gushed out from Kazue's body, and a skeletal hand suddenly stretched out, ruthlessly grabbing towards Shizuke. Susanoo. What nonsense, using Susanoo in the clan's land, but it's rare to meet such a strange clansman, and I won't let him go easily. Fugaku also used Mangekyo Hitomi technique, seeing a short future, and then quickly moved. Swish! After Shizuke was caught by Kazue's Susanoo, his figure instantly disappeared, and he swapped positions with a small stone not far away. Time-space Hitomi technique. The complexion of Kazue changed. Shizuke was now far away, planning to take the opportunity to run away. It's useless. You can't escape. Itachi, who had been silently observing all this time, slowly said. It seems that my luck is good. I chose one of the spots and blocked you. Fugaku arrived. He had already seen Shizuke use time-space Hitomi technique to appear here. Similarly, using Susanoo, White Skeleton Hand punched out, forcing Shizuke to raise Kusanagi sword horizontally, using the recoil force to retreat. And Itachi and Shisui had already blocked Sasuke's path of retreat. Two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, red and green Susanoo appeared on the surface of their bodies. The four of them activated Susanoo, once again surrounding Shizuke, incomparably cautious. Not only did you use strange Hitomi technique to break my heaven hand force, you also used 4 Susanoo. Shizuke bitterly smiled. This was really outrageous. Uchiha's clan was already strong to this extent? Taking out 4 cage level in minutes? Shizuke really could not imagine that Uchiha's clan would be strong to this extent. What made him even more afraid was that such a powerful Uchiha's clan actually did not start a rebellion. This powerful and arrogant clan that can be suppressed can't move. How strong is that mysterious man? How confident are you that you can control everything? There was too much shock and doubt in Sasuke's heart. Moreover, his father actually possessed Mangekyo Sharingan, and he had even awakened such a strange Hitomi technique. He was actually able to predict his time and space coordinates. This was the power of the heavens, it was Rinnegan's Hitomi technique. After this exchange of subordinates, Sasuke's thick head curtain inevitably scattered. Megatama and Rinnegan entered the eyes of the four. Rinnegan. It's not an ordinary Rinnegan. It's like the combination of Sharingan and Rinnegan. So, Rinnegan also has different shapes like Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the second pair of Rinnegan they saw. The last time they saw Rinnegan was more than 2 years ago when Nagato attacked Konoha. Nagato showed Konohagakure's terrifying Hitomi strength to everyone. You are a member of Uchiha's clan, but you have a Rinnegan? Tell me, how did you get this eye? Kazue said slowly. Give up. You can't have this kind of eye. How would I know if I don't try? Even if I really can't have it, I just need to remove this eye of yours and transplant it into me. Wouldn't that be enough? Kazue chuckled softly. A very brilliant smile made Shizuke frown. You are still so arrogant when facing an enemy whose strength is unknown. If not for that man, you would definitely be the biggest unstable factor in this village. Shizuke snorted coldly. If that person wasn't there, Konoha village might really be destroyed in a civil war. A 2-digit battle between cage level was simply a disaster, and it was unknown how many people would die. You don't know anything. Riding the Susanoo, Kazue once again rushed towards Shizuke, her eyes filled with killing intent. Lord Father, you have already discovered it, right? Itachi said in a secret language. Fugaku nodded his head imperceptibly. If he really didn't think of anything, then he would act as the head of the clan. Uchiha born and possessed Megatama Rinnegan, but he had never left any records in the clan. After thinking about it, that was the only possibility. Shizuke moved, and he no longer dodged. He was determined to break through the encirclement of these people as soon as possible so as to avoid provoking that terrifying man surnamed Shiranui. Who? Mangekyo Sharingan. Purple Susanoo suddenly appeared, and directly entered the third stage. The 10-meter-tall half-body giant suddenly took out a katana, and pierced through Kazue's Susanoo, piercing through Kazue's shoulder. I won't kill you, not because I can't do it, but because there is no need. Shizuke stared at Kazue with a 6-pointed star, and said coldly. Fugaku and others were immediately moved, not because they were worried about Kazue's life or death, but purely because they were shocked by Sasuke's Mangekyo. The shape of a 6-pointed star, purple-colored Susanoo, was this really just a coincidence? Seeing the strange expressions of these people, Sasuke's heart thumped. In the next moment, Kazue's figure began to disappear bit by bit, appearing beside Shizuke. This time, she was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, she stared at Sasuke's right eye. This is not an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems to be a combination of 2 kinds of patterns. Because this Mangekyo was too unique. It was exactly the same as Setsuna's hexagram, but there were 3 straight blades inside the hexagram. In an instant, lightning flashed across his mind. Kazue vaguely understood something. She thought about it. In the past, she had asked Yuuji about Rinnegan several times, but Yuuji never told her. Instead, he responded to her with a very special look. Since Yuuji said that he knew how to open Rinnegan, he would definitely not refuse to give it to her on purpose. For some reason, he felt that the time was not ripe yet. 2 patterns, 2 kinds of Mangekyo Sharingan. Could this be the middle stage of awakening Rinnegan? The new Mangekyo who surpassed Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazue was already close to the truth. This is Izanagi? Your Hitomi technique is actually Izanagi. Shizuke looked at Kazue in surprise. Humph, as expected, Uchiha's clan has no secrets in front of you. I might not kill you, but you definitely won't be able to kill me," Kazue said with a cold smile. Sasuke was silent. At this time, sounds of cheering resounded all around. The ninjas in the village were alarmed and rushed over one after another. Even more powerful Hitomi strength appeared in Sasuke's eyes, and with the strength of purple Susanoo, he forcibly broke through the encirclement of 4 Susanoo, intending to forcibly open a path. He only needed a gap to open the space tunnel and stabilize it before he could leave. Fugaku said, "Let him go." But there were people who did not listen to Fugaku. "Go? Did you ask this old man? I never thought that I would meet such a shameful person like you just after returning to the village." A loud shout rang out, and then, that person used Hitomi technique. The flames of Amaterasu suddenly burned from the body of Sasuke's Susanoo, and rapidly spread. Amaterasu. Sasuke was stunned once again, and a strange touch came from his eyes. He hurriedly looked over, and met the gaze of a person with a malicious and evil aura. It was not used by Itachi, but by this guy. The 5th pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, it was simply. Setsuna met the inexplicable restlessness, looked at Sasuke, and focused on Sasuke's right eye for a while. Well, it was the shape of an eye like his own. It couldn't be said to be the same, but Setsuna vaguely felt that this person's eyes were clearly stronger. How was this possible? It must be an illusion. When Sasuke and Setsuna saw each other's first glance, they felt a strong sense of disgust. "Why are your eyes the same as mine?" Sasuke frowned. "Humph, this is also what this old man wanted to say. You actually stole this old man's pupil of Indra. This is blasphemy. This is an act of smearing the name of our clan." Setsuna shouted in a loud voice. "I stole the copy because of Indra's Hitomi? Then is your copy the real version?" Sasuke felt his scalp go numb. Is there even a need to ask? This old man, Uchiha Setsuna, is undoubtedly the rightful owner of Indra's Hitomi. Sasuke sighed. Looking at the ninjas gathered around him, he knew that tonight's matter had blown up. This kind of formation must have attracted the attention of the person who had triggered all the changes. Forget it, let's just say hello to him first. This is also a test to see if this world is an illusion world. Moreover, even if we really fight, I will definitely win in the end. There is no need to cover it up. Sasuke secretly shook his head. He was truly worried that this world was actually not real, but an illusion scheme laid down by Urashiki. It could deceive his Rinnegan and 5 senses, making him unconsciously fall into an illusion. Looking at the black flames that continuously spread on his Susanoo, Sasuke activated Hitomi technique. Kagutsuki. All of the Amaterasu flames were extinguished. Although I don't know what's going on with you, you are not the only one who can attain the Amaterasu and Kagutsuki. I will only be stronger than you. Sasuke said. Chapter 381, Master Yuuji died young. After seeing this mysterious clansman in front of them easily extinguish the Amaterasu on his body, everyone fell silent. Rinnegan's absorption type Hitomi art. No, he did not absorb the flames, but extinguished the flames. Itachi said slowly, his eyes staring at Sasuke, the sense of familiarity growing stronger and stronger. This was Kagutsuki. A pair of eyes similar to Elder Setsuna's, and also the same Hitomi technique. Itachi thought quickly, and a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. It can't be wrong. This person in front of him also had Indra chakra inside his body. He once crazily looked up information because of the instinctive hostility between Sasuke and Setsuna, and even specially went to visit Yuuji. He also learned the information of ancestor Uchiha from Yuuji. Sasuke and Setsuna were both because of the owner of Indra chakra. The person in front of him gave him a sense of familiarity, and combined with this face. You have grown up, Sasuke. The corners of Itachi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a gratified smile. You can control my Amaterasu. Setsuna shouted, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. This was the Amaterasu fire, the inextinguishable black flame. Even Itachi, who also possessed the Amaterasu Hitomi art, could only ignite it and not control it. But what right did this person in front of him have? Setsuna looked at disbelief. He widened his left eye and cried again, Amaterasu! Amaterasu! Their eyes intertwined, and the 2 balls of black flames burned in the air and collided. Following that, the 2 of them once again used their Kagutsuki. They competed for control of the Amaterasu. In just an instant, Setsuna was completely suppressed. A large amount of black flames transformed into whirlpool and attacked, wrapping around Setsuna's entire body. There was nothing Setsuna could do, he could only use the Susanoo. The purple half-body giant protected him, forcibly resisting the Amaterasu flame. Not only are the two one-eyed Hitomi techniques identical, even Susanoo is completely the same. The other people had solemn and astonished expressions. Every Susanoo had its own characteristics. Not only the color, but also the shape of the body structure and the shape of the armor, so it was easy to identify. You bastard, where did you come from, and why do you have Rinnegan and the noble pupil of Indra? Setsuna's mentality was about to explode, and an unprecedented sense of panic came to his heart. What he is most proud of is his pair of hexagram kaleidoscopes from the ancestor of Indra. Even though he knew in his heart that this was obtained through trading with that demon, it was obtained through trickery. However, this was not important. What was important was that he had obtained the eyes of the ancestor. But, what was going on with this strange guy in front of him? Why do you know all of the Hitomi techniques that this old man knows? They are exactly the same. Setsuna roared. Sasuke said, I am the one who should be most surprised. You actually have my eyes. At this time, he had not yet awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. The news that Sasuke had inquired confirmed this point. Therefore, there was no such thing as an eye-digging transplant. More ninjas came one after another, and many of Uchiha's clansmen also stood around, looking at Sasuke with vigilance and fanaticism. One eye is Mangekyo Sharingan, the other eye is Rinnegan. Who is this lord? Could it be? Shut up, don't talk nonsense, just know in your heart. The members of the garrison were shocked and excited. Yes, although there was only one Rinnegan, it was precisely because of this that it proved that the bloodline of Uchiha's clan was incomparably noble. It once again confirmed that it possessed the potential to directly lead to Rinnegan. Clan leader, if it is necessary, I can try to use Hitomi's technique once. Shisui hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. However, Fugaku shook his head and looked at Sasuke. He said in a clear voice, I didn't expect that you would return to our clan. I have really offended you for what happened just now. We have no choice but to do this. Well, I'm leaving. If you stop me again, I won't be polite. Sasuke was silent for a moment. He took a step back and calmly opened the spatial tunnel. A black hole appeared and swallowed Sasuke. At the last glance, Sasuke did not look at Setsuna, but glanced at Itachi faintly. After Sasuke left, the restless clansmen around him all came out. Patriarch, who was that person just now? Why did that lord come back? Could it be that he wants to return to the clan? Fugaku said calmly, all of you can leave. Everyone, seal your mouths. Do not spread rumors everywhere. I want to report to the Hokage. The crowd dispersed in disappointment. Itachi returned home and warmed up the hot water. After making 2 cups of tea, he sat quietly on the tatami and waited. Swoosh! The spatial tunnel appeared. Sasuke walked out from it and stood silently, looking at Itachi with a complicated expression. It seems that you have been waiting for me. Sasuke looked at the steaming cup and said. Itachi nodded. I thought about it and thought that you would come to visit me at home, so I had been preparing. I didn't expect you to really come. Humph, you still look calm. No matter how the world changes, you won't change. Sasuke sat down and picked up the teacup. Why is one of your arm gone? Ah, to be honest, I was interrupted by Naruto. I see. It seems that Naruto has become very powerful in the future. The two of them fell into silence again. The steam in the teacup continued to rise and dissipate into the air. Sasuke had a complicated expression. How did you recognize me? Father clearly didn't recognize me. I learned some things about Indra from Lord Yuuji. He is Rikuta Sennin's eldest son, Uchiha's ancestor. His chakra is like a ghost, constantly reincarnating in Ninja World. Itachi said. He actually knows so much about Indra. This person called Shiranui Yuuji is really mysterious. Sasuke frowned. You are here to chase after Otsutsuki Urashiki. Otherwise, I really can't think of anything that would make you come from the future. It seems that in the future, Otsutsuki will still be a problem for Ninja World. Did Lord Yuuji send you to carry out a mission? Itachi asked. No, it was when I was chasing after Urashiki that I rushed into the door of time he created. It has nothing to do with that Yuuji. Sasuke finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Shiranui Yuuji, before I came here, I had never heard of this person. What? How is this possible? Lord Yuuji is the strongest in the village, and his strength is no less than Shao De Hokage. The village is so stable thanks to him. How can you not know? You are his disciple. Itachi looked up in surprise. Sasuke said helplessly, I am not lying. In the future that I came to, from childhood to adulthood, the most famous person in the Shiranui family was Shiranui Genma, who controlled Flying Thunder God. They did not have Shiranui Yuuji in the first place. This was the most troublesome thing in this timeline. Shiranui Yuuji, beyond cage level, had unfathomable strength. Other experts of this level would not be ordinary in any way, but Sasuke had lived for more than 30 years, and had never heard of this person until he crossed over. Itachi was truly shocked. Itachi wasn't shocked by the fact that he had transmigrated, but the matter of Yuuji's disappearance shocked him. This was Shiranui Yuuji. A super genius who rose up from the 3 battles, the guardian of the village, actually doesn't exist in your future. Itachi's expression was solemn. Sasuke smiled bitterly. That's right. To be honest, if I had a powerhouse like Yuuji in the future, many things wouldn't have turned out like this. The 2 brothers sat opposite each other and talked to each other. The 30-year-old Sasuke talked to the 16-year-old Itachi and told him the history he knew. The more he talked, the more strange Itachi's expression became. Without Lord Yuuji's future, it is simply unimaginable. In the 3 battles, Konoha won miserably and was beaten to the village entrance by the enemy. Yandere and his wife died in the chaos of the Kyuubi. Shisui was blinded by Danzo and then committed suicide? Then I joined forces with others and slaughtered Uchiha's clan. Orochimaru attacked Konoha and killed Sandaime Hokage. Itachi listened to this historical trajectory and felt dizzy. What kind of damned development path was this? The dignified first ninja village of Ninja World actually fell into such a state? That's right, it was depravity. He actually personally wiped out Uchiha's clan, and then defected to Akatsuki. Especially when the 3rd Hokage died in battle, the huge village was actually rushed in by something like Orochimaru and killed, only relying on an aging cage-level strongman from the 3rd generation to support the facade. Were the others all dead? Where was Kakashi? It was simply inconceivable. In Konoha village, there were more than 10 cage-level. Yuuji was high up in the sky, suppressing everything. He was as steady as Mount Tai. Even if the 9 Bijuu groups attacked Konoha, they would be defeated in minutes. There was no need to be afraid when Otsutsuki came. I know this is ridiculous, especially when comparing the 2 villages, but what I said is the truth. Sasuke said in a deep voice. Itachi lowered his head and thought carefully for a while. He said, there is no doubt that the key is Lord Yuuji. The time of the 2 worlds has started to split from the 3 battles. In my world, Lord Yuuji rose up in the 3 battles. He became one of the heroes who suppressed the 3 battles. Kazue followed Lord Yuuji and awakened Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 13. She became the so-called immortal cage level. In the ensuing chaos of the 9 tails, Lord Yuuji entered Godzilla mode and suppressed the 9 tails, helping Yandere and his wife relieve the pressure. In the end, he saved Yandame's life. As for the rebellion of Uchiha's clan. What a joke! With Yuuji around, who would dare to rebel and get tired of living? I didn't see that Uchiha's clan is so powerful now. At most, they would only brag about themselves. When people say that their bloodline is the most expensive, no one dares to bring up the matter of causing trouble. The 2 of them carefully combed through everything and were shocked to find that Yuuji was more or less in all the historical trajectories that had appeared. Yuuji was the one who caused Konoha to be so powerful today. Comparing the different histories of the 2 worlds, the intense contrast was too dazzling. Shiranui Yuuji. Sasuke revealed a deep look of confusion. This guy was still his own sensei at this time. At this time, because of this person, he had become incomparably powerful. But why has there been no news of such a legendary ninja in my world? Even if there are some twists and turns, it will still rise, right? Sasuke had a look of disbelief. Itachi said slowly, perhaps, Lord Yuuji of your era met with a crisis before he grew up and died silently. You should know that Lord Yuuji only officially awakened nuclear releases blood inheritance when he was 10 years old. This blood inheritance is extremely dangerous, maybe. Itachi hesitated for a while and came to this conclusion. In Sasuke's era, Yuuji might have encountered some accident. He was either assassinated by a spy from an enemy village or died in a battle. Or he simply did not survive the awakening process of nuclear release's blood inheritance. He died. Indeed, this is the most reasonable explanation. Sasuke sighed. He died prematurely, but could he not grow up? If such a strong person was in charge of the village, many tragedies would never happen to it. Sasuke felt that if he had such a strong person to guide him at the age of 12, there would be a lot of strong people in the village, and his family members would be there. It was absolutely impossible for him to defect to Orochimaru. Whoever defected would be stupid. Sasuke even suspected that when he killed Orochimaru at the age of 15 or 6, when he went to find Itachi for revenge. Was he as strong as the 12-year-old him in the timeline? Well, there was a high chance that it was not. This was a sad story. However, Sasuke still did not understand why the Naruto he met before was so ruthless. Even if he lost his mother and his father was busy with government affairs, he should not have become like this. Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura, and he was born with a strong affinity. From the looks of it, Naruto might not be the prophesied child. The real prophesied child is this Shiranui Yuuji. Sasuke said. The prophesied child. Itachi's expression changed slightly. Just this name alone hid a lot of information. So, in the future, is Naruto the child of prophecy? But now it seems that the future Naruto died early because of Lord Yuuji, so he became the child of prophecy. Lord Yuuji is more like a child of prophecy, the real kind. Itachi, I am leaving. I will protect you in the dark. Although you are strong, the strength of Urashiki is far stronger than you think. That is power beyond your knowledge. Even that Yuuji is not a match for Urashiki in a one-on-one fight. I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Sasuke. Itachi revealed a slight smile. Looking at his younger brother who was much older than him, he sighed with emotion. Without the history of Lord Yuuji, Sasuke had suffered a lot. Although Sasuke did not say it explicitly, Itachi had already deduced many things. For example, Sasuke's Manjikyo Sharingan was clearly a product of the fusion of two kinds of Manjikyo. Perhaps he killed himself and then transplanted his eyes, Itachi thought silently. Swish! Sasuke's figure disappeared. After a while, Itachi began to pack up the tea set, opened the door, and walked out. It's over. Fugaku leaned against the wall and said lightly. Yes, father. It's a pity that I came back a little late and was unable to participate in your conversation. Fugaku opened his eyes. But I guessed right. He actually came to contact you. That's true. Your talent is not inferior to Shisui. There is no reason for Shisui to be able to do it, but you can't. Father, what do you mean? Yes, you don't have to hide it. The leader of the I organization came from the clan and was attacked by us. He must have come to investigate you, right? This is really a big battle. He revealed himself directly. Even Shisui and Setsuna didn't recognize him, but he couldn't hide it from me. Fugaku looked confident. Itachi. Chapter 382, Where did the other Gyubi go? Fugaku looked at his son with great pride. When he saw the incredible look on Itachi's face, he smiled. Was he surprised that his father could find out the truth in one go? Although his son was outstanding, he was still a little young in some places. Although that person tried his best to hide it, he still couldn't escape my observation. Fugaku said, with such powerful strength and Rinnegan, only the leader of the I organization in the entire Ninja World clan meets these conditions. As everyone knew, Ninja World had two pairs of Rinnegan, one was the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, and the other was the leader of the I organization, Hitomi. If not for Nagato, it must be Hitomi. It is no wonder that Lord Hitomi wears mask all year round. So it is because there is only one Rinnegan. Fugaku touched his chin and pondered. Yes, there is only one Rinnegan. Naturally, it is not comparable to Nagato's two. That is why he hides his face and covers the patterns in his eyes. Itachi took a deep breath and did not know what to say. Father, you are really amazing. Of course. I am much older than you and have more experience in dealing with people. When judging certain things, I have a sharper insight than you. Fugaku was a little proud. But, father, don't you feel that the leader of the I organization is a little familiar? Itachi hesitated for a moment and said. Fugaku raised his eyebrows. I found it. It feels very familiar, but maybe it is just a coincidence. Fugaku did not think about time travel at all because it was too ridiculous. How is it? Do you think you can join an organization now? Fugaku asked. This, for the time being, is not considered. So it was an inspection? Back then, Shisui was also inspected for a period of time. He was also sent to the grass village for a mission. At that time, there was a great battle in the grass village and Otsutsuki Ishiki died in battle. I don't know what exactly Shisui did there. Fugaku was very curious, but even if Shisui did not say it, he could only give up the idea of exploring the truth. As expected of Lord Father. Itachi did not know what to say and choked out this sentence. While the father and son were talking, Sasuke ran back in a hurry. Dad, brother, what happened? As soon as I came back, I saw the clan in such chaos. Sasuke shouted loudly. He was covered in dirt and had just cultivated at the edge of the forest outside the village. The technique that Sasuke mastered was extremely dangerous. If he did not find a secluded and huge uninhabited area to use it, many unlucky people would be swept in and killed. Sasuke. Itachi looked at his younger brother, and his expression changed slightly. The future Sasuke would also grow to that kind of strength, and he could fight head-on with the people of Otsutsuki's clan? Although Sasuke did not reveal too much information in the future, Itachi could still understand that his younger brother had suffered a lot in another world. Just carrying the hatred of extermination on his back and risking his life to kill his brother was enough to make Sasuke suffer. Not to mention, even one of his arms was slashed by Naruto. Fugaku was also staring at Sasuke. The more he looked, the more he felt that Sasuke was very similar to the I organization leader, and his face revealed a suspicious expression. The clansmen are all saying that a strong person with Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan appeared, but was repelled by us. Sasuke hurriedly asked. One Mangekyo Sharingan, one Rinnegan? Sasuke regretted going out to cultivate and not seeing this person. Strictly speaking, he was not defeated by us. The 5 of us combined are no match for him. He was the one who took the initiative to retreat. Itachi said. Sasuke was deep in thought. 5 clansmen can't beat him, but with my words, there will definitely be no problem. As long as I summon Godzilla, I can definitely beat him. Fugaku and Itachi shook their heads secretly. How is this possible? That is Rinnegan. And from the looks of it, he is the one who used the spatial Hitomi technique during the main attack. However, there is one thing that is very strange. He has the same shape as Elder Setsuna's Mangekyo, and he also possesses almost the same Mangekyo Hitomi technique. Fugaku muttered to himself. Was this a coincidence? But it was too much of a coincidence. Elder Setsuna's eyes are because of Indra's Hitomi. Could it be that the eyes of the leader of the I organization are also because of Indra's Hitomi? While Fugaku was thinking about the matter, Setsuna was also thinking. There is no mistake. Although I don't know how that guy has the same eyes as me, I can also reach the level that that guy can reach. Setsuna sat at home, his eyes surging with ambition. It was also because of Indra's Hitomi, the other party could advance to Rinnegan. What did this mean? It meant that he, Uchiha Setsuna, could also have Rinnegan. The appearance of Sasuke in the future caused an uproar, and under the big mouth of the Uchiha tribe, it spread throughout the entire Konoha village at the speed of light, making other ninja villages also hear about it. There were people everywhere who boasted about the strength of Uchiha clan, boasting about how noble the bloodline of Uchiha clan was. If Nagato had Rinnegan, then it could be said that if it was Mangekyo Sharingan who used the full-body Susanoo, it might also be because he was a natural-born Rinnegan. Then the arrival of Sasuke in the future, the right eye Mangekyo and left eye Rinnegan who were seen by countless people, directly proved that Rinnegan had advanced into Mangekyo. The entire Uchiha clan was naturally different, arrogant to the extreme. As long as they walked out of the door, they immediately began to brag about everywhere, wishing that the entire village would stare at them. What is there to brag about? No matter how strong Rinnegan is he stronger than Lord Yuuji? Lord Yuuji has never lost before. That's right, I really don't know what some people are doing. Was Nagato strong back then? The Susanoo used to attack Konohagakure was several hundred meters high, but the result? Wasn't he still defeated by Lord Yuuji? Some people were blowing, but if they blew too much, it would definitely cause some people to feel disgusted. They directly mentioned Yuuji out and immediately shut many people up. This, of course Lord Yuuji is very strong, but it is not necessarily true that he can surpass Rinnegan. Nagato lost, it can only be said that his eyes are not strong enough. Some of the Uchiha clansmen tried to defend themselves. Ridiculous. If even Nagato is not strong, then who is stronger? Of course it is that one-eyed Lord Rinnegan. You mean that Nagato, who has 2 Rinnegan, can't compare to the person who has 1 Rinnegan? This time, many of the disputes in the village immediately subsided. Only one eye advanced to Rinnegan, and the other was still Mangekyo Sharingan. In the eyes of many people, this was an incomplete sign of advancement. It might not be stronger than the 2 Rinnegan of Nagato. Nagato had been defeated, so how could the mysterious one-eyed Rinnegan be stronger than Lord Yuuji? Many of the Uchiha clansmen had looks of unwillingness and helplessness on their faces. It was really uncomfortable. But there was no way to refute it. Who would be stronger than Lord Yuuji? Perhaps only by moving Rikuta Sennin out would there be a possibility. Yuuji was also listening to the report from his subordinates. Interesting. That fellow Sasuke must be filled with emotions when he returns to his hometown. In a normal timeline, only Sasuke and Sarada were alive. Unlike now, the entire Uchiha clan was incomparably powerful. Compared to Sasuke, he was more interested in Otsutsuki's Urashiki. Shua. A figure appeared, and Obito hurried over. Tell me, what is going on? Who is the new Rinnegan? Obito was extremely irritable. Yuuji glanced at him. To put it simply, another Otsutsuki appeared. That person probably came for Otsutsuki Urashiki. Otsutsuki Urashiki, humph, why are these pieces of trash always appearing one after another? Obito was endlessly annoyed. First, it was Tonari, then it was Ishiki, and now there was a Urashiki? What the hell is this? What is going on with this Otsutsuki family? Nagato will know about this sooner or later. According to his character, he will use any means possible to recover his strength. Maybe he will attack Otsutsuki and covet Rinnegan. Obito warned and immediately left. What he said was very clear to Yuuji. Nagato's self-esteem was extremely strong, and he absolutely would not allow himself to be in a weakened state for a long time, and he would use any means possible to increase his strength. But the problem was that regardless of whether it was Sasuke or Urashiki, even if Nagato relied on Gedo statue, he would not be a match for them, let alone steal their eyes. And the one who was more anxious than Nagato was obviously Black Zetsu. The Valley of the End. Black Zetsu stared at White Zetsu in front of him in panic. Another Otsutsuki has appeared. Yes, it can't be wrong. It seems that when Kakashi and the others were on a mission in the ancient Riran, they encountered each other. Now, Konoha has entered a state of alert. White Zetsu stood up and said. Black Zetsu's heart was heavy. Tonari and Ishiki had been killed with great difficulty. Now there was Urashiki, and according to the information provided by Yuuji, it was searching for nine-tailed. Bastard, bastard! The Kyuubi belongs to Mother, and it must not be snatched away by Urashiki. Black Zetsu growled, staring at Rinnegan, surging with powerful Hitomi's power. And that one-eyed Rinnegan who had an unknown origin. Who was that guy? What was wrong with this ninja world? Why did he appear every few days, an expert that it had never heard of? Who could he rely on now? Because Tonari lacked combat experience and had no eyes, he was killed by Obito. Not to mention, Ishiki was first defeated by Hitomi, reincarnated into a beast, and then killed by Nagato. But now, Nagato was crippled, and a Rinnegan had fallen into the hands of Black Zetsu. According to information, the real Otsutsuki came this time, not disabled like Tonari and Ishiki. Black Zetsu felt a chill in his heart. What could make his mother fear was his true kin. Otsutsuki Urashiki was clearly what his mother was wary of, a true strong enemy. There are only two strong people in ninja world now. One is Yuuji, the other is the leader. Black Zetsu felt great hatred in his heart. He turned around and entered the Valley of the End's underground base. He wanted to see the leader. He could not command Yuuji. Unless he attacked Konoha, Yuuji would not act casually. No matter what, he had to incite the leader of the Eye organization to act. As the reincarnation of Indra, Hitomi also has Rinnegan. I hope he can pose a hindrance to Urashiki. If only Yuuji and Hitomi could join hands, maybe they could fight evenly with Urashiki. Black Zetsu thought quickly. Who else could he rely on other than these two people? If he really had no other choice, he could only use the reincarnation heavenly technique to revive Uchiha Madara. How could the three powerhouses fight against Urashiki? The key is to keep the tailed beast. If Urashiki takes it away, everything will be over, and this planet will also be over. Black Zetsu successfully met Hitomi. Hitomi sat on the stone chair, still wearing a mask and black robe. Chief, there's a big problem. Another Otsutsuki came out of Ninja World. Black Zetsu hurriedly said. Well, what then? It's just Otsutsuki, even if he has a blood connection with an ancient ninja in the Ninja World, it won't have any influence. Hitomi's voice was calm, as if he didn't take Otsutsuki seriously at all. But leader, this Otsutsuki is different. He seems to be aiming to seize the Kyuubi. If he were to devour Kyuubi and obtain the huge amount of Kyuubi's chakra, then no one in the entire ninja world would be his opponent. Black Zetsu said. Hitomi coldly said, to be frank, you intend to encourage me to deal with Otsutsuki? Are you afraid that he will seize Bijuu and destroy your plan? Black Zetsu's heart skipped a beat. Even when Rinnegan and Hitomi looked at each other, he could feel a sense of mockery. The other party seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Did this guy also know about his mother? There is indeed this possibility. Anyway, Indra is also the reincarnation, and he has been instructed and guided by him. Perhaps he had really discovered some clues. Otsutsuki's clan is the source of many ancient bloodlines. No matter what you want to do, the best way is to attack Otsutsuki. If Otsutsuki's strength expands too quickly, then everything will be over. Urashiki is the real Otsutsuki, not the Ishiki you defeated can compare to. What Black Zetsu was most worried about was that when Urashiki attacked other planets, it might have already fused with God Tree's genes and opened up Rinnegan. That strength would only become more terrifying and harder to deal with. I know, it's really noisy. Black Zetsu, I know what you are and also know the darkness in your heart, so don't think about commanding me. Hitomi stood up and looked at Black Zetsu with a cold smile. Black Zetsu also panicked. He even panicked a little. Facing a truly complete Otsutsuki clansman, he felt genuine fear. However, the Otsutsuki Urashiki is indeed a formidable enemy. Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression was very strange. What is going on? Why can't I find Ishiki's vessel? Did he hide it too deeply, or did he really die? Urashiki's expression was strange. This was Ishiki. Without eating the fruit of God Tree, Ishiki's strength was at the top. But such a powerful Ishiki, now it seemed like he was overturned, and he was actually killed by Kaguya. Kaguya is not dead, but for the sake of the chakra ancestor, Rinnegan was opened on his forehead. This is clearly the result of eating the chakra fruit. Maybe it was a sneak attack. Maybe even with the help of 10 tails, Kaguya could kill Ishiki. After a brief analysis, he felt that this should be the truth. Kaguya herself was very strong. As the princess of the branch family, she followed Ishiki. Her fate was to become the food of the 10 tails, so that the 10 tails could eat a complete Otsutsuki and evolve into God Tree. But now it was the other way around. Kaguya's strength was not comparable to Ishiki, so this was the only possibility. This was not enough to completely kill Ishiki and let Ishiki survive. What a pity. I was still wondering if I could take this opportunity to kill Ishiki and steal all his savings. Urashiki remembered that Ishiki and Kaguya had brought 2 10 tails to this planet. Kaguya's 10 tails had evolved into God Tree by eating Ishiki. Then what about the little 10 tails that Ishiki raised? Where did Ishiki hide them? Chapter 383, Byakugan, Sharingan, Rinnegan. This timeline was strange, and Urashiki had confirmed this point. A group of experts that did not exist or died on the original timeline appeared, and the typical one was Shiranui Yuuji. This time branch that deviated from the timeline is very special and has a great value in digging. If I can find the small 10 tail that Ishiki hid, it will be more beneficial to me. Urashiki continued to search, using both Byakugan and Rinnegan, but there was still no discovery. He did not believe that Ishiki had died just like that, so he must have secretly chosen a container for reincarnation. It was very difficult to find a container just like that. There are too many narrow spaces, and I can't search them one by one. It seems that I can only give up on that little Jaibai. Pushi felt that it was a pity. He really wanted to see which plant was stronger between the 10 tails and Godzilla. If the genes of the 2 plants were fused, what would happen? Otsutsuki's clan could devour 10 tails and awaken Rinnegan. They could obtain abundant chakra and greatly prolong their life, living for thousands of years. On the other hand, after the 10 tails devoured Otsutsuki and obtained his genes, they could evolve into God Tree, possessing the ability to devour a life planet. What if Otsutsuki went to devour Godzilla's genes? What kind of power could he obtain? What if Godzilla devoured Otsutsuki? If there really was a breakthrough, it meant that this would be a great discovery that would shock Otsutsuki's family. What a joke, this was a terrifying plant that was suspected to be comparable to Juhobi. Moreover, this special plant has a strong radiation on it. For the indigenous people who can't leave the planet's surface, it is a fatal thing, but it is not worth mentioning for us Otsutsuki people who are born to be able to easily resist the radiation of the universe. In this way, Godzilla is more suitable for Otsutsuki's clan. After thinking about it, these 2 days, he had been collecting information about this world, roughly understanding the history of this world, and also knowing the situation when Godzilla was born. Shiranui Yuuji. Nuclear release blood successor, showing the Godzilla mode on the battlefield of World War III. He combined Jinchuriki's technique with Godzilla's control. He judged that this Godzilla was definitely not a native life form born on this planet, but also came from the outside world. The powerful native monsters on this blue planet were only the 3 animals of the 3 great holy lands. This was due to the conversion of natural energy into chakra, and thus rose up. If not for the fact that Otsutsuki's clan had given this planet chakra, these native monsters wouldn't even have the chance to use natural energy. Then, where did this strange plant like Godzilla come from? I'm really curious. At least there should be a mother planet. If we can find the coordinates of that planet, we can capture all of Godzilla in one fell swoop and completely control Godzilla's production. Urashiki thought happily. However, this would be very troublesome. It would be best if Godzilla's mother was in Ninja World. If he controlled the mother, he would naturally be able to steadily create a new Godzilla. Urashiki flew at an astonishing speed, but Cho, who was caught by him, was ravaged, and Cho was on the verge of death. However, Urashiki obviously did not care about Chiyo's life. This Otsutsuki's mind was filled with thoughts of comparing the Ten-Tail and Godzilla, wondering if it was possible for these 2 plants to merge together. Urashiki suddenly stopped, opened Byakugan, and looked in a certain direction. There is actually a trace of God Tree's chakra fluctuation in that direction. And it is not those 9 Bijuu. Urashiki was extremely surprised, and immediately changed direction and rushed over. Could there be a 10th Bijuu? On the sea. A huge monster was moving at an astonishing speed. Every step it took could create huge waves in the sea. Behind this monster, there was an energy jet device, constantly ejecting chakra to prevent this monster from completely falling into the deep sea. Ho, 2nd generation Godzilla is definitely the best work of art in my life. There is absolutely nothing stronger than it. Orochimaru stood on the new model of the mechanical Godzilla, high and mighty. Looking at his terrifying body size, it was no less than 100 meters tall. Orochimaru felt that even if Kurama came, he might not be able to match his work. This time, I don't believe that Brat Sasuke can stop me. A gloomy look flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Last time, he was actually defeated by the sub-body Godzilla, who was summoned by the little brat. It was simply a disgrace. I heard that the 2 little brat, Sasuke and Naruto, even caused a huge commotion, and even made Konoha use the strongest enchantment skill of the 4 Crimson Sun formation. The little brats nowadays are really amazing. Konoha is indeed worthy of being the cradle of geniuses. It would be even better if he could snatch Sasuke's body, but Sasuke didn't even bother to look at him. At this moment, the huge mechanical Godzilla suddenly turned his head. In his huge eyes, red electronic eyes were constantly flashing, apparently scanning something. What is it? Orochimaru frowned and looked at it. An expert emitting a powerful aura flew over at an astonishing speed. He actually flew out of thin air, and even brought an old woman with him. Orochimaru licked his lips, suppressing the surprise in his eyes. The one who was caught like a dead dog was actually Cho. When did this old woman become so attractive and treated like this? I found it. It's mixed with the strange mixture of God Tree and Godzilla. Urashiki with Byakugan quickly observed the mechanical Godzilla. The more he looked at it, the more pleasantly surprised he became. Not long ago, he was wondering if he could combine these 2 plants, but now someone had already done it for him. Very good, a low-level creature like you actually solved my confusion. Thank you so much. Urashiki was not stingy with his praise. Low-class creature. You are a member of Otsutsuki's clan. Our clan is so famous. It is all thanks to Tonari and Ishiki. Urashiki said, my name is Otsutsuki Urashiki. Now, hand it over to me and hand over the technique you use to cultivate this thing. What benefits do I have? I won't kill you. How about it? Ordinary people won't be able to get this kind of promise from me. Urashiki said. Orochimaru sneered again, facing Urashiki with his Byakugan. Compared to this, I remember that I have never obtained Byakugan before. I also don't know what is the difference between Otsutsuki clan's and Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Sharingan, Orochimaru has some reserves, mainly on the battlefield of World War III. Orochimaru used various means to detain it from his subordinates. However, he did not have even a single Byakugan. Uchiha clan has Sharingan. He is Rikuta Sennin's descendant, and Rikuta Sennin is Otsutsuki clan. He has Rinnegan. Then the question was, how did Byakugan come about? In the beginning, was Rikuta Sennin's eyes Sharingan or Byakugan? Considering the relationship between Rinnegan and Sharingan, it seemed that it should be the awakening of Sharingan. But Orochimaru learned from the survivors of Grass Village that the guy named Ishiki had Byakugan. And this Urashiki in front of him also had Byakugan. There was a problem. If Otsutsuki's own eyes were Byakugan, where did Sharingan come from? Or? Orochimaru licked excitedly. He was about to solve this mystery. Cho said weakly, Orochimaru, you are not this guy's opponent. If you want to deal with him, it's best to use a sealing spell, such as the Corpse Ghost Seal. The implication was that, in any case, Orochimaru was not afraid of death. Even if the limit was changed to 1, it was still a profit. Orochimaru coldly glanced at Cho. This old woman was not a good thing. Corpse Ghost Sealing wasn't something that could be casually used. If it was used, it was also a problem whether a dead god could suppress the soul of Otsutsuki's clan. Roar! 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 Mechanical Godzilla roared, his eyes crazily flickering with red light. The jet machine behind him immediately released a large amount of chakra, urging its huge body to launch an attack. It went straight to Urashiki. Then let me see the strength of this combination. Urashiki was very interested. Under his Byakugan's vision, the mechanical Godzilla's body structure could not be hidden. The key was still the combination of the two plants. It seemed that it was not done by putting together the two plants, but it was real fusion. Even with Urashiki's Byakugan could not understand how it was fused. Did these two plants have no genetic conflict? Could it be that they were born with the same relationship as Otsutsuki and the Juhobi, able to swallow and unify each other's genes? Boom! Mechanical Godzilla rushed over with an astonishing might. If it was an ordinary ninja, just being hit would turn them into meat paste on the spot. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki clearly did not care about this power. Urashiki only stretched out his hand, his body floating in the air, directly blocking the mechanical Godzilla. Strength and speed are both very good. Urashiki praised, opened his hand, and a few small pills-like things floated in his hand. To deal with this kind of special combination, I have the qualifications to use pills. Urashiki casually threw a medicinal pill into his mouth. Making medicinal pills was the profound ability of Otsutsuki clan. The principle behind it was to imitate God Tree's chakra fruit and make chakra into a special type of energy medicine. Medicinal pills could greatly increase the strength of Otsutsuki clan in a certain period of time, and could even extend the lifespan of Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, not only did Otsutsuki clan have powerful bloodline potential, they could also obtain a huge increase in strength in a very short period of time through external forces. There was no need for him to be like a ninja, where he needed to cultivate hard. Shua! Mechanical Godzilla waved his claws, and the sharp claws that flashed with a cold light immediately grabbed over. Urashiki only smiled and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Byakugan had already become the Blue Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei! Boom! A huge repulsive force came crashing down and easily sent the huge mechanical Godzilla flying. It was even more sorrowful on the surface of the sea, and with a huge repulsive force, it created a terrifying half-circular depression in the sea. An extremely short period of violent changes triggered a terrible tsunami in the ocean. Shinra Tensei, Rinnegan! Orochimaru's eyes burst out with extreme greed, and he looked at Urashiki's eyes with infatuation. That's right, that's it. My guess is right, Byakugan can also evolve into Rinnegan. Orochimaru muttered to himself. To be able to evolve into Rinnegan's eyes, it was not just Sharingan, but also Byakugan. This made sense. There was a high chance that Rikuta Sennin's initial eyes were not Sharingan, either he was born to be Rinnegan, or Byakugan. Humph! I have unknowingly discovered a truth that is enough to shock Ninja World. Orochimaru let out a low and hoarse voice. It's all because of Uchiha clan. They boast everywhere, and when they open their mouths, they say that our clan's bloodline is noble and can directly lead to Rinnegan. Now, it seems that Byakugan can do the same. Urashiki shook his head with a smile and said gently, it's not what you think. Byakugan and Sharingan still have other districts. Only by eating up God Tree's power would they be able to compare to Rinnegan. There was no direct advancement relationship between Byakugan and Rinnegan, and there was a great difference between them. Haigahoto and the ghosts of the Eye organization both have the Jougan, so the middle stage between Byakugan and Rinnegan is the Jougan? Just like Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru stood on the head of the mechanical Godzilla, comforting the giant beast beneath his feet, and asked. Jougan? You said Jougan. Urashiki frowned. This ninja world, there are actually 2 people who have Jougan? Are you kidding? This is Byakugan who has a special ability. Even in Itsutsuki's clan, not many people had opened their eyes. This required Itsutsuki's pure genes and a sufficiently pure Byakugan to obtain it. Urashiki knew that Momoshike's Byakugan could be said to be a type of Jougan, possessing the ability to see through fate, exceeding the limits of ordinary Byakugan's abilities. As for the others, Ishiki, Kinshiki, including Urashiki himself, their development of Byakugan was mediocre, only possessing the ability to see through. However, this native front of him told him that there were actually 2 people who had awakened their Jougan. On what basis? Did you obtain the Jougan through Tonari and Ishiki? Urashiki asked. I don't know. Looking at you, the Jougan be obtained through you, Otsutsuki. It is even more amazing that the Eye organization can cultivate ghosts. I don't know what they are plotting. Maybe they want to specifically hunt your Otsutsuki clan. Orochimaru was crazy. Urashiki was extremely confused. Ishiki and Tonari, just this person? Ishiki's strength lay in his physical skills and the Hitomi skill in his right eye. Logically speaking, he hadn't dug out Byakugan's Hitomi skill. There was no need to talk about Tonari. The giant Tensagan had relied on the fact that he had killed Hamura's descendants. He had used countless to dig out Hanabi's eyes to open Tensagan. He had also relied on his highly pure bloodline and Hanabi's pure Byakugan to gather Tensagan. If he were to deduct it again, he would turn into an ordinary Byakugan. Even if what you said is true, even if it is true, it is nothing in front of me. Urashiki regained his smile and stared at the mechanical Godzilla. As long as he could obtain this technique and officially control Godzilla, the other was not important. Urashiki raised his hand and threw out a large black stick, wanting to nail the mechanical Godzilla on the spot. If not for a problem, then. Chapter 384, Yuuji vs Urashiki. A large number of black sticks came at him at an astonishing speed. Rinnegan's ability is really enviable. Orochimaru looked at these black sticks and laughed in a low voice. This kind of yin and yang escape creation, if any nail is put on a ninja, it can disrupt the flow of chakra and abolish most of the strength of an expert. However, this was an attack that could be dealt with by the mechanical Godzilla. The mechanical Godzilla quickly scanned the black sticks and growled. He immediately opened his mouth and spat out a red-colored atomic breath, destroying all the black sticks. What kind of attack is this? Is it the atomic breath? This thing you pieced together can also use atomic breath. Urashiki's eyes lit up. Of course, I hope I didn't disappoint you. Orochimaru said. Urashiki was excited. Juobi's signature move was the giant Bijuudama. Godzilla's ultimate move was the atomic breath. Now, it seemed that the destructive power of this ability was no less than that of Bijuudama. After the atomic breath broke many black sticks, he took the opportunity to attack Urashiki. However, Urashiki floated in the air, and he did not need to dodge, blocking the attack head-on. Blue Rinnegan continued to spread out rays of light. He was using repulsive force to resist the atomic breath, forcefully dispersing the force of the atomic breath. This chakra is very astonishing. Just combining the body of 2 plants together to this extent. Urashiki swung the fishing rod in his hand, and the fishing line seemed to come alive. It began to shuttle at an astonishing speed, piercing through the light beam of the atomic breath. In the next moment, Urashiki shook his wrist, and the atomic breath collapsed. The chakra within was also fished out by Urashiki, and grabbed in his hand. This thing belongs to me. Urashiki said, stuffing the newly made pills into his mouth, and his strength increased by another level. Mechanical Godzilla growled, and launched another attack according to the program logic. This time, it gathered a larger amount of chakra, and sprayed out a stronger spiral atomic breath. Orochimaru also took the opportunity to attack. He opened his mouth, stretched Kusanagi's sword, and fiercely stabbed it into Urashiki's arm. As long as I stop you from using that weapon, it will be fine. Orochimaru's eyes were full of malice. He had never seen this pair of blue Rinnegan before. For now, it did not seem much different from Nagato's eyes. Urashiki shook his head with a smile. He still acted casually and calmly. Even if his red fishing rod is really abolished, it is impossible to stop him. Because, he had more than one weapon like this. Urashiki suddenly let go of his hand and threw Cho down. Cho gasped for breath. In addition to fear, she also had the joy of escaping the claws. Next, it would depend on whether she could escape the destructive range of the spiral atomic breath. Shua! Urashiki freed up a hand and took out the second weapon, red fish basket. He grabbed the palm-sized fish basket and aimed it at the spiral atomic breath that was coming. That attack, which was bigger than a whole person, was sucked in the moment it came into contact with the fish basket. This little red-colored fish basket seemed to have endless space, absorbing all the attacks. The chakra is left by my Otsutsuki clan in Ninja World, and you still want to use chakra to deal with me? Don't joke around. Urashiki grabbed the fish basket, shook it, and once again aimed at the mechanical Godzilla. In the fish basket, red-colored light immediately rose. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Boom! The atomic breath that was almost exactly the same was released by the basket. Not only can he absorb ninjutsu, but he can also rebound ninjutsu back. Orochimaru's expression changed. What kind of weapon is this? Even Nagato and Hitomi don't have this kind of ability, right? Not just a simple rebound, but also can increase the power of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is of no use to our family at all. Urashiki laughed. Red atomic breath that gushed out from the fish basket suddenly swelled up, and its power became even more massive. It directly bombarded the body of Godzilla. This attack directly caused the body of Godzilla to collapse in a large area, and even revealed the real body tissues in his body. Urashiki carefully observed, it is actually a perfect fusion. This means that Godzilla's gene level is no less than God trees. This is very good, but how did he manage to fuse it? According to his observations, the two plants in this monster only fused together when they came into contact with each other, but they did not completely fuse together. It was more like a high-level grafting. But how did he do it? My mechanical Godzilla. Orochimaru was very reluctant to part with him, and he forced himself to endure his heartache. As smart as he was, he had already guessed that the fluctuation emitted by the mechanical Godzilla had attracted this Otsutsuki. And the difference in strength between him and Otsutsuki's Urashiki was too great. The Gedo statue is indeed something that belongs to Otsutsuki's clan, so it can trigger the perception of Otsutsuki's clan. Orochimaru's heart was full of unwillingness. He felt that he was simply too unlucky. He clearly didn't get anything, but he had to give up the mechanical Godzilla he had painstakingly cultivated. I can only think of a way to lure this guy to that place. Orochimaru quickly thought about it, and then shouted in a low voice, "Hey, you found me because of Gedo statue, right?" "You can put it that way," Urashiki said. "Then, do you want to know where the real Gedo statue is?" "No. In Omegakure. That's not important. I'm not interested in dealing with the golems." He looked at Orochimaru and was about to kill him, but Orochimaru directly controlled the mechanical Godzilla, driving him crazily, and flew up. But he didn't rush to Omegakure, but continued to fly deeper into the sea. Urashiki was deep in thought, and with the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse, he unhurriedly chased after him. Omegakure? He knew this place. It seemed to be the stronghold of that Akatsuki, but the direction he was heading in now was not Omegakure's position. The two of them moved quickly in the air, one in front and one behind, but the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Damn it, only those few people can deal with this guy now. Should we call out that person here? Orochimaru was very hesitant. He also had a trump card. But the problem was, once he used this trump card, he wasn't sure what the consequences would be, and he might directly fail. Even if he succeeded, he might not be able to control it. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru wasn't sure whether Akatsuki's 2 men were real or not. If they really were, once they used Edo Tensei, they would directly fail. Even if they succeeded. Orochimaru suspected that with his perfection of Edo Tensei, it was very likely that he couldn't control these 2 legendary ninjas. In the past few years, Ninja World had fought against Cage level several times. Orochimaru also carefully understood that these were terrifying battles comparable to natural disasters, far surpassing Cage level's limits. Orochimaru was uncertain. Urashiki began to attack Godzilla continuously, removing the fragments from the mechanical Godzilla's body. Godzilla's Holy Land. The battle between the 2 had already attracted the attention of many Godzilla. Many Godzilla raised their heads and roared. Oh! Is this Holy Land of Godzilla? Urashiki's face was full of joy. Looking at the numerous Godzilla, he felt very happy. This was a super plant that could rival the Juhobi. That's right, Otsutsuki, even if you want to get something from this island, you will die a miserable death. Orochimaru shouted. Urashiki did not care. No one can kill me. You know nothing about me. Boom. 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 Many Godzilla spat out their atomic breath and attacked the mechanical Godzilla first. The mechanical Godzilla was smashed into pieces and fell to the ground. Orochimaru also jumped down in a sorry state, and as soon as he entered the island, he began to frantically flee. Now, no one cared about a small character like Orochimaru. He immediately arrived above the Holy Land, looking down from above. Even this island itself is a huge Godzilla? Although its shape is very strange, like a turtle. Urashiki observed one after another, deep in thought. In that case, he would first grab one of Godzilla, dissect it, and study the body structure to create it. Boom! 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 Godzilla spewed out another round of atomic breath, instantly drowning Urashiki. However, it was very clear that this kind of attack would not really kill Urashiki. A large number of attacks were easily blocked by Urashiki, and they were all dealt with by fishing rod and fishing basket. Not a bad attack. Even from the perspective of these Godzilla's attack, they are already very qualified pets. Urashiki felt gratified. It was not good to be too docile, but it was better to be more violent. What Urashiki was thinking about right now was whether he could break away from the restriction of the clan, break away from his reliance on Juhobi, and create a powerful plant system that belonged to him to contend with the clan. Urashiki casually sent out a Shinra Tensei and sent many Godzilla flying, flattening the surface of the island. He looked around, wanting to find the strongest individual on this island. Is this strongest one? It is not even 100 meters tall. No matter how you look at it, it should not be the mother. Urashiki stared at the sub-body Godzilla and was very dissatisfied. He knew that Konoha used the 200-meter high Godzilla mode, which was more like the mother. Then this so-called Holy Land of Godzilla was essentially the place to put in the children? In that case, there is no need for me to show mercy. Even if I kill these Godzilla, it won't affect me. Urashiki laughed, waved his hand, and created a large number of black sticks, like a drizzle, densely packed with Godzilla who was going to nail his residence. Orochimaru, who had just drilled into the sea, popped his head out and looked at the astonishing number of black sticks, which made his scalp numb. In the face of such a concentrated attack from Yin-Yang Escape, how could he dodge? In fact, he didn't need to hide. A figure slowly appeared, and in an instant, countless clones appeared. They activated white-hot lights technique together and destroyed these black rods head-on. The entire island seemed to have turned into a sea of light. The terrifying high temperature was rising at an astonishing speed, and the surrounding sea water evaporated in a large area, turning into thick fog. You dare to be so impudent in my territory? Otsutsuki Urashiki, do you not want to live anymore? Yuuji calmly withdrew all of his clones and looked at him calmly. Urashiki lowered his head and looked at Yuuji. The two of them looked at each other. Are you Sir Shiranui Yuuji? The biggest variable in this timeline. Urashiki revealed a brilliant smile. You might not know who I am, that's why you dare to speak to me in such a manner. You're just a lizard running around for Otsutsuki's family. In any case, you're also a dog for others, so you might as well be my dog. Yuuji said. Urashiki frowned and looked at Yuuji. How rude. I respect you very much, but you treat me like this. Urashiki, if you are willing to take off your hypocritical mask and change into another form like a mad dog, then you can say this again. Yuuji said coldly, in my eyes, you have no secrets to speak of. Yurashiki's expression changed slightly. This guy knows that I have another form and knows that I have a double personality? What kind of joke was this? He had never revealed his other form on this planet, whether it was now or in the future. How did this native know? How did you know about me? Yurashiki's expression changed. Yuuji did not answer immediately. He just glanced in Orochimaru's direction and pointed. Many Godzilla roared and rushed towards Orochimaru, scaring him into fleeing in panic. You're just a stray dog from the future. What's so strange about it? Yuuji said lightly. Yurasaki thought hard, therefore, I only guessed half of it correctly. Godzilla is not a native of this planet, but from an alien planet. And you, the person who controls Godzilla, are also an alien. Whatever you say, when I killed Ishiki, he also liked to make wild guesses. Yuuji said. Yurasaki showed an even more cautious attitude. Logically speaking, there was no way this sort of planet could produce plants that were comparable to God Tree, especially if it had already been invaded by God Tree. If Godzilla came from the universe, then what was this human that could control Godzilla? One had to know that in the future, they do not have any traces of this human. Looks like I can only test it out. Yurasaki was ready to move. He aimed the fish basket at Yuuji's position. Blue light gushed out. It was the breath of the atom that he had just absorbed. Yuuji did not make any concessions and began to fight head-on. A powerful shockwave spread out, destroying the island. It was extremely miserable. Violent tremors continued to spread out, shaking the entire ocean and causing endless roars. This shocking battle erupted, the weather changing, destined to shock the entire world once again, and even the intensity of the battle would exceed the number of battles Cage Level had fought in the past. It was at this time that a spatial tunnel opened, and Sasuke, who had sensed the commotion, hurried over. You've already fought? I'm not too late. Sasuke used Rinnegan to quickly observe the situation. Chapter 385, I will never allow you to gloat. Sensei, that Yurasaki guy is right here. Oh. Boruto also followed Sasuke out of the spatial tunnel, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. It was a scene of devastation. The broken ground was silently telling what had just happened here. The imposing Godzilla was running around in an extremely violent manner, occasionally letting out angry roars. Seeing so many giant beasts that had fallen into a berserk state, Boruto was immediately unable to move his eyes away. This is Godzilla. This is the first time I've seen him. Boruto muttered subconsciously. Be careful, Boruto. This place is filled with a large amount of radiation. Use chakra to protect yourself. Sasuke shouted. Got it, sensei. Boruto hurriedly used chakra to protect himself. This is the first time I've seen such a lizard monster. Isn't this too terrifying? Each body can spread radiation. With so many monsters gathered together. Wherever they passed, even if they did nothing, countless lives would be lost. This kind of terrifying creature seemed to be born with a natural disaster. Was this really something that could be born in the past? Sasuke was also very cautious. His understanding of this creature was infinitely close to zero. He had never even heard of it. Sensei, that Yurasaki guy actually didn't open his mouth to kill the other party. Who is he? Boruto looked at this great battle and couldn't help but ask. Sasuke paused and said in a low voice, he is the legendary Shiranui Yuuji. He is the guardian of many people. His prestige in the village can even surpass Shao De Hokage. So it's him. He should be the strongest among Ninja World. Boruto looked at him with blazing eyes. The confrontation between Yuuji and Yurasaki was earth-shattering, causing the wind and clouds to change, and just the explosive chakra was enough to set off stormy waves. Fortunately, it was a battle in the sea, and if it was directly on land, the damage it caused would not be any less than the fierce battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. However, Sasuke knew very well that the two of them hadn't used their true strength up until now. This seemingly intense battle that had caused great destruction was only a test of each other. The shockwaves continued to spread, causing the giant turtle beneath their feet to let out cries of pain. The island on the turtle shell was blasted through, the turtle shell shattered, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Sasuke frowned, constantly changing positions with Boruto to avoid the blood that the giant turtle had sprayed out. This Godzilla is like a turtle, very similar to Kumigakure's giant turtle, but it is many times bigger. Sasuke glanced at it and didn't think too much about it. He protected Boruto to prevent his blood from splashing on him. Any drop of blood carried a shocking radiation, enough to cause great damage to the human body. Boom! Another energy beam was scattered, turning into a dense beam of light that wantonly ravaged the ground and the ocean. Everywhere it passed, everything evaporated. Sensei, who is stronger than him? Boruto asked with fiery eyes. Me and Shiranui Yuuji. Of course, I am stronger. Sasuke answered without hesitation. He was the savior who had obtained the power of Rikuta Sennin and Rikuta Sennin, and had personally sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya. Even if Rikuta Sennin had almost used up all his strength, he could still touch the threshold of Rikuta Sennin level. Sasuke was very proud of himself. He must be stronger than this Shiranui Yuuji. However, even if he is strong, there should be a limit to his strength. Sasuke observed Yuuji and continuously evaluated him. He also had a competitive heart. Even though he already had some understanding of Yuuji's deeds and knew that this person was his own sensei at this time, he still had a good impression of Yuuji. However, he still had a competitive heart. Sasuke was also very curious. How far could this rising man, who had almost changed Ninja World's path, grow to? Just from his past deeds, he is more like a prophesied child than Naruto. Sasuke thought silently. Sasuke also knew that the so-called prophesied child was just to find the savior who sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya. Now, it seemed that Yuuji was more suitable than Naruto. According to what Sasuke knew, before Naruto, Jiraiya had always thought that Nagato was the son of destiny. Yuuji and Nagato? These two people killed his Hiki one after another. They are worthy of the position of the prophesied child. Boom! It was another fierce confrontation, and countless Godzilla were sent flying, falling into the ocean one after another. However, these Godzilla were all very angry, opening their mouths and occasionally attacking Urashiki. Looking up, the entire sky was filled with dazzling beams of light. The frequency was very high, very shocking. Who? A Godzilla walked over, apparently discovering Sasuke and Boruto. This Godzilla is very large, no less than the 9 tails. Could it be my psychic beast at this time? Sasuke protected Boruto behind him and did not make any drastic moves to avoid provoking this monster. The sub-body Godzilla stared at Sasuke for a long time. He seemed a little confused and uncertain, but in the end, he did nothing and stopped the other Godzilla who rushed over. This guy has a very high IQ. He recognized me. Sasuke muttered to himself. Roar! Finally, the island under their feet couldn't take it anymore. They were seriously injured. After wailing, they dived into the sea. Many of Godzilla also took the opportunity to dive into the sea. Anyway, they could survive in the sea. Tisk tisk, Your Excellency Yuuji, your island has sunk. Is it really okay? Urashiki smiled slightly. Yuuji was expressionless. So be it. After I kill you, I'll heal it. Urashiki shook his head. Are you that confident? Although I don't know what your origin is, whether you are a native or an alien like me, but if you underestimate Otsutsuki, you will suffer a big loss. The two looked at each other. In the battle just now, both sides did not bring out their full strength. They were just testing each other, but they also generally understood each other's strength. Obviously, Urashiki was more calm, and Yuuji inevitably had to consume more. At the peak of cage level, facing Rikuta Sennin level life form, he would inevitably suffer some losses. Not to mention, Otsutsuki's clan was best at playing with chakra, and did not have the concept of technique, and the attack section was instantaneous. In his hands were two powerful weapons, the fishing rod and the fishing basket. Well, if I didn't want to resurrect God Tree, I would really like to spend some time to get to know you. Urashiki observed Yuuji's expression and deliberately said God Tree's words, but Yuuji was calm and did not show any surprise. This time, Urashiki confirmed that this guy called Yuuji actually knew Otsutsuki's clan very well. This caused Urashiki to have a strange illusion in his heart. It was as if he, the transmigrator, was a fake, and this Shiranui Yuuji was the real transmigrator. I originally didn't plan on paying attention to Ishiki, but now it seems that Ishiki might know more about this guy. Urashiki had some doubts. There were too many mysteries about Shiranui Yuuji that made Urashiki feel uneasy. It seems that I can only think of a way to kill you and then investigate the mystery on your body. Urashiki said. At this time, Sasuke appeared directly, and looked at Piyushi with Rinnegan. With me here, you can't kill him. Without you, he wouldn't have been able to kill me, Yuuji said calmly. Yes, he couldn't let Shizuke succeed in acting tough. Shizuke, you are finally willing to come out. You have been here for such a long time, but you are still watching the show. When you see yourself, why don't you take the initiative to pay your respects? Urashiki smiled contemptuously. Shizuke said, in my growth experience, there is no one like him. Your words are useless to me. Urashiki sneered and said to Yuuji, aren't you surprised to see your adult disciple? Do you want to know his background? He is just a future Uchiha Shizuke. What is there to be curious about? Yuuji shrugged. Shizuke glanced at Yuuji in surprise. How did he know? Even Shizuke himself was extremely shocked about the matter of time travel, but why was this current ninja world of the first tier so calm? It was as if he had already known. Did Itachi report to him? But this should not be the case. Itachi was not the kind of person who would do things carelessly. The figure of Yuuji reflected in Sasuke's Rinnegan. He only felt that this person who had never appeared in his history was like a mystery. Let Boruto stand further away. If he is affected, he will die easily. You can't explain to Naruto when you go back. Yuuji was not polite at all and ordered immediately. Shizuke was stunned. He even knew about Boruto and knew that Boruto was Naruto's son? He had never told Itachi about this. Shizuke was numb. He was obviously stronger than Yuuji, but for some reason, he felt fear and awe for Yuuji. Oh! I know. I am very strong. I will definitely not hinder you. Boruto stood behind a broken tree trunk and waved his hand. Urashiki directly ignored the little brat Boruto. You want to defeat me with just the two of you? I'm not that idiot Kaguya, who obviously ate the chakra fruit, but showed mercy to his descendants, otherwise I would lose to you for no reason. Urashiki sneered. He should be more serious and take out a bit of real strength. Get rid of these two guys as soon as possible, then seize Godzilla's mother as soon as possible, and then look for his haki. At this time, Urashiki even felt that the matter of catching the nine tails could be put aside, it was not important to begin with. Be careful. According to your judgment of strength level, this guy's strength is beyond that of a super cage, reaching the level of Rikudo Sennin back then. Shizuke was worried that Yuuji would drag him back, and he very seriously reminded Yuuji. Well, no matter how powerful this Shiranui Yuuji was, he had never faced a real Rikudo Sennin super expert. As for the guy who was defeated by Yuuji, his name was Otsutsuki Ishiki. To be honest, at this time, Shizuke had never heard of the name Ishiki. He didn't even know the shell tissue created by Ishiki, and he didn't even experience Otsutsuki Ishiki's terrifying taijutsu that kicked the complete body of Susanoo. He had never experienced the fear of being beaten by Otsutsuki Ishiki many times. It was a power far beyond that of Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Shizuke thought about it and felt that it was unreliable. This strange Otsutsuki called Ishiki was first defeated by Yuuji. It was not a big deal, but it was said that he was even beaten to death by Nagato? What kind of trash was this to be beaten down by trash like Nagato? At this point in time, Nagato seemed to be a little stronger than the one he knew was defeated by Sage. Shizuke wondered whether Ishiki was Otsutsuki or a descendant of Hamura like Tonari. Also, don't compare Ishiki with Urashiki. There is no comparison between the two. Shizuke warned. In Sasuke's knowledge, Urashiki was definitely much stronger than Ishiki. It was the real Otsutsuki who crossed the universe and came from the universe. Well, I know what you're talking about. It's just a powerhouse at the level of Rikudo Sennin, which has reached the level of Kekii Mora. The moment Yuuji opened his mouth, Shizuke was shocked. You also know about Kekii Mora. Is it very strange? When you and Naruto sealed Kaguya, you also personally experienced the power of this bloodline. Yuuji said. You even know about Kaguya. Shizuke was secretly shocked. He could no longer understand this person. Have you seen Kaguya? No, but I saw Rikudo Sennin at the entrance of the Pure Land and had a small conflict with him. Yuuji said. That time, Obito killed Tonari, and Tonari's soul was happily sucked into the soil. Yuuji directly intervened and used Rinnegan to forcibly take away Tonari's soul and imprisoned him in Takamagahara. Rikudo Sennin definitely disliked him very much. However, Shizuke did not know about this process. His eyes quietly changed, and he reluctantly regarded Yuuji as an existence on the same level as himself. Well, knowing so many secrets, even if he had not fought with the real Rikudo Sennin super expert, at least he would not be too much of a loser. Sasuke could not let Yuuji die here. Once Yuuji died, no one knew where the development trajectory of this world would turn to. Old man Rikuta Sennin is probably watching our every move at this time. Sasuke, maybe he will jump out and share Rikuta Sennin's power with you when you are about to lose. Yuuji said lightly. Sasuke nodded slightly. Although I don't know why you know me so well, I have no choice but to go to his place to inherit Rikuta Sennin's power. If I let him win, there will be no future in this world. Not to mention sealing Kaguya. Sasuke was very responsible. He wanted to beat down the Urashiki as the first priority. He wanted to let go of things like sealing Kaguya. You two talk as if no one else is around. Don't think that I don't exist. Urashiki dug his ears and revealed his fishing rod. Is there a need to? Sasuke said. Why are you in such a hurry to die? Yuuji immediately said. Sasuke choked. Damn it, why did this person always interrupt him every time he wanted to gloat? Yuuji stood where he was, and his body began to change. A strange substance emerged and changed his body shape. This is Godzilla mode. Merge Godzilla into the body and use Bijuu's method. Sasuke looked at Yuuji out of the corner of his eye. He was not to be outdone, and purple ribs appeared on the surface of his body. Chapter 386, One Cut Off Urashiki. Godzilla mode and Susanoo, Tisk. Urashiki carefully sized up Yuuji and Sasuke. These two people were not people that could be easily defeated, both of them had extremely powerful strength. I will attack first, I have fought with Otsutsuki before, I have more experience, you come and support me. Sasuke said in a low voice. Yuuji nodded his head and gave up his position. Sasuke rode the Susanoo and directly rushed over. At the same time, the strength of Hitomi in his eyes increased once again, strengthening the Susanoo. The Susanoo, which was originally only a few ribs, in an instant, transformed into a half-body giant, pulling the bowstring and shooting arrows, aiming at Urashiki. Because of Indra's arrow. The purple arrow shot out at an exaggerated speed, an ordinary superior ninja could not even see the trajectory of this arrow. However, he casually avoided it, and with a swing of his fishing rod, he deflected the arrow. Sasuke took the opportunity to pull away the distance, and a katana also appeared in the hand of Susanoo, which was aimed at Urashiki and fiercely chopped down. Even the ocean was torn apart, and the impact directly reached the ground, creating a huge chasm at the bottom of the ocean, creating a terrifying ravine. Urashiki moved to the side of Sasuke, looking at the Susanoo that was about to use the fishing rod to pierce through Sasuke. At this time, Yuuji moved, his body expanded, and his speed also increased, smashing Urashiki like a boulder. He opened his mouth and spat out an atomic breath, sending Urashiki flying. So powerful. Boruto hid in the sea water in the distance and carefully hid his figure. He watched in a daze. Well, in fact, he didn't see a hair. He couldn't even see the afterimages left when they moved. When the three people fought, they directly disappeared from his field of vision. He only saw the sea constantly crack, and after a while, there was a roar of collision. Since you have fought with that as Hiki, you should know the characteristics of Otsutsuki's clan. Don't use ninjutsu to deal with them. This has no effect at all. Instead, it will provide them with chakra. Sasuke couldn't help but remind. I know. I am not using ninjutsu. Yuuji, who had already turned into a small Godzilla, stretched out his claws and pointed ahead. Large amounts of charred black appeared on the surface of the Urashiki body. It was obvious that he had suffered some light injuries. Senjutsu. Sasuke's expression changed slightly as he looked at Yuuji in surprise. Is it very strange? In any case, I also control a holy land. It is very normal for me to control senjutsu. Yuuji lightly said. If you want to defeat Otsutsuki clan, you either use pure physical skills to defeat the body of the other party, or use the real matter in the real world to launch an attack, such as the flame of the mountain, or use senjutsu. Otsutsuki clan can easily absorb ninjutsu attacks, but they can't absorb the natural energy of senjutsu. Amazing. Sasuke nodded and commented. You two guys, do you know how painful this is? Urashiki lowered his head and looked at his injuries in dissatisfaction. That burning sensation made him feel extremely painful. How long had it been since he was injured? Who knew? It had already been a long time. It seemed that he had to be more serious. If he was careless, he might really lose. Then I will be a little more serious. I will eat a few pills and then fight you. He opened his hand, and 3 small pills floated in his palm. He swallowed them in one gulp. The chakra fluctuation on his body suddenly increased by a lot. Otsutsuki Momoshiki also used this kind of chakra medicine. Be careful. Sasuke's heart sank. Taking chakra everywhere, no matter if it is making chakra fruits or pills, it is essentially just taking drugs. Your clan is really looked down on. Who? Yuuji's body crazily expanded, and instantly turned into a 200-meter tall giant beast, covering the sky and covering the sun. The heat from his nostrils was like a hurricane. Urashiki also looked at the current Yuuji in surprise. Other than God Tree, he had never seen such a powerful plant. Sasuke also immediately used full-body Susanoo. Nearly 200 meters tall purple giant, holding a huge katana, was similarly terrifying. Compared to these two giants, Urashiki was as small as an ant. Not bad, you two. Urashiki flew into the sky, looking at Yuuji and Sasuke with a sneer. Yuuji and Sasuke looked at each other, and it was still Sasuke who attacked first. The 2 samurai swords slashed out in succession, their speed reaching a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. They slashed at Urashiki in a dense manner, trying to block all the moving space of Urashiki as much as possible. Urashiki created many black sticks and accurately bombarded the path of Sasuke's attack. Bang! 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 An ear-piercing and dense sound resounded. After Root's black stick collided with Susanoo, it exploded on the spot. Obviously, there was no way to truly destroy the powerful defense of Susanoo. But it also stopped Sasuke's attack. Urashiki took the opportunity to abandon Sasuke and rushed towards Yuuji. This guy Sasuke came from the future, he could deal with him at any time. However, there were very few opportunities to snatch Godzilla. It would be such a waste to have such a powerful creature with you. You should hand it over to me as soon as possible. Urashiki had a greedy look on his face. Yuuji moved forward, turned sideways, and swung the tail behind him. Urashiki smiled strangely. The blue Rinnegan glared, and a spatial crack opened, swallowing him. Almost at the same time, Urashiki walked out from another spatial crack. There was no delay in the entire process. This is not an ordinary spatial Hitomi technique. Sasuke was shocked. He thought that even he would not be able to open the spatial tunnel at such a fast speed, let alone be able to move the space in another place at the same time. He seemed to have seen this kind of spatial Hitomi technique many years ago. Otsutsuki Kagai's Yamatsu no Shirasaka. Why does this guy also know spatial Hitomi technique at this time? Sasuke's expression changed. This way, the difficulty of killing Urashiki would inevitably increase greatly. Shua. Red-colored fish hook was lightly swung by Urashiki and hooked onto Yuuji's huge body. He, you really are lacking in knowledge. You got hit by me so easily. Next, I just need to fish out the main body of Godzilla from your body. Pushi was very excited and immediately began to exert strength, pulling the fishing rod with all his might. However, he did not pull it. I can't pull it. How can I not pull it? If it is related to chakra, do I have to pull something that I can't do? Urashiki's face was gloom, and he released even more power. Vaguely, the fishing line moved. Urashiki had a look of realization. It's not my problem. It seems that this Godzilla's body is too large, and the amount of body he has is too large, so he needs to use more power. Yuuji stretched out his huge claws, directly grabbing this thin line of red, and immediately began to pull. Sasuke also hastily pulled over, using Amaterasu. Black flames burned on Urashiki's body. Just when Urashiki was disdainfully absorbing Amaterasu flame, Sasuke quickly rushed over with Susanoo, and was about to cut down again. Urashiki wanted to leave, but was held back by Yuuji with the fishing line, and in addition, there was still Amaterasu fire on his body that he needed to divide his attention to absorb. Oh no! Urashiki's expression changed. I still got the chance. How are you going to dodge this blade? Sasuke shouted. Susanoo raised his hands to the left and right, one hand holding the blade while the other suddenly grabbed out, grabbing Boruto in the distance and protecting him. Rumble. As a result, this blade really did hit Urashiki directly, the katana fiercely chopped down, and Urashiki was already cut into the sea. Sasuke almost used all the strength in his body. As a result, after the sea in front of him suffered this blow, a radius of several hundred li immediately caved in, and in an instant, there were cracks that made one's scalp numb, filling every drop of the sea water, as if a corner of the world had shattered into countless pieces and disappeared. Not only that, the shock wave from this slash easily split the huge ocean into two, and endless sea water surged to the left and right sides, shaking the earth. This slash was from the east side of the continent, which was also from the Great Sea on the east side of the Fire Nation and the Thunder Nation, and the aftermath spread all the way to the east and tore apart. Therefore, the Earth Nation and the Wind Nation on the west end of the continent were unlucky. The shock wave from this slash cut through the ocean all the way, and the endless sea water rolled wildly. The remaining shock wave ran half of the planet, extending the last bit of damage to the land. The entire western part of the continent suffered such a heavy blow. Sea water crashed into the ground, sending waves of seawater that weighed hundreds of millions of tons crashing into the ground. Following this, a violent vibration erupted, as if everything had been split apart by the shock wave of this blade. It was unknown how many disasters had erupted, and houses had collapsed. The ninjas of the two great countries fell into panic. The more powerful the ninjas were, the more they understood how terrifying this attack was. This had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. What's going on? Where did this attack come from? Did the fourth great battle of Ninja World break out? Many of us have died. It's too scary. It seems to be a battle that broke out from the sea. Send someone to investigate. Some people stood by the sea and looked at the sea in horror. There were two terrifying barriers that slowly separated. When the impact dissipated, they began to slowly close. It was like two dark clouds that swallowed the world. The Earth's crust trembled violently, and the successive disasters would cause them to be exhausted for a period of time in the future. This. Who has such terrifying destructive power? Nagato or Yuuji? But even they have never used such an attack. Everyone was stunned. However, the people fighting in the ocean clearly did not care about the lives of these people. As the initiator of the evil, Sasuke also did not care. In the fourth great battle of Ninja World, in order to defeat Madara, Obito, Jobi, and Otsutsuki Kagaya, who knew how many people had died. That was really Bijuudama flying all over the sky, and it was the super Bijuudama that Jobi spat out, and any one of them could destroy the world. After personally experiencing and ending all of this, Sasuke clearly knew that if he didn't do his best to deal with the enemy, this world would die sooner or later. What did it matter if a group of unlucky people died? Back then, after he sealed Kagaya, he controlled 9 Bijuu, planning to kill Naruto and rule the world in terror. Whoever didn't obey, he would kill them. What was the point of dying now? Sasuke's face was full of murderous intent, and his eyes were full of hostility. The heart that had stopped after losing an arm finally recovered a little at this moment. You're excited, Sasuke. This seems to be your real appearance. Yuuji glanced at Sasuke and nodded slightly. You are not surprised at all, don't tell me you know my strength. Sasuke indifferently took back the katana of Susanoo, staring at the sea, and asked at the same time. This was an attack that was barely comparable to Rikuta Sennin's level, and the speed and strength of the attack were beyond imagination. But this Shiranui Yuuji was not surprised in the slightest. Was he pretending to be calm, or did he have confidence in his heart? Sasuke was more and more confused. There were too many mysteries about Yuuji that he could not figure out at all. Just like how he could see the history of another world and know all of his experiences, he was not surprised. But, how was this possible? Father's pupil technique is very special. It can see the coordinates of my aim no Tejikara. Either it can see the coordinates of time and space, or it can predict the future. Will it have something to do with this? In an instant, Sasuke thought of this possibility in his mind, but he quickly threw it away because it was unrealistic. In the end, Fugaku's eyes were just ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he could really see the future, there would be a great restriction. He would be blind in a few times. Don't let your imagination run wild. Urashiki won't die so easily. The real bitter battle is at the back. Yuuji appeared very calm. Sure enough, after a while, Urashiki flew out unsteadily. His entire body was tattered, and there was a hideous scar on the surface of his body. It was almost as if he was going to be cut in half. Well done, you two. You are clearly unfamiliar with each other, but you are able to quickly come up with this kind of tactic without communicating. It really makes me look at you in a new light. You almost became the saviors of this world. Urashiki's mouth overflowed with blood, but he was still trying to restrain the tyrannical emotions deep in his heart. There was actually a gentle smile on his face, maintaining the most basic etiquette. What a joke, Otsutsuki! Yuuji was still holding onto the fishing line in his hand, his gaze constantly scanning Yurishiki's body. Where is it? That Otsutsuki's precious artifact that can travel through time, is it still not willing to take it out now? Not willing to take it out after so long, Yuuji was in a difficult position. The two of you have angered me. Then I will let you see my true strength. The power that belongs to me, Otsutsuki Yurishiki. Yurishiki's expression gradually twisted. It was obvious that he could not hold on any longer. Under the gaze of Yuuji and Suzuki, he did not even bother to retrieve the fishing rod that was hooked on Yuuji's body. Instead, he took out a backhand fishing basket. Although entering that crazy state would allow him to activate the third Rinnegan and greatly increase his strength, it would also cause him to fall into madness and lose his mind. But Yurishiki had no other choice. Chapter 387, Gurren Mode's Strongest Attack. So powerful, Sensei, is this your strength? And that uncle over there is also very powerful, not inferior to Sensei at all. Boruto was completely stunned by the hand of Sasuke's Susanoo. He opened his eyes wide, not daring to look away at the scene in front of him. That terrifying attack that seemed to split the heaven and earth into two was something that Boruto did not even dare to dream of. This time, he had a preliminary understanding of the terrifying strength of one of Ninja World's saviors. What made Boruto even more concerned was that in the face of Sasuke's powerful attack, Yuuji actually appeared so calm. This was very illogical. Boruto, don't call me uncle. I'm still very young, not even 30. Yuuji said. Ah. I'm really sorry. I couldn't help but. Boruto trembled as he looked at the super giant beast that Yuuji had transformed into. He swallowed his saliva and his eyes burned. So powerful. If he could also have such a psychic beast, how cool would that be? Be careful. I don't know what pupil he is going to use again. We still know too little about him. As Suzuki spoke, he threw Boruto into the prism on Susanoo's forehead and placed it beside him. Boruto looked around with great excitement, as if he was controlling Susanoo. Are we going to enter that form? Yuuji calmly looked. Compared to this, he was still more concerned about where this guy had hidden Karasuki. No matter what he wants to do, he will be able to succeed with absolute protection. Sasuke's face darkened, and he drove Susanoo, strode forward with a bang, and rushed over. Swish! Amaterasu spread to his huge katana, turning it into the Amaterasu blade, and immediately slashed at Yurishiki. This time, Yurishiki with a twisted face teleported to a place a few meters away, easily avoiding the Amaterasu fire. Suzuki continued to attack, but each time, Yurishiki dodged with precision. How could it be? I can't see the casting process of the spatial technique at all. Suzuki frowned. Yamatsu Hirasaka? No, he didn't even open the most basic spatial tunnel, but he instantly completed teleportation. Even the teleportation technique couldn't reach this level. Kukiku, stop dreaming, you can't hit me. If not for the fact that I didn't put you in my eyes and wanted to catch Godzilla as soon as possible, how could I have let you hit me? Yurishiki gritted his teeth in hatred and stuffed all the pills in his hand into his mouth. Suzuki, this guy is indeed using time and space abilities, but not pupils, so you can't be so reckless. Yuuji stood motionless in place, just observing quietly, looking unreasonably calm. Suzuki was shocked in his heart. What did you say? It is a space-time ability, but not a space-time Hitomi technique? Could it be time? This kind of ability that could teleport multiple times, but made Sasuke's Rinnegan unable to see any movement trajectory, was actually the ability of time. Hoo, that's right, my eyes can see the future. After chewing a few times, he ate all the pills and laughed crazily. If not for saving chakra to recharge that thing, you wouldn't have hurt me. Although that thing, Karasuki, was useful, but the consumption was also very terrifying. Before obtaining the nine-tailed chakra, Yurishiki did not dare to casually use Blue Rinnegan's time Hitomi technique. After experiencing the same thing over and over again for a certain period of time, then finding a targeted response plan, and then going back to a few seconds ago and fixing your position. This is the real Hitomi technique of your eyes. Therefore, you can accurately dodge all of Sasuke's attacks in a near-instant movement. Yuuji opened his huge, sinister, and terrifying mouth, revealing sharp teeth that were connected to his head. He slowly said, "This, actually easily knowing the information of the enemy's strange ability through observation. Boruto unconsciously opened his mouth wide and was frightened. What kind of monster could do this? Sasuke looked at Yuuji calmly. Well, he was not as surprised as before. He had been stimulated by this man many times, and his body was numb. Yuuji opened his mouth and spat out an attack, which was quickly absorbed by Urashiki with the basket. To be honest, Urashiki actually displayed the time Hitomi technique before entering the second form, which made Yuuji a little surprised, because there was no need for that. Originally, when Urashiki first fought with Sasuke and Jiraiya, it only used the ordinary space Hitomi technique to open the space tunnel. He did not immediately use the time Hitomi technique. Even during the physical battle, he used the red-colored fishing rod to compete with Sasuke, who used Kusanagi sword. After capturing Naruto and barely passing through the 8 trigram seal to obtain a portion of the Kyuubi chakra, he had the confidence to use the time Hitomi technique. But now, he didn't even get a single hair of it. Although he had robbed the dragon vein chakra, it was obvious that the amount of chakra in the dragon vein was not worth mentioning to. This guy is hesitating. Yuuji opened his mouth, and his huge figure suddenly pressed down, waving his huge claws and fiercely slapping down. Urashiki once again used his time ability to teleport away. Damn it, this chakra is not enough. Urashiki was extremely violent. Entering that form and opening the third Rinnegan required astonishing amount of chakra. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to attack Godzilla. Instead, he would have gone to gather the other Bijuu. But then again, seizing Bijuu was bound to attract the attention of these two people. This battle was also unavoidable. Could it be possible to eat my weapon and eyes? Urashiki felt extremely distressed. In the end, before he went completely berserk, he took one last look at the small fishing rod hanging on Yuuji's huge body. Urashiki made up his mind and teleported to Yuuji's side. He reached out to grab the fishing rod and pulled it with all his strength. Sasuke shouted, "Be careful!" Yuuji looked deeply at Urashiki's eyes, and his body slightly trembled. Success! Urashiki was ecstatic. He successfully pulled the hook, and fished out a large amount of chakra from Yuuji's body. He immediately took action, and made this ball of chakra into a pill that emitted a strange mist, and then ate it in one bite. Very good, I can get a huge supplement. I don't need to eat all my weapons and eyes. Urashiki laughed crazily and quickly flew high into the sky. Strange black lines began to appear on his face. His hands also began to transform, becoming wings similar to bird wings. A terrifying pressure that was far more terrifying than before came, and along with the crazy expansion of chakra, it spread out. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a vertical eye on Urashiki's forehead that slowly cracked open, and a golden Rinnegan appeared. In this way, all of you will die. Urashiki grinned, revealing a dense smile, and slowly opened his eyes. It revealed 2 similarly golden Rinnegan. Well, it seems that his eyes are safe. This is Rinnegan who has mastered the power of time. Yuuji was very pleased. It should be known that when using this form normally, the chakra was not enough. First, he ate his fish basket, then he dug out his 2 blue Rinnegan and ate them on the spot. Only then did he open the second form, possessing the third Rinnegan and 2 golden Byakugan. And now, under the interference of Yuuji, he provided a large amount of chakra to prevent Urashiki from doing such extreme acts. That pair of blue Rinnegan, at this time, was not completely eaten up, and one was saved. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Sasuke's forehead. How could this guy become so much stronger? Die, die! Urashiki issued a sharp howl, and like a sharp arrow, it smashed over. Yuuji and Sasuke hastily dodged, but Sasuke was still a bit late, and was knocked down by Urashiki, not to mention Susanoo being knocked down, even that black Tengu armor was cracked. What kind of joke is this, to actually be able to injure my Susanoo? Sasuke was shocked. The last person who could destroy the entire Susanoo was still Otsutsuki Kagaya, the one who used 8 Gods' air strike to smash Sasuke into a sorry state. Killing the ashes together was even more terrifying. But that Kagaya, who had eaten the fruit and opened red Megatama, was also using the ultimate body technique and blood lineage. What was this Urashiki? It was just a dull headbutt, but it could actually injure full-body Susanoo. This time, the complexion of Sasuke became solemn. If even his strongest defense became unreliable, then everything would be troublesome. This guy's physical skill has improved a lot, although it is far inferior to his Haki, but it is also very impressive. Yuuji said. Yurihiki immediately rushed towards Yuuji in a deranged manner. Ame no subarabashi no mikato, gyoko. Purple lightning surged out from Yurishiki's body, continuously striking the surface of Yuuji's body, leaving scars on the surface of his body. Ha ha ha, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Go to hell, go to hell. Yurihiki shrieked, continuously blasting out purple lightning-like energy attacks. It was as if it wanted to tear Yuuji apart. When Yuuji used his claws and tail, wanting to repel Yurihiki, Yurihiki was able to move at an astonishing speed, dodging all of Yuuji's attacks. Sasuke hurriedly rushed over while riding the Susanoo, but there was nothing he could do against this incomparably small Yurihiki. Yurihiki also used the strike to repel Sasuke. The speed of these people's exchange was very fast. In just a few seconds, they had already fought against hundreds and thousands of times. Yuuji's body was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and every moment, he was suffering a huge injury. Hey, this type of body is too much of a disadvantage against Yurihiki. Otherwise, you can remove Godzilla mode and enter my Susanoo. If not, we will use our physical skills to fight him. Sasuke said anxiously. However, Yuuji only shook his head. Take Boruto and hide further away. Don't blame me for not warning you if you get caught up in this. Before Sasuke could finish speaking, he suddenly bent down, exposing all of his dorsal fin. Whoosh! Terrifying specks of light continuously appeared on the surface of Yuuji's body, and each beam of light emitted a terrifying high temperature, as if it was going to evaporate the entire ocean. Sasuke was startled in his heart, and hastily jumped into the distance. The huge complete Susanoo slammed into the ocean, causing another wave of super tsunamis. Sage Art, Nuclear Release. Infinite G flashing sparks. Boom. 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 Every piece of skin on the surface of Yuuji's body seemed to have turned into cannon barrels at this moment. Countless tiny beams of light shot out one after another, densely attacking, directly filling up the penetrating and destructive power. In the face of this kind of attack at close range, countless tiny beams of light hit and engulfed Yurihiki one after another. After letting out a shrill scream, he immediately fell silent. The vast ocean was struck and sliced apart by countless tiny beams of light, and within a certain period of time, it was split into countless portions. This sort of powerful attack even struck the starry sky of the universe, turning into a meteor shower that poured into space from the surface. There was also a portion that shot through the ocean, hitting the crust of the seabed, causing countless volcanic earthquakes to erupt. Time seemed to stop, and when everything began to disperse, Yuuji, who was covered in scarlet red, slowly straightened his body. It was as if his entire body had just walked out of a furnace, and he was being burned by a terrifying heat. He even continuously emitted smoke, accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds. If anyone were to touch it, they would be ignited on the spot and turn into a ball of fire. This move really can't be casually used. The damage to me is too great, just like entering Gurren mode. Yuuji clenched his claws, feeling the terrifying heat flowing through his body, and could not help but gasp. It could be said that this move was somewhat similar to self-detonation. Using his entire body as the source, he detonated all the energy in his body in a short period of time, and instantly spewed out countless atomic breaths. Yuuji estimated that only by entering the legendary Gurren mode could he launch an attack that was even more powerful than this. However, to deal with Otsutsuki, who was at Rikuta Sennin level, there was no need for Yuuji to enter the Gurren form where he killed thousands of enemies and lost 800 of his own. For most of Godzilla, entering the Gurren form meant that he had no way out and began to fight desperately. Moreover, it was the kind of extreme one-on-one. The enemy might not be killed by him, but his body collapsed after the battle, and he was sure to die. Even though Yuuji himself was not sure how to enter Gurren mode. Only Godzilla and Mothra can give birth to Gurren Godzilla. But Yuuji was with Ninja World, where would he go to pull out a Mothra as Godzilla's catalyst? This is your true strength? Sasuke could not help but ask. I guess so. At the very least, it is a part of my strength. Using this size to launch this kind of attack at full strength is indeed a bit risky. Yuuji tried his best to lower the temperature of his body and said calmly. Sasuke was speechless. He felt that Yuuji was bragging. It was really unnecessary to gloat at this time. This attack was infinitely close to Rikuta Sennin level. Although the attack mode was a bit simple, the attack surface and destructive power were really terrifying. Just this, and it was only a part of power? Could it be that Godzilla in your stomach is a Rikudo Sennin level creature? What a joke! Even now, Sasuke didn't dare to say that he had the strength of Rikudo Sennin level. After all, he didn't have the strength of Rikudo Sennin in his body, and unlike back then, he crazily extracted the chakra of 9 Bijuu and poured it into Susanoo. Right now, he could only say that he was barely stuck at the threshold of Rikudo Sennin level. Chapter 388, Nuclear Explosion. The terrifying attack almost shook the entire planet, and it even sent the terrifying attack into the starry sky of the universe, causing people to tremble. Countless people fell into unprecedented panic, completely unaware of what had happened, and even more so, they did not know what to do. The dense beams of light just now were fortunately released from the surface. If they exploded from the air, wouldn't it be an indiscriminately cleansing blow to the earth beneath their feet? How many people would die like that, and where would they have to hide to be safe? Haven't you found out who is fighting who? We can't find out. Our people lost contact as soon as they got close. They were obviously killed by the aftermath. One couldn't get close to them. If he tried to get close, he would die. When the whole world fell into panic, Cho, who had just escaped back to Suna Ninja Village and barely held his breath, could not even care about repairing her body. She hurriedly walked out of the house and looked at the sky in silence. Lord Cho, your current state is also related to the person who detonated this battle. Yandame Kazekage, Raza asked. Chiyo's face was gloomy, but she still nodded her head. That's right, that guy's strength is terrifying. I have no room to fight back. The only one who can cause such a commotion is probably him. But who would fight against a monster like Urashiki? Nagato? Yuuji? Hitomi? I'm afraid there are only these three people. No matter which one, their Suna Ninja Village can't afford to offend them. How is Gaara? Cho asked. Well, although it has been violent for the past 2 years, at least it has not run out again. We can only rely on this Bijuu. We have to pay more attention to Gaara. Cho instructed, turned around and returned to her secret room, seizing the time to repair her body. Sasuke looked at the scene in front of him with a shocked face. This was a strength that even he was amazed at. Sasuke-sensei, is this strength of a top ninja? Your strength is stronger than his. Boruto opened his mouth wide and could not close it for a long time. Sasuke paused. At least he used to be stronger than him. Now, although this kind of attack seems powerful, it still can't defeat me. He could use full-body Susanoo to resist. Even if he can't withstand it, he can also use time-space Hitomi technique to avoid this attack. After the attack is over, he can calmly return. Yuuji and Sasuke both looked towards a certain direction. That was where Urashiki was located. Urashiki was continuously bombarded by the beams of light, and it looked very bad. His long robe had long become tattered, and most of his loose white and blue hair had also disappeared. He looked quite miserable. Damn bastard, how dare you do this to me? Urashiki staggered and flew up, cursing sharply. This kind of attack was still unable to kill him. Let's join hands. Sasuke's Susanoo began to extend towards Yuuji's body. In a twinkling of an eye, it enveloped Yuuji, and the shape of Susanoo also changed, transforming into Godzilla's armor. Urashiki coldly opened his hand, and countless purple lightning gathered together at this time, condensing into a purple ball similar to Rei's Nan. All of you shall die under my strongest attack, Ame no Subarabashi no Mikato, Ryugu. Urashiki shouted at the top of his lungs, and the purple ball in his hand grew bigger and bigger. Then, he pushed it down fiercely. This is probably the strongest attack of Urashiki. Yuuji and Sasuke looked up. Immediately, the two of them rode the combined body of Godzilla and Susanoo and advanced forward. Roar! Yuuji let out a roar, then opened his claws, relying on the strength of Godzilla and the addition of this layer of armor of Susanoo, he directly blocked this huge purple ball. The terrifying confrontation triggered a violent tremor. Urashiki didn't believe it, and he said angrily, "You two damn things, why don't you just let me kill you?" He increased the consumption of his chakra, making the ball even bigger and pressing down. Oh no, it's going to explode. Can I use the atomic breath to push this thing away? Sasuke said. Yuuji shook his head. It's already too late. Sasuke, take Boruto and leave. Can you do it? Rinnegan's strength shouldn't be like what you show. What about you? Aren't you going with me? Sasuke showed his Rinnegan, ready to use his aim no Tejikara. Even if you die, I won't die. I think it's time to take out more power. With my current state, I should be able to do it. Sasuke wanted to continue asking, but it was obviously too late. The huge ball pressed them down bit by bit, and the terrifying power contained in it was also going crazy. Before it completely exploded, Sasuke grabbed Boruto and decisively used his hand power to flee into the distance. Moreover, he immediately fled into the distance. Halfway through, he directly opened a spatial tunnel and entered. Rumble. A terrifying explosion appeared, as if it was going to shatter a corner of the entire planet. Immediately after, an indescribable and terrifying impact spread out, carrying with it a terrifying attack that could destroy everything. Sasuke and Boruto stood thousands of miles away, and were shocked to see this terrifying attack. Even though they were so far away, there were still other terrifying attacks that required them to use their chakra to barely stand firm. This distance, can still have such great power. Boruto was stunned, his mind blank. Everything that happened just now was too exciting. Boruto, who had not even seen much of the strength of superior ninja, turned around to look at this kind of super battle. His soul was trembling, feeling both fear and excitement. Was this style of a top ninja? Sensei, we managed to get away, what about him? Isn't he going deep into the core area of the explosion and receiving all the attacks? Boruto worried. Sasuke was also hesitant. Even if I dare not do this, Susanoo might not be able to block this kind of attack, but he insists on staying. The strength change of Urashiki was too huge. The difference between the normal form and the second form is like the difference between heaven and earth. To be more precise, the second form is the real Rikudo Sennin super expert. The powerful Hitomi strength, amazing physical skills, abundant chakra and speed are also extraordinary. That guy doesn't look like an arrogant person. He should be alive. Sasuke was a little uncertain. But facing such a level of attack, what exactly is he? After a long time, that terrifying fluctuation slowly calmed down. The surrounding environment had also undergone a drastic change. It was unknown how many years it would need to recover. You actually didn't run away. What a bastard. What if you hurt my Godzilla? Urashiki was so angry that his whole body was trembling, and his eyes were fixed on the center of the explosion. Was he dead? It didn't matter if the person was dead, but Godzilla's mother couldn't die. Urashiki determined that the Godzilla in Yuuji's body must be the mother. The Godzilla in the Holy Land were not worth mentioning, and there was no powerful mother. Finally, in Urashiki's field of vision, an even more shocking giant stood. What's with this size? Why is it bigger than before? Urashiki turned his eyes to gold and stared with Byakugan. 230 meters, 250 meters, 270 meters. Yuuji's body was still growing bigger and bigger. When he approached 280 meters, he slowly stopped. A trace of astonishment could be seen on Urashiki's crazed face. This thing, was the real Godzilla's mother? Very good, very powerful. It is such a waste for such a powerful plant to fall into your hands. Urashiki greedily looked at Godzilla in front of him, almost drooling. Yuuji slapped out his claws and hit Urashiki with one blow. Urashiki was sent flying like a cannonball. I have to finish this quickly before Sasuke comes back. As Yuuji moved, he felt the terrifying power and burden coming from his body and pondered. In the next moment, Urashiki condensed another Ryugu. One of Yuuji's eyes quietly changed. This was Rinnegan. Not only that, Tensegan, who came from the moon, also suddenly burst out with a bright luster at this time, illuminating a large expanse of the starry sky of the universe, so much so that those who could see the moon directly, were shocked to find that the moon changed from pure white to dazzling gold. Godzilla and Rinnegan and Tensegan. Hurry up and die, and then hand over the mother body to me. With all their strength, the power of the three Rinnegan showed signs of exhaustion. Opening this form would consume a large amount of chakra, let alone the high-intensity battle just now. Who? Another Ryugu, was even bigger, and it was a full-force attack aimed at Yuuji. Yuuji slowly raised his head, and the astonishing power of Hitomi burst forth. Along with the terrifying Hitomi technique, it smashed towards Urashiki. Heresy Path. Takamagahara. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. And. Yuuji opened his ferocious mouth and spat out a strange blue ball. This was a one-time weapon made from Godzilla's flesh and blood. Under Yuuji's control, it was aimed at Urashiki. This is a good thing for you, and it is also a test for me. At this level of strength, I should be able to use my flesh and blood to launch a complete attack. Yuuji took out the technique he had used occasionally a few years ago. He crushed part of his flesh and blood into a ball and threw it out, then detonated it. From then on, Yuuji had actually been trying it out with his consciousness. Now, with 280 meters, just a few dozen meters away was equivalent to pulling out the planet Godzilla's main body, perfecting this technique. Nuclear explosion. The blue ball was suddenly spat out by Yuuji. Yuuji had gathered an extraordinary amount of power. It was truly extraordinary even among Rakuta Sennin's level. At this moment, he was only focused on that instant of power. In the confrontation between the two sides, space began to distort with visible signs, as if it could not bear the burden. The gravity collapsed, the five senses collapsed, and everything in the world seemed to only have this collision left. Before Shizuke arrived, Yuuji had defeated Urashiki. Bang! A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. If one looked down from the sky, they would be shocked to see that a mushroom cloud covered a large area and slowly spread. The mushroom that symbolized death greedily devoured everything in its range like a plague. The sound lost its meaning, and so did life. The Ryugu was shattered. Urashiki's broken body flew high into the air, and under the pull of a terrifying force, it trembled violently, and then drifted away like a kite. Every inch of skin cracked at this moment, and turned into countless primitive particles. Urashiki's three eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Although he was crazy, he was not stupid. What is that ball? It doesn't look like a fusion of chakra. Why did it explode? Urashiki felt that his consciousness was dissipating bit by bit with his body. No, I can't die yet. How could I be killed by that kind of thing? I still have Rinnegan. If the three of them work together, they will definitely be able to escape. Yamatsu Shirasaka. Urashiki opened his eyes wide, his eyes changing into the color of red Rinnegan. This kind of Megatama Rinnegan could greatly increase the speed of the Hitomi technique in a very short period of time. Red Rinnegan, and Yamatsu Hirasaka, he felt that it was enough to escape in a flash. But at this moment, a figure swam over like a ghost, forcefully withstanding the super high and violent radiation from the explosion, as if nothing had happened. Urashiki, bring your eyes over. It wasn't easy for me to find this opportunity. Yuuji, or rather, Hitomi, was using Takamagahara's technique to forcefully separate the surface layer of his body from the surrounding space. He took the risk to charge in, reaching out to grab Urashiki's eyes. Yuuji didn't need the eyes of other people. Even Ishiki's eyes were essentially in the direction of attacking space. However, the eyes of Urashiki were different. This was the eye of time. Although it could only change a few seconds, it was already very shocking. You want my eyes? Urashiki's eyes were about to split apart as he desperately squeezed out Hitomi's strength to open Yamatsu Hirasaka. Time seemed to have slowed down as half of Urashiki's body had already been devoured by the spatial door. He looked like he was about to escape, but Yuuji used Rinnegan to take a look and used the reverse spirit to temporarily stop Urashiki's movements. Hand it over. Puchi. Yuuji gently pointed at Urashiki's eyes and dug it out. A pair of eyes with the two arts of time and space fell into Yuuji's hands. Urashiki screamed and shouted at the top of his lungs. After losing his eyes, he only had the third eye left on his forehead. Hitomi's strength had greatly decreased, and the speed at which Yamatsu Hirasaka opened up was also greatly reduced. But at this moment, a power of space suddenly came out of the spatial tunnel. It was extremely weak, but it was this weak power that slightly tugged at him. Whoosh! Yamatsu Hirasaka cut off half of the body of Urashiki. When Urashiki came into contact with the ground again, a young girl with red hair was standing in front of him, looking at him expressionlessly. Only her eyes were special. Although she still did not express much emotion, it was clearly a hidden surprise and appreciation, as if she was looking at a superior sacrifice. Long time no see, Urashiki. If I did not intervene, you would already be dead. Chapter 389, Jiu be cursed. When Urashiki heard this unfamiliar voice, his heart skipped a beat. He endured the pain of losing half of his body and raised his head. He lost his eyes, but he still had the third Rinnegan on his forehead. He did not lose his sight. Urashiki stared at the empty eye sockets that had been dug out and looked at this red-haired girl in shock. He saw an illusory shadow from this young girl. Otsutsuki Ishiki. You really aren't dead. Urashiki's heart immediately turned cold. In recent years, accidents have happened one after another, so I had no choice but to become like this and luckily survived. Karin, or rather, Izhiki, slowly squatted down and quietly looked at Urashiki. This was the first time he woke up after parasitizing Karin. Izhiki controlled Karin's body that had not grown up, closely watching Urashiki's movements, and at the last moment he interfered, allowing Urashiki to save his life. Kukyaku. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant Izhiki would actually fall to such a state? He actually chose a lowly native as his vessel. Urashiki spat out large mouthfuls of blood, but he still sneered. Falling into Izhiki's hands, life would be worse than death. Urashiki racked his brains to find the possibility of escape. The two of them were not in a good state. Urashiki was half crippled, and the chakra was exhausted. Izhiki was also crippled. He relied on Karin to survive, and he could not exert much strength. If he forcibly used the data in the karma, it was very likely to make Karin's body collapse. Izhiki said indifferently, "Don't underestimate this body. Based on your seemingly cautious but actually stupid personality, you probably have an understanding of the history of this planet. Then you should know that Kaguya, that woman, has left many descendants on this planet. And the body I am using now is the descendant of that woman, Kaguya. There is the blood of the Otsutsuki clan in the body, and it is completely qualified to be my vessel." Izhiki said. Izhiki did not mind. This body was much stronger than Jijin. Whether it was in terms of foundation or potential, it was very outstanding. What truly surprised Izhiki was the arrival of Urashiki. Logically speaking, you should not have come to this planet at this time. Have you come from the future? Izhiki reached out and touched Urashiki. Where is Karasuki? It should be on you, right? Humph, don't think about it. That is a treasure that I found. Only I can unleash its power to the maximum. Urashiki said. Izhiki shook his head. Karasuki was brought by me and Kaguya to Ninja World. It has nothing to do with you. Even if you grasped the power of time rarely, you have already lost Rinnegan now. What is there to be proud of? Urashiki's face was full of resentment, extremely unwilling. Rinnegan, that was his Rinnegan. He was actually dug away by a native at the last moment, simply hateful. How can you blame me? How could I have thought that a guy with Rinnegan would appear in the end? I haven't found any trace of him from beginning to end. Otherwise, I would have killed him first. Who is that mysterious man in the end? Apart from Uchiha Sasuke, who else would have Rinnegan? Could he be the leader of the I organization? Ah! That person is Shiranui Yuuji. Izhiki casually said something that stunned Urashiki. Shiranui Yuuji and the leader of the I organization is actually a single person. What? That guy has a plant that is no less than 10 tails, and he also has Rinnegan? Is he also a descendant of our Otsutsuki clan? I don't know if he is a descendant or not. In any case, he did indeed possess Rinnegan through fusing with the remains of the 10 tails. My failure back then was also because of his scheme, causing my vessel to completely collapse at that time. Izhiki said coldly. That painful defeat was engraved in Izhiki's heart, even more so than the battle when Kaguya ambushed him back then. Back then, when he used Jijin's body, his strength far surpassed Yuuji's. When he used his full strength, he could easily seize Yuuji and face Godzilla's mother. But the problem was that after Yuuji forced him to completely activate the karma, he turned around and ran, directly causing Jijin's body to collapse. Izhiki clearly had more power, but he was completely led by the nose and defeated in an extremely humiliating way. It was simply a great humiliation. Not to mention the second time, even Byakugan was beaten up by Nagato, Obito, and Tsu in a few seconds, and his body collapsed and died. Since I was attacked by that woman Kaguya, my two failures were all because I did not have a superior container. Izhiki stared at Urashiki, took out a black stick, and nailed it to Urashiki. You want to use me as a vessel? Urashiki looked unwilling. Izhiki shook his head. No, although I have considered it, the family has a rule that we are not allowed to kill each other. That's good, but I'm surprised that someone like you would listen to the words of the main family. Not only did Urashiki not let out a sigh of relief, the ominous feeling in his heart became even stronger. He knows, a cold person like Izhiki would never let him go. What I mean is, how about offering you to the 10-tailed? My little 10-tailed has been locked up for a long time and has never gotten a single Otsutsuki as food. It is very irritable. Izhiki said. Urashiki looked terrified. What kind of joke is this? My body isn't complete right now. It originally couldn't turn the 10 tails into God tree. There will always be benefits if I give it a try. What else can I do? Other than you, there are no other suitable candidates. Izhiki stood up and grabbed Urashiki's neck. Like a dead dog, he casually opened a space door and walked in. He entered a different dimension. An incomparably huge Bijuu was staring at Izhiki with his large eyes, full of anger and hatred. Roar! 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 The 10-tailed let out a crazy roar and struggled violently. It wanted to attack Izhiki, but there were countless huge black sticks nailed to its body, firmly binding it and making it unable to move. Be quiet, it has been so long. There is no need to be in such a hurry. If everything goes well, you will be able to leave here soon. Izhiki comforted it with a cold voice, or perhaps an order. But the Juhobi only struggled with all its might, staring at Izhiki. Izhiki looked indifferent, not surprised by the Juhobi's reaction. Being imprisoned in this dead and narrow space for thousands of years with violence, it would be strange if it did not go berserk. Moreover, the Juhobi was not a docile pet, but a super monster that could swallow a life planet. Devouring and killing were its instinct. Sure enough, you still have a 10-tailed. If Momoshiki and Kinshiki could bring their 10-tailed with them when they came to this planet, they probably wouldn't be so busy. Being carried by Izhiki, Urashiki was full of humiliation. After seeing the 10-tailed, he laughed maniacally. Is that so? In the future that you came, Momoshiki and Kinshiki had already taken care of Bijuu? What about me? Izhiki asked. I've never heard of you at all. You must still be in hibernation. Urashiki looked at Izhiki, who was looking at him coldly, and fear welled up in his heart. He was very panicked. He was going to be fed to this damn thing, the Juhobi, to become a supply for this thing to evolve into God tree? What kind of joke was this? According to his status, he shouldn't be the one being fed to the 10 tails. It should be the group of inferior clansmen from the branch family who came to serve as food for the 10 tails. You have been close to Godzilla's mother, right? Tell me, who is stronger compared to my 10 tails? Izhiki didn't immediately act, still tightly pinching the 5 tails, coldly asking. As expected, you also noticed the uniqueness of Godzilla. To put it bluntly, I don't know, because Yuuji didn't really release the progenitor, but at least it wouldn't be worse than the 10-tailed. Urashiki thought about it and said. The 280 meters tall form was extremely powerful, completely at the level of Rikuta Sennin. However, Urashiki had a strong premonition that even if it was this height, it was still not the limit of the progenitor. A true mother's body size was likely to be even larger. If she could break free from Yuuji's vessel and truly move freely, it wouldn't be like Izhiki's little 10 tails being stronger. I see. Izhiki fell into deep thought. To him, thinking represented a type of hesitation to begin with, and it was a type of hesitation. It was clear that the cold Izhiki was also moved by Godzilla. Unfortunately, we are not sure if Godzilla can merge with our bloodline for the time being. If we can't merge Godzilla's genes into our bodies and obtain Godzilla's ability, then the significance is not great. Urashiki said in a low voice. It can be fused. Izhiki continued, otherwise, how do you think that Yuuji possessed Rinnegan? He only relied on eating the remains of the 10 tails? Our Otsutsuki clan might not be able to obtain the 10 tails in such a crude manner, but he did it. After a pause, Izhiki continued, even if that fellow, Yuuji, is really an alien, his adaptability to the 10 tails genes is definitely not comparable to ours. You're saying that that fellow relied on Godzilla to combine the genes of the 10 tails? Urashiki's eyes lit up. That Godzilla can merge with the genes of the 10-tailed. We, Otsutsuki, can also do it. Then, we might be able to fuse together with Godzilla. Yes, although we are not sure yet, but based on the current situation, there is a possibility. The ordinary Godzilla is useless. The key is still the parent plant, Godzilla said. Izhiki said. The two Otsutsuki had a strong desire for planet Godzilla. Compared to Urashiki, Izhiki had discovered something even more important through his years of understanding and observation. Chakra. The chakra was formed by Juhobi by absorbing natural energy. Many years ago, their Otsutsuki clan had used Juhobi to grasp this kind of energy. Then the question is, what is the energy used by Godzilla? It is impossible for it to be the same as the Juhobi, and it can also be used to convert natural energy to extract chakra. Godzilla can merge or devour genes of the Juhobi, so he can naturally use chakra. But before devouring the remains of the Jubi, how did the progenitor possess chakra? Was it through Yuuji? Or was it that Yuuji used Godzilla's power to supply himself and then extract chakra? Based on the current situation, there was a high probability that this was the case. An energy type that is independent of chakra. This is more important. This idiot has never realized it. Ishiki's eyes were deep. Gulp gulp. The Jubi glared at Ishiki, no longer struggling, only glaring fiercely, its mouth letting out an unknown sound. Then, Urashiki, you can go to hell. Ishiki was about to throw Urashiki to the Jubi. The Jubi's eyes lit up, feeling the aura on the body of Urashiki, it drooled, impatiently opening its mouth, waiting for Ishiki to feed it. Wait, wait, I'm useful to you. Urashiki was terrified and shouted. You only have half a body left, and you have lost your eyes. What is the use other than as a sacrifice? I can summon the me of this era. Under the threat of death, Urashiki's mind became bright. At this time, I am still on another planet. As long as I can open the space portal and use the special space shock frequency to remind him, if the two of me join hands, maybe we can make it in advance. Ishiki was silent. It seemed to make sense. A complete Otsutsuki had greatly increased the strength of the ten-tail. It was definitely much stronger than a half-crippled trash like Urashiki. Ishiki stared at Urashiki for a long time, causing Urashiki to tremble all over. In the end, he slowly nodded, this is a good method. In any case, even if the other you come over, I won't feel any pressure against a trash like you. However, it still needed some time. Karin had not yet grown enough, and the degree of unsealing the karma was not enough. If he forcefully revived now, Karin would only become the next Jijin, and her body would collapse. Ishiki thought for a moment, then took out a pile of black sticks and nailed Urashiki into a sieve. Only the position of the head, Ishiki did not do anything. If you do this, it won't be long before I die. I need nutrition to repair my body. I need to absorb chakra to make pills. Urashiki gritted his teeth. I know. I will arrange a woman called Ryozetsu to take care of you and try not to let you die. Ishiki retracted his arm and threw Urashiki to the ground. The Jubi watched as its food disappeared into the distance. It looked at Ishiki in confusion, lowered its head, lifted it up again, and opened its mouth. It still hadn't given up at this moment, indicating for Ishiki to quickly feed it. Ishiki said, I can't do it this time. Next time, I'll give you a better one next time. Roar! 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 The ten-tails were furious, and they roared like crazy. Ishiki didn't even bother to look at it as he dragged it out of this place, leaving only the ten-tails to continue going crazy. Give me the chakra, and I will try to contact the other me immediately. Urashiki breathed a sigh of relief and said. No hurry, I need time, and you also need time. Even if you contact him now, you can't directly communicate with him. You can only use this method to let him know that you are here. Even if he rushes over with all his strength, it will take at least a few years. Relying on Rin-Egan to open the space tunnel, it was impossible to cross such a long distance. Chapter 390, Rubbing Nuclear Warhead with Bare Hand. Ishiki learned something about the future from Urashiki. So, the key to the abnormal changes in the timeline is Shiranui Yuuji. In normal timeline, they does not have this person. Ishiki's eyes were cold. Either he died in an accident, or he came from another planet. It is a special variable on the timeline. Any special change would trigger huge waves on the timeline. Lord Ishiki, this timeline has seriously deviated from the timeline. I do not know what it will become in the future. Karasuki stretched out a head and said. Urashiki snorted coldly. Normally, an existence like me who has crossed over to the past must avoid contact with others no matter what. This is likely to greatly change the future. But since it has deviated from the timeline, it doesn't matter what I do. A new time branch? Ishiki was silent. After a while, he asked, what will the future become? Will this timeline return to the timeline, or will it separate and become a parallel world? I'm not sure. In my database, I have never encountered such a situation. According to the intelligence analysis, once you return, the future you are familiar with will distort and disappear, becoming the future of this timeline. Ishiki was very satisfied. However, Urashiki's expression changed. What kind of joke was this? He came from the future and planned to find a chance to return. But if the future was changed by the present, then the moment he returned to the future, he might have to bear a huge change in time. Tisk, that bastard, he is most likely an outsider from another planet. Urashiki gritted his teeth as he charged Karasuki with a small amount of chakra. It was all because of that Shiranui Yuuji that he became like this. Lord Ishiki, Lord Urashiki. Ryazetsu appeared in front of the two of them. Said respectfully. Urashiki was too lazy to look at her. Ishiki said, in that case, you will take care of this cripple for the next period of time. Ryazetsu said respectfully, Sir Urashiki, do you need puppet prosthesis? I can gather some for you. No need, I'll do it myself. As for you, give me your chakra first. Urashiki took out the fishing rod and fished out all of Ryazetsu's chakra. After making it into a pill, he couldn't wait to eat it and his complexion became better. I'll go to Suna Ninja Village. Cho, that old bastard, still has value. Urashiki said. Ishiki nodded coldly. Up to you. You just need to remember the most important thing, bring the Karasuki over. He snatched the Karasuki over and cast some sealing techniques on it. What are you doing? You even use the skills of these natives to do such a thing. I wouldn't be surprised if a stupid fool like you suddenly got scared and fled back to the future in one breath. Now it's just insurance. Ishiki indifferently looked at Urashiki, whose face was ugly. It's already a gift for you if I don't kill you. You better not make trouble for me and don't think about returning to the future. What was good about the future? After thinking about it, Ishiki felt that the future was of no value. 4 battles, Madara was resurrected, and Kaguya was sealed? All of this was meaningless. Only Shiranui Yuuji, who had almost single-handedly pulled out a time branch, and was very likely to turn this time branch into a man of the main time, was worthy of Ishiki's attention. There is also the main body of Godzilla, which is different from the other energy type of chakra. Ishiki wanted all of these. He could even put aside the matter of using the jubi to make the chakra fruit, and everything would wait until he obtained the main body of Godzilla. Urashiki coldly snorted, and his face was gloomy as he looked at the silent Karasuki in his hand, and he was extremely unwilling to give up. He had really considered fleeing back to the future to regroup. However, there was still a Naruto in the future who was similarly powerful and had certain risks. Let's go to Suna Ninja Village first. Control this village and then make the next step. Urashiki floated up with a black face. Rinnegan, who was on his forehead, barely managed to open a spatial tunnel and entered. In the next moment, he would arrive at Suna Ninja Village. From now on, this village belongs to me. Urashiki had a vicious expression. First, gather enough chakra to make pills. Otherwise, I will die before long. Soon, the entire Suna Ninja Village was filled with ninjas who were mysteriously unconscious and lost all of their chakra. When Cho received the news, she opened the door in horror and walked out of the secret room. Urashiki, who was only half of his body, was blocking the door, looking at her coldly. Yuuji did not feel too much regret for letting go of Urashiki barely managing to survive. There are other powers interfering. Who could it be? The Ishiki who hasn't died yet. Yuuji looked at the pair of eyes in his hands and praised them repeatedly. This pair of eyes had now become Byakugan again, but the power contained in them was something that even Yuuji had to pay attention to. These were the eyes of Rikudo Senin level Otsutsuki. Byakugan, who can turn into blue Rinnegan and red Rinnegan. Moreover, it also possessed the spatial Hitomi technique and time Hitomi technique at the same time. Yuuji couldn't be more satisfied. Another good while passed. Phew. Only then did Sasuke ride the Susanoo, bringing Boruto down from the sky. This master and disciple pair looked at their surroundings in shock, almost not believing their own eyes. This kind of attack is completely not inferior to the super Bijuudama of the Ten-Tailed. This guy has always been hiding his strength in the past, his true strength is completely at the level of Rikudo Senin. Sasuke silently estimated. Ten-Tails, strictly speaking, had already evolved into God Tree's 10 tails. The super Bijuudama it spat out was enough to destroy a continuous mountain range in one blow. However, this kind of attack from Yuuji seemed to be similar to the super Bijuudama of the 10 tails in terms of destructive power, but after careful analysis, Sasuke understood that Yuuji's attack was obviously more terrifying. The power that erupted from the middle. The destructive power in the center of the explosion was definitely much stronger than the Bijuudama of the 10 tails. And this strong radiation. Sasuke felt waves of burning sensation and radiation from the surface of Susanoo, and his heart felt cold. If he directly touched the surrounding environment with his flesh and blood, what would happen? His body would collapse in an extremely short period of time, right? This was even more terrifying than death. This area has become unsuitable for living. Sasuke was in a heavy mood. He really could not imagine that if Yuuji was like Juhobi in the Four Wars, the whole world would be thrown around by Bijuudama, washing the whole world clean. Would this world be completely finished? Even the Juhobi couldn't do this. Although its Bijuudama was powerful, it only had the destructive power of an explosion. There was no such thing as high-temperature radiation. Hey, uncle, what was the name of the thing you threw out just now? It was comparable to the Bijuudama that Momoshiki shot out with Rinnegan. Boruto did not think so much. He was still too young and immediately looked at Yuuji with a fanatical gaze. Sensei's sensei was actually so powerful. If you're talking about that, just call it a nuclear bomb, Yuuji said casually. Nuclear bomb, so powerful, I really want to learn this. Boruto's eyes wandered, secretly sizing up Yuuji's expression, his eyes full of expectation. Yuuji shook his head. Even the current Sasuke couldn't learn it, let alone you? Moreover, this technique is too dangerous. It is the forbidden techniques among even the Kinjutsu. If you manage to somehow use it, you are basically not far from death. Don't even think about becoming a ninja in this lifetime. What a joke, he could use his bare hands to rub out the nuclear warhead because he was not afraid of radiation. What about Boruto? Or other ninjas? Even if they are not afraid of high temperature, what can they use to resist this terrifying radiation? Just relying on the outer layer of chakra was not enough, at least it had to be Susanoo. Once hit by the radiation cloud after the nuclear explosion, all the cells in the body will die in a large area, the gene chain will collapse, and all kinds of terminal illnesses will come to the door. It was even more terrifying than death. Don't say any more, Boruto, this is indeed not a technique you can control, even I can't. Sasuke was in a heavy mood and looked at Yuuji solemnly. Moreover, this technique is too terrifying. The whole world has become this kind of apocalyptic winter full of radiation dust. Just thinking about it made Sasuke's scalp tingle. The rhythm of the extinction of creatures in minutes. No matter how good an individual was at gene mutation, it was impossible to survive in such an environment. Even the gene chain and particle were broken by the continuous radiation, and the hammer was mutated. I understand your worry. If not for the sake of dealing with Otsutsuki, I wouldn't have used such a big killing weapon. Yuuji said. Compared to this, grasping the ability to create nuclear bombs and successfully verifying it in battle was obviously more important. As for the chicken feathers after the nuclear explosion? Sorry, he did not need to destroy Otsutsuki. This planet was just waiting to die, so there was no need to worry about the future. Sensei's sensei, that Urashiki died? How do you plan to deal with this pair of eyes? Boruto asked. Not dead. That guy still has one more Rinnegan left. As for these eyes, of course, they have to be temporarily sealed. Maybe they will be useful in the future. Yuuji said. Soon after, the three of them left this place and left the nuclear radiation zone. Sasuke glanced at the ocean with lingering fear before slowly withdrawing his gaze. Urashiki has already been defeated. It probably won't be a threat to this world anymore. We should also think about how to go back. Sasuke said. You can't go back. Karasuki is in the hands of that Urashiki guy. Without this time and space precious artifact, you won't be able to travel through time. Yuuji said. Sasuke felt helpless in his heart. Looks like I can only continue to track the whereabouts of Urashiki. Do you know where he escaped to? He was probably rescued by his Hiki. When those two guys gather together, something interesting might happen. Yuuji said. The three of them returned to the Fire Country and walked through the forest that was beyond recognition. After several great battles, the forest of Konoha had already been torn to pieces. There used to be giant trees everywhere, but now, there were only a few of them. Most of them were new saplings that had been planted for a few years. Boruto looked around. Sasuke asked, Tonari and his Hiki are the Otsutsuki that you have defeated. I know that Tonari comes from the moon, but who is his Hiki? His Hiki is Kagaya's partner and Kagaya's superior. However, he was ambushed by Kagaya 1,000 years ago, and most of his body was fed to the 10 tails, Yuuji said. The key to the evolution of the 10 tails to God tree, needs to eat an Otsutsuki. What? There is such a relationship between Otsutsuki and God Tree. Sasuke was stunned. Yet, mutually nibbling at each other, plundering the genes and abilities of the other party to complete the evolution. This is the relationship between Otsutsuki and the Juhobi. As Yuuji walked, he said lightly, Ishiki faked his death and escaped. He barely managed to live until now. I accidentally discovered and defeated him. After he finally reincarnated, he became a parasite on a beast. Later, he was discovered and killed by Nagato. Now it seems that Ishiki still hasn't died completely. He has found a new body. Yuuji slowly told Sasuke and Boruto about Ishiki and also told Sasuke and Boruto about the information about karma. If these two wanted to know this, normally, they had to wait until Momoshiki, Kinshiki and Urashiki were all killed. When Ishiki began to become active. Right now, they had no idea at all. You said that Ishiki still has 10 tails that haven't evolved. Sasuke's expression changed. That's right. That's why Ishiki took the dangerous chance to take away Urashiki. There's a high chance that he wants to feed Urashiki to the 10 tails so that he can obtain the second god tree. Yuuji said. Then I have to seize the time to find Ishiki and kill him completely. I absolutely can't give him a chance to reincarnate. When I return to the future, I will also find that Jijin and kill Ishiki. This guy is even more threatening than Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Sasuke said in a low voice. Yuuji glanced at Sasuke, and slowly shook his head, believe me, you are not a match for Ishiki. With your Susanu's strength, you can't even handle his taijutsu. Sasuke frowned. If Ishiki was Kagaya's superior, even if he did not eat the fruit, his strength would definitely be very terrifying. Sasuke raised his vigilance. However, you kill Ishiki once. Sasuke looked at Yuuji. This mysterious man had almost pulled out a new timeline by himself. His true strength was probably even more terrifying. The three of them returned to Konohagakure. The entire Konoha had entered a state of martial law. Many ninjas looked tense. When they saw Yuuji, they heaved a sigh of relief and immediately felt safe. The two of you can do whatever you want. It's fine to protect Naruto or anything else. It's up to you. Yuuji said. Of course we have to protect Dad, but the last time we accidentally bumped into him. I'm afraid it will arouse Dad's suspicion. Boruto scratched his head. Yuuji looked at the two with a strange expression. Since you have already met, it is simple. Naruto probably already knows your identity. What? Dad knows that he is my father. Of course, relying on the current intelligence analysis results, this is the accomplishment of an outstanding ninja. Moreover, Naruto is an excellent student. You don't have to hide it in front of him, your identities must have been exposed. Yuuji left these words and left on his own. The two of them were left behind as if they had been struck by lightning. Sensei, what should we do? Boruto said stiffly. When he thought about how he had to deal with his own father, who was of the same age and had such a cold temperament, he panicked. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched. Our mission is still to protect Naruto. Why don't we meet him first? Damn it, why is Naruto so smart at this time? The big idiot has become a big smart one. This made Sasuke very uncomfortable. Chapter 391, You Fool. Yuuji went directly to the Hokage's building. Many higher UPS gathered together and discussed. There was no other way. The battle between Yuuji, Sasuke and Ishiki was too big, shaking the whole world. Especially the nuclear explosion that erupted in the sea, the terrifying light was even comparable to the sun, destined to have a long-term impact on the world. Just the radiation dust that spread out, who knows how many people would be unfortunately affected. But Yuuji did not mention these things, but directly talked about Otsutsuki Urashiki. It can already be confirmed that Otsutsuki family did not originate from Ninja World or the moon, but from the distant starry sky of the universe. Tonari, who lives on the moon, is a descendant of a certain Otsutsuki. The branch of Otsutsuki that he represents has died. Urashiki comes from an even more distant foreign world, and has no direct relationship with Tonari. Yuuji said. Everyone's expression changed. They all knew the importance of this information. Then how many clansmen does this Otsutsuki clan have? Is everyone's strength so exaggerated? Can they surpass the cage? After Ishiki and Urashiki, are there any other Otsutsuki who came to our world? What is their purpose? Probably Bijuu, I guess. Yuuji said. Everyone talked in a low voice, and their eyes constantly swept across the faces of Fugaku and others. There was no doubt that there were some things that Yuuji did not say clearly, but the smart people present had already thought of it. Uchiha, Hyuga, and the other ancient families are the descendants of Rikuta Sennin, and Rikuta Sennin is a member of Otsutsuki. In other words, the ancient ninja of Ninja World had the blood of aliens in his body. Then the purpose of Otsutsuki continuous arrival to Ninja World was very worth pondering. And from the looks of it, they did not come with good intentions. Yuuji, you defeated Urashiki, and it looks like you did not use too much strength? Minato said slowly. Ah, you can't say that. I still have a pretty good helper interfering with Urashiki. If it was just me, I would have to pay a price to win. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as Yuuji could still suppress Otsutsuki clan, that was good news. For example, Minato and the others had already noticed that the battle between Yuuji and Urashiki had caused a far greater commotion than before, and the damage it caused far surpassed the past, reaching an unimaginable degree. The entire planet was trembling. This kind of power, was it still a super cage? Or was it at Rikuta Sennin's level? No one knew. Where is the helper you mentioned? Is he still in the village? Probably. Even if he is in the village, there is no need to worry. He will not do anything out of line. Minato nodded. I understand now. The person you are talking about is the mysterious person who left Uchiha's clan a few days ago and fought with Fugaku and the others. The leader of the Eye organization. Yuuji raised his eyebrows but did not respond. You can think about it whatever you want. Not long after, the meeting ended. Fugaku left the meeting room and followed behind Yuuji. Lord Yuuji, we have fought with that person before. It seems that he have no ill intentions towards Uchiha's clan. It's just that I didn't expect that you have a good relationship with him. You even joined hands to fight against Otsutsuki's clan. Yuuji didn't comment. Whatever you say, it's just a common goal. Fugaku had an expression of understanding. When Fugaku returned home and told Itachi the contents of the meeting, Itachi was silent for a long time. The future Sasuke has actually become so powerful. He is really amazing. Itachi felt extremely gratified in his heart. In addition, with Lord Yuuji overseeing this era, the village had enough confidence to face Uchiha's clan and avoid the tragedy of Uchiha's clan being exterminated. After learning about the normal history, Itachi was filled with admiration and gratitude towards Yuuji. He was almost second to Shisui. Itachi thought for a moment and said, since Lord Yuuji secretly made a move, then we have nothing to worry about. With him here, we definitely won't let the enemy be presumptuous. Oh? I didn't expect you to say that. Fugaku looked at his son in surprise. You were very calm in the past. You only respected Yuuji and didn't worship him as much as Shisui did. Itachi just smiled. You thought you understood, but in fact, you didn't understand anything. I'm back. Sasuke had just finished his cultivation and ran back with a dusty face. Sasuke. Itachi's eyes revealed a deep look of expectation. If Sasuke is already so outstanding without Yuuji's guidance, then with Yuuji's guidance, Sasuke will definitely become stronger, right? However, surpassing Mangekyo Sharingan's eyes seemed to be something that could only be obtained by transplanting one's own eyes. Itachi recalled the pattern of the adult Sasuke. It was clearly the combination of the six-pointed star Mangekyo and his own eyes. Was this key to opening Rinnegan? Why are you back so early today? Fugaku asked. Sasuke hurriedly said, do you feel that there is a terrible war going on in the sea? I don't know who is fighting with who, so I came back in a hurry. I don't even care about the competition with Naruto. Kakashi was leaving the training ground with Naruto and Hinata. The three of them had expressionless faces, and their eyes directly revealed the emotion of not allowing strangers to enter. The three of them walked on the street, and wherever they passed, the temperature of the air seemed to drop by a few degrees, causing the surrounding villagers to shiver and hurriedly make way. The three of them did not communicate at all. Wow, it's too scary. Sensei, I feel so cold. Not only is my father so cold, but his teammates are also so fierce. Boruto hid behind the leaves on the tree and swallowed. I don't know why they are like this. Sasuke also felt very depressed. What kind of joke was this? These three people were completely different from what he knew. Kakashi did not have that kind of decadent and coping attitude, completely like a cold mission machine. Hinata also did not have that kind of gentle feeling, appearing so silent. As for Naruto, no matter how Sasuke looked at it, he felt that this guy was carved from the same mold as himself at the same age. What the hell? Yandere is clearly still alive, so there is no reason for him to be like me. What exactly is going on? Sasuke's head was about to explode. Hey? There are people monitoring us. Kakashi suddenly turned his head and stared coldly at the position of Sasuke and Boruto. The muscles all over Hinata's body tightened quietly, but he did not look at Kakashi. Instead, he looked at Naruto first. It was obvious that he wanted to follow Naruto. Naruto also glanced at him casually, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a mocking and joyful expression. Don't worry about it. The two of them aren't enemies, nor are they here for you. Naruto said directly. Kakashi nodded. This isn't the scope of a mission. Then I won't care. You deal with it. If you are about to be killed by them, then remind me, I will act. Hinata was about to open Byakugan to observe carefully, but Naruto directly reached out his hand to cover Hinata's eyes. For most people, this was an extremely intimate action. But both Naruto and Hinata didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. Don't look. Even if you look, you have to pretend that you didn't see it. I will deal with it. Naruto said lightly. Got it, Naruto. Then I will go back and train. Hinata said in a low voice. Kakashi suddenly said, Hinata, your strength has increased very quickly, but remembering your position does not mean that you have to rely on yourself. I understand. Hinata agreed and went directly to find Hoito to cultivate. Obviously, as the second tail Jinchuriki, Kakashi had already made some discoveries during the time he served as the leader of Hinata's team. But he didn't do anything. Maybe he has already reported it, but he didn't receive the task of dealing with Hoito, so he just ignored it. Hinata guessed. The three separated. Naruto casually bought some snacks on the street and walked toward the big tree. Sensei, why do I feel that we are exposed? And the expression of the sixth generation is so terrible. Mom is also very scary, even more scary than when she is angry. Boruto's body began to tremble, and he wailed in his heart. What is this? The sixth Hokage, Hatake Kakashi, was clearly a very gentle person. That gaze just now almost froze Boruto to death. This is still good, the main problem was Hinata. Boruto really didn't know how to face this biological mother who was the same age as him. Naruto walked towards the two of them. We don't need to hide anymore. He has obviously discovered us. Sasuke was helpless and jumped off the tree with Boruto. It was very uncomfortable for Sasuke to protect him in secret and end up like this. Seeing that Naruto was not surprised at all, and his expression was full of understanding and wisdom, Sasuke felt even more uncomfortable. He almost wanted to turn around and leave. He really couldn't stand Naruto. You two idiots. Is this how you protect me? Naruto sneered as he threw out 2 bags of snacks. This was an accident. No, how did you know that we were protecting you? We were just admiring the scenery on the tree. Boruto took the snacks and retorted. What a fool. A guy like you is actually my son. Look at your partner, he didn't say anything. Naruto sneered and leaned against the tree to eat. Boruto looked at Sasuke with a questioning look, and Sasuke could only nod helplessly. But how did you know? We obviously didn't say anything. Boruto was very depressed, but he imitated Naruto and leaned against the tree. Naruto said, other than coming here for me, what other purpose do you have? From the first time you talked to me, I have analyzed a lot of information. Really? Boruto was dubious, suspecting that Naruto was deceiving him. Sasuke remained silent all the way, trying to lower his sense of presence. Fortunately, Naruto ignored him all the time and did not talk to him at all. After eating, Naruto snorted and pretended to leave. Where are you going? Boruto followed. What does it have to do with a little brat like you? We have to protect you. Of course, we can't let you leave our line of sight. Moreover, you're the same age as me. You still have the nerve to call me a little brat. At this time, of course I have to go cultivate and become Ninja World's strongest ninja as soon as possible. Naruto sized up Sasuke. The special Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan were able to easily leave from the hands of Fugaku and the other 5 Mangekyo ninjas. The future Sasuke was actually so strong, he actually became his son sensei. Naruto felt a trace of anxiety in his heart. Only by crazily cultivating would he be able to slow down his sense of crisis. Cultivation? I want to go too. Well, maybe I can teach you some powerful ninjutsu. Boruto said. Naruto shook his head in disdain. What kind of technique can you teach? What's so great about 5 kinds of escape techniques? At most B grade? I don't need this kind of garbage level other techniques. What? I clearly know A-class techniques as well. I might even be an S-class. The two of them had the same hair and looked like youths as they noisily made their way to the training ground. Sasuke quietly disappeared and hid in the distance to keep watch. The people in the village said that you have strength that far surpasses most superior ninja. Is this true? Boruto asked curiously. Naruto nodded arrogantly. You can put it that way. If I carefully prepared it, it would be easy for me to defeat cage level. Boasting. Boruto muttered, look carefully, this is my grade A ninjutsu. Ha, raise Nan. Swish. A ball was rubbed out by Boruto. Hey, you don't know this, do you? Even if Lord Yandere is willing to teach you seriously, it won't be so easy for you to learn it. Boruto tried to show off. From his subconscious, he wanted to prove that his son was very outstanding and would only be more powerful than his father imagined. He looked forward to seeing Naruto show a look of admiration and was not stingy with his appreciation. But Naruto gave him a heavy blow. That's it. It's a child's trick after all. It suits you very well. Naruto curled his lips and mocked him again. Boruto cracked open. Don't talk big all the time. I've asked around and you know that they doesn't know this technique at this time. The villagers have never seen you use Raise Nan. This is a grade A ninjutsu, developed by grandfather. Tisk, it seems that you are lacking in bites. It is probably because there are too few geniuses you have seen. Naruto did not say much and directly reached out his hand. After taking a closer look at Raise Nan in Boruto's hand, he also began to use it. A visible chakra appeared and gradually condensed into form. Just like that, Raise Nan appeared in Naruto's hands. Boruto was dumbfounded. He pointed at Naruto with a trembling finger. His face in disbelief. That's why, you are still too inexperienced. Are all your peers so unbearable? I really don't know what is going on. Logically speaking, they should not be so bad. Boruto was stunned. Naruto was also puzzled. It's just a Raise Nan, with super chakra control power, mastering this technique will get twice the result with half the effort. Is there a need for Boruto to be so surprised? Tisk, or should I say, the future young people will be very bad, so weak that my son's knowledge is so shallow? Humph, I really can't bear to see you like this. I have to teach you a good lesson. At least I can't make you so stupid. Look, you are almost the same as Sasuke. Naruto shouted loudly. Sasuke hid behind a big tree, innocently lying down and sighing towards the sky. Chapter 392, to be Jougen or Tensagen, that is the question. The battle that shook the ocean and land. Half of Nagato's body merged into the Gedo statue and he let out a deep sigh. Once upon a time, he had a powerful confidence to face any enemy. But who would have thought that after 2 consecutive defeats, he would gradually lose it? The first time he was defeated by Hitomi, Nagato's body almost died. He relied on White Zetsu and Black Zetsu to survive. The second time, he was defeated by Yuuji. In order to save his life, he used one of Rinnegan Eyeball, and the other one was taken away by Black Zetsu, the traitor. Later on, he tried to land on the moon, but was stopped by the mysterious golden light screen. It was a bad time. Have you found out who is fighting with whom? Nagato asked. White Zetsu crawled out from the wall. There are 3 people who directly participated in the battle. One of them is Yuuji, the other can use full-body Susanoo, and the last one seems to be from Otsutsuki clan. Nagato was silent. Yuuji and Otsutsuki were really annoying names. There's a new Otsutsuki again? Humph, it doesn't matter how many come, this kind of thing, Yuuji can easily defeat him, after all, he is the one who defeated me. Nagato said. White Zetsu said, that's right, in the end, it was Yuuji and that mysterious person who won. Aren't you surprised? A person who can use full-body Susanoo appeared. Humph, I can also easily use full-body Susanoo. It is nothing. Nagato subconsciously touched his remaining Rinnegan. Ever since he had taken the risk to merge half of his body into the Gedo statue in order to land on the moon, Nagato had discovered to his surprise that the Gedo statue could actually speed up his Rinnegan's restoration process. At this point, although he did not dare to say that he could completely repair it, he could at least use it normally. It was just that his strength could not be compared to when he was at his peak. This way, I won't have to take the risk to capture that Kazue. I just need to focus on Black Zetsu. I will definitely take back my eyes. Nagato's face was gloomy. White Zetsu obediently said, according to the information that Root has, that guy might have secretly joined the Eye organization. With the protection of the Eye organization, it will be very difficult for us to kill him. No matter how difficult it is to kill, we must kill him. That guy, Hitomi, used this method to take my eyes. I will definitely not allow it. Rumble. Under Nagato's control, the huge Gedo statue brazenly took a step forward and stomped down, causing a huge tremor. Oh, I need a new White Zetsu to share my pressure. Nagato immediately controlled the Gedo statue to reach out and grab White Zetsu. He completely ignored White Zetsu's screams and quickly turned it into a new pain, then integrated it into the Gedo statue. Doing this immediately, Nagato immediately felt that the pressure on him was reduced, and he could easily control the Gedo statue. Traitor Black Zetsu! I will never let you go. Nagato's eyes surged with a deep hostility. If they couldn't find the whereabouts of Black Zetsu, then they would start with the other members of the Eye organization. Since it was Hitomi who broke the tacit understanding first, Nagato had nothing to say. If he didn't take back Rinnegan, he was waiting for death. His strength would only be pulled bigger and bigger by the people at the peak of Ninja World. In particular, the appearance of a new Otsutsuki had provoked Nagato. Only a genius would know how many Otsutsuki were there in this world. The lowest level of these fellows was to surpass Cage level. Whether it was Tonari or Ishiki, they were both very powerful fellows, and that Urashiki seemed to be even stronger. Right now, we can only rely on the power of the Gedo statue. Nagato frowned. With his combined strength with Su and Madara, there was no way he would be killed again. Nagato couldn't wait to act and search the world for the whereabouts of the Eye organization. There was no movement of Urashiki for the time being. This made Sasuke, who stayed in Konohagakure, feel a little idle. He even wanted the enemy to appear quickly. Get rid of it as soon as possible. Watching Naruto beat up Boruto every day was actually one of Sasuke's few pleasures. Oh, occasionally looking at Naruto's battle with him at this time could also attract his attention. Sasuke had to admit that at this time, he was really strong, ridiculously strong. Body techniques, illusion techniques, ninjutsu, chakra. Each one was more exaggerated than his past self. How do I have so much chakra? The adult Sasuke thought about it repeatedly and couldn't figure it out even if he racked his brain. He didn't have Sage's body and didn't have abundant life force. He could only give all of this to Yuuji, this mysterious existence. As the sun set, Boruto limped out of the training ground. Naruto didn't know how to hold back at all. He was very ruthless when he attacked, and he tortured Boruto to death. Well, you made some progress today. You can barely match my level when I was 9 years old. Naruto casually commented. Boruto didn't turn his head. He held on and exhausted his last strength to leave. That night, Naruto returned home, and Minato stayed at home to cook. You're back. Are you sparring with that young man again? Minato brought the dishes to the table. Sparring? That kind of kid is not worth my time. He has been beaten the whole time. His basic skills are too bad, and he has a bad habit of using external ninja tools. Naruto raised his eyebrows. He was a little uncomfortable. He reluctantly sat in front of the table and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Is that so? I think that boy is very different, he got along with you unexpectedly, and looks very similar in every way, maybe there really is some connection between him and you. Minato said. Naruto did not even lift his head. It's not only related to me, it's also related to you. What relationship? I can't say. The father and son ate quietly, and the atmosphere instantly became silent. I have something to tell you. I intend to hold Chunin exam and invite the outstanding young people from other villages to participate. Minato said, although you have just graduated less than 2 months ago, your strength and experience are definitely enough. The Chunin exam, except me and Sasuke, everyone else is running from us. Don't say that. Ninjas absolutely cannot be careless. Minato reminded. Naruto curled his lips in disdain. In this world, besides Sasuke, how could there be a second peer who could fight him? No more. After the meal, the father and son cleaned the table and cleaned the dishes. Minato looked at Naruto from the corner of his eyes and sighed deeply in his heart. Naruto was not like him and Kushina at all. Speaking of which, it's almost Mom's death anniversary. Yes. It's rare that you still remember. I haven't asked you for so many years. What kind of illness did Mother die from? She is the legitimate descendant of Uzumaki clan. She has the red-colored hair, which symbolizes her exuberant vitality. Ordinary diseases cannot defeat her. It's a terminal illness. Minato said in a low voice. Naruto frowned, and his heart was extremely agitated. It was the same again, this old man was always talking about him. What kind of evil disease would Uzumaki Kushina be knocked down by? Naruto couldn't imagine it. Ha ha ha, Naruto, you actually asked such a question. Kurama slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with a tyrannical intent. You know? Naruto asked. I do know the real cause of Kushina's death. I'm just worried that you won't be able to accept this cruel truth. Nine-tailed sneered. Cruel truth? What a joke. I'm not a child who doesn't know anything. Could it be that my father killed my mother? Naruto looked at the Kyuubi with contempt. But the Kyuubi was silent. Its 9 huge tails kept swinging, indicating that it was not calm. Is that so? Naruto's expression changed slightly. Nine-tailed shook her head. Strictly speaking, that's not the case. Then tell me how my mother died. It's not time yet. Nine-tailed only said this. Naruto snorted coldly and immediately ignored this big fox. When the time came, was it because he wasn't strong enough? He only needed to continue to increase his strength. When he was strong enough to defeat everyone, no matter what secret it was, he would be able to obtain it. In the sealed space, Nine-tailed was still swinging its tail. Its closed eyes once again opened a crack, filled with deep malice and expectation. Naruto, are you really ready to know the truth? You can live because of the sacrifice of your mother. A baby that survived by biting the flesh of his mother. Haha. The news of Chunin exam quickly spread. Some people who knew the inside story knew that doing this kind of thing at this critical juncture was obviously to increase the connection between the village and deal with the unknown number of Otsutsuki clan. The many genin in the village immediately began to get excited, preparing for Chunin examination. The messenger sent by Konoha went to various villages and sent out an invitation letter. At Chunin exam in half a month. Cho looked at the information in his hand with a cold face. Are you going to participate? There is a high chance that they are coming for you, Otsutsuki. Urashiki was using the puppet body that Cho had assembled for him. Hearing this, he said disdainfully, your death is only a matter of time. All of your actions are just a dying struggle. Then we will participate. Let's participate. Let me think, maybe we can work together with little one and do something in Chunin exam. Urashiki said. Cho agreed and directly went to Raza to ask him to agree and send Gaara. Cho, is this your idea, or that man's? Raza looked at him. Cho said in a deep voice, the people of the clan need chakra very much. As long as he is willing to give us some of the pills, we won't lose out. And we have no other choice. Urashiki needed Gaara's chakra very much. The matter of Suna Ninja village being secretly controlled by Otsutsuki also made Raza and Cho very helpless. They were going to deal with Otsutsuki? Relying on the half-crippled Cho? Or relying on Raza's magnetic escape? Or relying on the Gaara who would go berserk at any time? The golden Rinnegan on his forehead coldly watched everything in this village. Speaking of which, I also need a pair of eyes. This ninja world's only family of Hitomi is in Konohagakure, and that bastard who caused me to become like this is also in this village. When Urashiki thought of Yuuji, he gritted his teeth and even felt fear. That super huge Godzilla, the nuclear explosion that came out of his mouth. Every time he thought about it, Urashiki could not help but tremble. And from the looks of it, this did not seem to be the man's limit. The natives of the planet definitely do not have this kind of strength. This is a life form that can fight against our Otsutsuki clan. Which planet did he come from? Urashiki felt a chill in his heart. He tried hard to get rid of this fear and turned to think about how to dig out a pair of eyes that he liked. Nagato and Hitomi? Didn't want to think about it. According to the intelligence, these two people have the power of Super Shadow, and they are not easily taken down by him now. First get a pair of eyes emergency. Uchiha's 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan are the most suitable. According to the information I got from Tonari, Hinata, and Hoito seem to have Byakugan, who is highly pure. Take advantage of the time when they leave Konoha. I heard that there is a person called Hyuga Hoito who has the legendary Eye of Purification. He doesn't seem to be an eye-catching organization. Urashiki's eyes flashed as he found a suitable target. Jougan, that was a special Byakugan that even he had not obtained. It was not bad to try to become Tensagan by seizing the Jougan. The other villages also responded. Otogakuer. Humph, you still have the mood to do this at such a sensitive time? Yandame is really bold. Orochimaru's face was gloomy. He could roughly guess Yandame's confidence. In addition to relying on Yuuji, there was also a large number of cage level who could command him. No matter how bad it is, the fourth generation himself have the corpse ghost seal. Even if he is facing the terrifying Otsutsuki who easily defeated his second generation mechanical Godzilla, he may be able to take away the enemy if he trades his life. Konohagakuer was truly too powerful, to a certain extent even surpassing the period when exceptional talents in Madara were overseeing things. Otsutsuki, Hatonari, Ishaiki, as well as this newly appeared one, as well as the unknown dead Rikuta Sennin. How many clansmen does Otsutsuki clan have? He really wanted to possess the body of a Otsutsuki. This was the source of Ninja World's ancient bloodline. Orochimaru-sama, then should we send someone to participate? Of course we have to participate. How can we be absent from such an interesting matter? Gurren, you go. Didn't you want to compete with Naruto and Sasuke a long time ago? Orochimaru looked at the eager Gurren and said in a hoarse voice, then let them monitor this time. Your crystal release can create a huge barrier, and you can also crystallize the enemy's ninjutsu. You shouldn't be so low-key. Just as he was about to speak, Orochimaru shook his head, you can't go. You go, your condition is unstable. If you go to Konoha and kill people, I won't be able to protect you. This was not the main reason. The real reason was that Gurren could die, but Yugo absolutely could not. This was the consideration in Orochimaru's heart. Time passed, and more villages received invitations. The entire ninja world was terrified because of the super battle not long ago. Many villages were still sending ninjas everywhere to rescue the disaster. After receiving Konoha's invitation, they did not dare to disobey. Even if it was just to inquire about the news, they had to send people to participate. The one who could detonate such a super battle was very likely to be Konoha's Shiranui Yuuji. They had to confirm this. Well, is this also the same as last time, sending an invitation to the Eye organization? I accept this task. Setsuna took the invitation and refused to let Shisui interfere. That's good. Elder Setsuna has been moving around outside for the past few years. He has been working hard for the organization. Compared to the elders, I am still far from it, Shisui said. Setsuna nodded proudly. Although he found nothing, he had suffered a lot, and the leader must have seen it. This time, when I meet the leader, I have to try to find out more information. Why does the mysterious man have Mangekyo Sharingan who looks like me? And where did his Rinnegan come from? Setsuna thought hard and was puzzled. After getting the invitation, Setsuna immediately set off and left Konohagakuer. Chapter 393, Identity Exposure. Where is this guy planning to go? Sasuke secretly followed Setsuna. As Setsuna circled around the entire fire country, he did his best to hide his figure and aura to prevent himself from being discovered. Uchiha Setsuna, I remember that this person is an elder of the clan. He did not have any outstanding achievements in his life. He is ordinary, but this guy has the same eyes as me. Sasuke's eyes were deep. According to his information, this Setsuna obtained this pair of eyes by making a wish to the chest of bliss. The mysterious leader of the Eye organization seemed to have done something to Setsuna as well. It was really amazing. I can understand that there was a Shiranui Yuuji, but what about the leader of this Eye organization? Sasuke silently pondered. Then, he followed Setsuna to the Valley of the End and watched as Setsuna cast a spell to open the enchantment seal and disappeared. It turned out that the base of the Eye organization was the Valley of the End. Sasuke hid in the distance and waited patiently. Black Zetsu was not as panicked as before. It learned from White Zetsu that Yuuji had defeated Urashiki. As for whether he had killed him or not, it was unknown. That guy actually has this kind of strength. He joined forces with others to defeat an enemy that even Mother has to be wary of. Black Zetsu's Rinnegan flashed with a treacherous intent. Who was the person who helped Yuuji and was able to use the full-body Susanoo? Black Zetsu felt a headache coming on. After I joined the organization, I didn't achieve anything. I didn't even see the leader a few times. A ball of fire was burning in Black Zetsu's heart. At this time, Setsuna entered the base. He glanced at Black Zetsu and smiled coldly. After getting permission, he went deep into the base to meet the leader and sent an invitation. Black Zetsu also took the opportunity to follow him in. Another invitation for Chunin exam? This time, it will definitely be very lively. Hitomi opened the letter and looked at it. He threw it aside and said, since we have been invited, there is no reason for us to not participate. But we have to participate in another way. Sumaru! Hitomi shouted. Sumaru, who came from the Hashigakure and was accepted as a disciple by Hitomi, respectfully knelt in front of Hitomi. This time, the three of you will participate. You should also let your peers see your talent. Yes, sensei. Sumaru's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned around to report this news to his parents. Would the three of them participate? His parents, Natsui and Hadarubi, were originally the superior ninja of the Hashigakure, and they were participating in Chunin exam. In fact, no one cared. Natsui and Hadarubi, being able to hold on for a while longer in the hands of Naruto and Sasuke, was already considered outstanding. The main point was still to see Sumaru's performance. With the improved peacock technique that looks like Bijuu's outer coat, Sumaru will probably surprise people. Setsuna complimented. Hitomi nodded indifferently and casually glanced at Black Zetsu. What do you want? About Otsutsuki Urashiki. I already know about that kind of thing. I don't need you to report it. It's just a Otsutsuki who suddenly appeared. It's not a big deal for him to be defeated if he makes a move recklessly. Hitomi said coldly. This made Black Zetsu confused. Was this leader really stupid, or did he have enough confidence? Speaking of which, Hitomi's true strength was also a mystery. His greatest achievement was to defeat Nagato. Black Zetsu silently retreated. I can't count on this guy. I tried many times, but I couldn't incite him. He is not interested in Bijuu, nor is he interested in Otsutsuki? Or has he actually already made a deal with that bastard Yuuji? Black Zetsu was secretly anxious, and he gradually made up his mind. If there was really no other way, then, revive Uchiha Madara. The Rinnegan that snatched Nagato away, apart from taking the opportunity to protect his life and taking advantage of the situation to gather information, it also had this idea. A single Rinnegan should be enough to activate the reincarnation heavenly art. With my strength, I wouldn't die if I revived a person. Black Zetsu felt hatred in his heart. This bastard Hitomi, I don't know what he is thinking. Leader, I want to ask you about a person. That person has the same kind of eyes as me. It is very likely that it has something to do with Indra. Setsuna said. Black Zetsu, who was about to leave, felt his heart skip a beat. He immediately stopped and listened patiently. I know that person. Don't mind him. He doesn't belong to this world. Chief, his eyes seem to be stronger than mine. How can I surpass him? Setsuna hurriedly said. Surpass? You obtained it because of Indra. Naturally, you need to borrow the power of enlightenment. However, there is a limit to the comprehension itself. It is only a derivation created by Rikuta Sennin. Once its power is too strong, you will no longer be you. Hitomi said coldly, directly shattering Setsuna's dream. Comprehension. But this thing is sealed in my body. I originally couldn't use it, and the chest of bliss was also sealed by you, leader. Setsuna was in a daze and didn't even know how he left. Black Zetsu followed behind Setsuna and said in confusion, you are not as good as his eyes because you haven't found a way. Why don't you ask the leader for the chest of bliss and collect a few years of negative energy to improve your strength? No, too strong of a comprehension will make me lose myself. Then there is another way. You have Hitomi because of Indra, and the other party may also have it. Then you can find a way to steal the other party's eyes, and the problem will be solved. Black Zetsu guided patiently, displaying his natal skill. It was very cost-effective to use a trash like Setsuna to test the mysterious expert. According to the leader, the other party was not from this world. This made Black Zetsu alert. Could it be another Otsutsuki? A new descendant of Hamura? Or was it simply a dead person who came from the Pure Land? Black Zetsu wanted to figure this out and make a plan to resurrect Uchiha Madara as soon as possible. Setsuna glared at Black Zetsu's Rinnegan, then he shook his head regretfully and left. He had always looked down on Black Zetsu, but he was very interested in this Rinnegan. Unfortunately, the leader said that without his permission, there must be no infighting, otherwise, he would be executed. This old bastard is really hateful. Since he doesn't want to work for me, then just go to hell. Nagato is looking for my whereabouts. Then I will reveal Setsuna's information to him. Black Zetsu revealed a strange smile. He came out. Sasuke opened his eyes and saw Setsuna walk out of the base. He immediately followed. The moment he left, Sasuke took a deep look at the Valley of the End. I have to report this news to Yuuji as soon as possible. I don't know how much he knows about the Eye organization. If I can find the base of the Eye organization, he will probably be shocked. Setsuna and Sasuke, one in front and one behind, shuttled through the borders of the Fire Country. On the other side, Nagato, who received White Zetsu's report, called Su and Madara and immediately began to move. How long has it been, and you're already so eager to take action? Obito looked at Nagato coldly. Su also slowly appeared, don't say any more. After all, this is related to the eyes of the leader. We can't be careless against the members of the Eye organization. Obito snorted and looked at Nagato in confusion. Speaking of which step do you want to take? If you can't control it well, it is very easy to have an all-out war with the Eye organization. Facing the Eye organization, Obito also felt a little weak in his heart. He knew the real situation on his side. If it was the real combination of Nagato and Madara and Hashirama, there was no need to be afraid. 10 more tonari could also be smashed in minutes. But if it was Nagato with one eye, Obito with one eye, and Su. Alright, he would definitely have an advantage against other members of the Eye organization, but if he provoked Hitomi and Hitomi personally went out to fight, then it would be over. However, Nagato did not know the actual situation and was filled confidence. We are all powerful existences beyond the cage realm. There is no need to say much about our control of power. As long as we pay attention, we will not trigger an all-out war. Nagato was full of himself. We just want to get information about Black Zetsu from the members of the Eye organization. As long as they say it, we will release them on the spot. 3 super shadows, flying dragon riding on the face, unless the Sage of the Six Paths is reborn, how could he miss it? He just wanted to get information about Black Zetsu, to be able to form this kind of lineup, he was already very cautious. Humph, you two have been silent for too long, other than showing your strength when dealing with Tonari and his Hiki, and using Susanoo and real Senju, you haven't done anything, right? This is a good opportunity, let Ninja World experience the strength of 2 legendary ninja. Nagato shouted in a low voice. Obito. Su, the leader is right. It made my blood boil. You have the same feeling, right, Madara? Ah, the leader's will to fight is really strong. Obito resisted the nausea and replied. He felt stuffy and uneasy. Nagato was about to give the order to start the operation. Obito said, I think the 3 of us are still unreliable. Why don't we call some experts from the organization as helpers? Helpers? They are at most cage level. What kind of helpers can they be? Are you going to call Konan along? Nagato asked doubtfully. Although Konan's god of paper is powerful, the drawbacks are also very strong. The effect of dealing with Hitomi, a ninja of the Eye organization, is not that great. Obito hurriedly said. Su suddenly said, then let's call Du. Under the 3 of us, Might Du's strength is definitely one of the strongest. That guy who is suspected to be Konoha's spy. Nagato looked at Su and nodded, not saying anything. Du was the strongest under the 3 of them? Stronger than Kakuzu, Kisame, and the others? Nagato was not very enthusiastic, but he did not take it to heart. Humph, no matter how strong he was just a special cage level. He could beat Du with 1 Rinnegan, there was nothing to worry about. After a while, Du and Kisame arrived. Yeah, the organization is taking action, but they want to separate the 2 of us? What action is so mysterious? Kisame revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. There is no need to be suspicious. It is purely that this mission is more suitable for Du. His body technique is very strong and his speed is astonishing. The implication was that if they really overturned the carriage, Du could also open the 8 inner hidden armor and run quickly. As for people like Kisame, they couldn't even run away, so they could only wait for death. Alright, it's good that you guys can take this precious beast away. It's rare for me to have some peace and quiet for a while. Kisame sat down on the ground, his mouth full of disdain, but from the looks of it, he clearly wanted to wait for Do to return. I will work hard. Do was confused, but he still put on an excited look and quietly glanced at Su. Seeing that Su did not have any additional instructions, he immediately agreed. Obito used the last remaining one Mangekyo Sharingan to unleash his Kamui. A vortex wrapped the four of them and disappeared. In the next moment, they were out of the territory of the Fire Country. Is it my illusion? Your casting speed seems to have increased a lot. Could it be that the Mangekyo Sharingan that you lost your sight is also like the leader Rinnegan, who can slowly repair itself? Su asked. Humph, I naturally have my own methods, Obito replied darkly. Su looked at Obito thoughtfully. Obito couldn't have transplanted a large amount of Tonari's cells, right? He had only transplanted Tonari's arm before. With the pure blood at Satsuki's genetic power, it would be no problem to slightly increase the strength of one-eyed Obito. In addition, with Tobi's assistance, the one-eyed Obito could not be underestimated. White Zetsu crawled out from a tree. Setsuna is heading towards this direction. He will be here soon. Oh, thank you for your help. Do gave White Zetsu a thumbs up. White Zetsu nodded and went back into the tree trunk. After a while, Setsuna came as expected. When he saw the four of them, Setsuna was startled and immediately stopped. His face revealed a strong sense of fear. The three super cage level of the Eye organization actually came here. Setsuna said in a deep voice, this is definitely not a coincidence. Is there something you want to find me for? If you want to invite me to join Akatsuki, there is no need for that. Might Do was directly ignored by Setsuna. You think too much. Nagato asked directly, tell me, where is Black Zetsu? You want to take back your eyes? Although I don't like that shameful thing of Black Zetsu, I have no intention of selling him out. Setsuna took a few steps back and estimated the distance between him and the base. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. What was he waiting for when facing these people? Waiting for death? Only the leader has the ability to deal with these three people, but against three people, there is no chance of winning. Setsuna's heart was heavy. In the knowledge of ordinary people, Akatsuki was stronger than the Eye organization. There were three beyond cage level, and the other cage level was several. But as for the Eye organization, Hitomi was the only super cage level, right? It was just that it was more mysterious. Setsuna was extremely conflicted. Even if the leader could rush over to help in time, he would most likely be killed by him. Obito sneered. Idiot, it's fine if you refuse to cooperate with me and join the Eye organization. Why are you still standing on the side of the Eye organization at this time? And protecting Black Zetsu? How do you think we got your information? Obito's eyes flashed with biting cold killing intent. It was this bastard Setsuna who caused him to lose a Mangekyo Sharingan. Back then, when Obito contacted Setsuna who had Mangekyo Sharingan, he was directly stabbed in the back by Setsuna. An Amaterasu attack came, followed by Yandame Hokage. In order to escape, Obito directly used a Mangekyo Sharingan to activate Izanagi. Only then did he escape. Oh? There are other people. You have been followed. Nagato rolled his eyes and looked coldly in a direction. Setsuna turned around in shock. Sasuke had no choice but to reveal himself, but his eyes were staring at a certain someone. He frowned and said, this outfit, you are Obito. Obito. Hat. Nagato. Chapter 394, Nagato has seen through everything. Sasuke knew about Akatsuki in this world and also knew that other than Nagato, the two most powerful people were the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara who suppressed the ninja. Regarding this rumor, Sasuke who came from the future did not say a word and scoffed. He had read through the history of this world and the real turning point was the rise of Shiranui Yuuji. And the deeds of Hashirama and Madara were no different from the future world he was in. Therefore, the Hashirama and Madara among Akatsuki must be fake. You are indeed Obito, right? Sasuke looked at the stiff people and shouted again. Obito? Uchiha Obito. Setsuna sized up Sasuke with fear, and his figure took a few steps back to increase the distance between them. Then, he looked at Obito with a shocked gaze. According to what this old man knows, Uchiha Obito has long died in the three battles arena. However, a super expert like Sasuke who had Rinnegan would not lie casually. Because with his strength, there was no need for him to throw out misleading information to build an advantage. He only needed to rely on absolute strength. Obito. Nagato rolled his eyes and stared at Obito with eyes full of killing intent. What's going on? Obito subconsciously looked at the empty space. Su turned his head away, whistled, and focused on looking at the white clouds in the sky. Nagato, don't listen to a stranger's nonsense. I don't know any Obito. I am Uchiha Madara. Obito tried to calm down. We have been together for so many years. You won't doubt this, will you? Humph, you are indeed Uchiha Obito. Sasuke said confidently. Shut up. Don't try to mislead Nagato. Then do you dare to take off your mask? I know Madara. It is definitely not the face under your mask. Sasuke shouted. Nagato also became more and more suspicious. Speaking of which, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were created by the two of you, right? White Zetsu should have been created by Mr. Hashirama and is still working for me. However, Black Zetsu betrayed me at the most critical moment. Madara, how do you explain it? Nagato said in a deep voice. Obito felt stifled in his heart. How could he explain it? It was clearly Nagato who had always been self-righteous, always thinking that White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were tools created by the two of them. Obito was silent, staring at the extremely blood-red eyes, looking past Setsuna, staring at Sasuke viciously. Although I don't know where you came from, this kind of art is useless to me. When I take you down, you will tell me your purpose honestly. Obito said coldly. Sasuke looked at the people in front of him expressionlessly. It's not that I want to boast. With just you, you're not my opponent. Even if the real Madara comes, he is not my opponent. Obito could not even care about the task of capturing Setsuna. He urgently needed to make this strange guy shut up and force him to know the reason why he knew this information. Shua. Obito took the lead and pounced on Sasuke with a stern momentum. I hope that your true strength can be half of your mouth. He stretched out his hand and tried to grab Sasuke by the neck. At the same time, Kamui was ready to attack at any time. Facing this full of flaws attack, not only did Sasuke not go forward, but he also quickly retreated. He had no intention of attacking. This made Obito's heart sink. He immediately changed his tactics and began to attack. Sasuke took out his Kusanagi sword, dodging while attacking. He slashed down several times, all of them passing through Obito's body. Setsuna couldn't help but say, this guy has time and space ability. He is waiting for you to make a mistake. Obito shouted, what are you all still standing there for? Tell this old bastard to shut up. Don't hinder me. Nagato and Su did not move. Su tilted his head. Go and capture that Setsuna. Okay, leave it to me. Might-do kicked the ground hard, stepped out of the depression with astonishing force, rushed straight to Setsuna, and kicked over with Konoha Tornado. Bang! The ribs of Susanoo appeared on the body of Setsuna, blocking this sweep. Crack! Cracks appeared on his ribs. Might-do, the last time we fought, it was when this old man obtained this pair of eyes that you and that fellow Kisame interfered with this old man. Setsuna did not even blink as he reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Obito. This fellow who claimed to be Uchiha Madara and had once received his loyalty, could it really be that little brat Obito? But how could Obito possess such strength? Even if he had awakened, Mangekyo Sharingan should not have possessed such strength. No matter what, it was better to deal with Do first. 8 inner hidden armor, open. Do shouted loudly, breaking through the shackles of 8 inner hidden gates one after another. The aura surging around his body was also rising at an astonishing speed at this time. Humph, want to use body technique to defeat this old man? Absolutely impossible. Setsuna was startled in his heart. After coldly snorting, his eyes widened, and he released powerful Hitomi power. The cracks on his ribs were immediately repaired, and the Susanoo instantly entered the second stage. The half-body giant drew his bow and knocked an arrow, attempting to shoot at Do. But Do was too fast. After opening the fourth gate, even a casual movement could turn into after-images, far surpassing Setsuna's speed. Damn, facing this kind of speed, even Susanoo's movements are somewhat sluggish. Setsuna quickly rolled his eyes, clearly reflecting the figure of Do into his eyes, gnashing his teeth. Super Konoha Tornado. Boom! Do ferociously kicked down, directly kicking the arm of Susanoo, scattering the bow and arrow. The two of them began to fight, and every time they fought, a violent roar would erupt, attracting people's attention. For Do to be able to display this kind of strength, it can be considered good. Nagato casually glanced at it and immediately lost interest. It was just a simple body technique, the meaning was not great. Su, however, looked at it with interest. This should only be the fourth gate. Strictly speaking, Do didn't even bring out half of his strength. Su was very satisfied with Do's performance. After Godzilla's assimilation, Do's body speed had increased by leaps and bounds, and his level of life had greatly increased. He had already surpassed his son, Guy. If he could open the eighth gate, that kind of scene must be extremely brutal. But Setsuna clearly didn't know what kind of monster he was facing, and he continuously controlled Susanoo to launch attacks. But in terms of speed, he was still somewhat lacking, and could only rely on his eyes to observe, predict the physical attack of Do, and then take advantage of the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Bang bang bang! After several confrontations, Do didn't seem to have the upper hand. Setsuna heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Humph, it seems that your limit is only so-so. Although you can barely take action at cage level, it is a pity that you met this old man. What this old man is least afraid of is body technique type ninjas. Setsuna sneered, using Mangekyo Sharingan to capture every move of Do. After another confrontation, his Susanoo forced Do back, and at this moment, Setsuna's left eye overflowed with blood. Amaterasu. Who? Black flames burned on Do's body. Ha, even if this old man's speed can't keep up with yours, I only need my eyes to keep up. This is destined that you can't escape this old man's Hitomi technique. Setsuna snorted coldly. He had already anticipated the scene of Do being burned to ashes. Using the eyes to capture the movements of the enemy, and focusing on the sight to activate Amaterasu, instantly igniting the enemy. This Hitomi technique is indeed the natural enemy of body techniques ninjas. Su nodded slightly. Mangekyo's insight was already very exaggerated. He could even use instantaneous techniques through his sight. Where could he see a fire? Who could withstand it? Unfortunately, Do was able to withstand it. It was just the flames of Amaterasu. It hurts, this is Amaterasu. Do jumped to the ground and looked down at the black flames burning crazily on his body like a maggot. That's right. You only have a few seconds left to live. You can say your last words. Don't blame me for being heartless. You attacked me first. Setsuna said. Sorry, you can't kill me with this method alone. Do said in a deep voice. Under Setsuna's shocked gaze, he stretched out his hand on the spot and stabbed it into his body. Then, bit by bit, he forcibly tore off the part of his flesh that had been ignited and threw it into the distance. Setsuna was incomparably shocked. He watched helplessly as Do stripped off all the flesh and blood he had left in such a brutal manner. Even if you can successfully extract the heavenly reflection fire, you will still die. You will die from excessive blood loss. Setsuna said. Do shook his head. The missing parts of his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The new flesh and blood quickly reproduced and mended the wounds. This self-healing efficiency stunned Setsuna. The others couldn't help but look over. What happened to your body? After being transformed by that fellow, you possess this ability. Setsuna asked. Do took a deep breath. Be careful, or I will really accidentally beat you to death. Open. Do opened the fifth door, and his strength soared once again. His hair stood on end, emitting a substantial pressure. Break! Do roared, and directly rushed forward. A terrifying explosive force appeared, and he stretched out his fist, brazenly smashing against Setsuna's Susanoo. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and the second stage Susanoo was pierced through by Do. The astonishing shockwave caused Setsuna, who was inside Susanoo, to vomit blood, and even his clothes were shattered. How is this possible? Setsuna looked as if he had seen a ghost. The Susanoo rapidly transformed, and the black Tengu heavy armor appeared. Do didn't say a word, and just continued to attack. It looked like an ordinary fist and leg, but it still managed to defeat the third stage Susanoo. That ear-piercing sound made people suspect that the heavy armor of this Susanoo would explode at any time. Setsuna was suppressed. This was something that Setsuna could not accept. Who the hell was Do? His strongest battle record only killed a few 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, and he almost lost his life. How could he, Uchiha Setsuna, be forced to this extent? I don't believe it, Kagutsuki. Amaterasu flame spread out, attaching to the surface of Susanoo, adding a layer of shield. But Do directly ignored this kind of black flame shield, still regardless of whether he launched a strong attack or not, he was fearless. Setsuna was continuously beaten back, battered and exhausted, and even more frightened. Everyone could see that if this continued, Setsuna would definitely lose. This was because this was obviously not Do's full strength. There are 5 explosive points on your body. Did you only open 5? Nagato nodded slightly and looked at it a little more. 5 gate already have this kind of strength? Suppressing the veteran expert, Uchiha Setsuna, to fight? What if there were 6 or 7 gate? Might Do gave Nagato a big surprise. Not bad. Nagato commented and immediately turned his attention to Obito. His gaze was cold. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito. These two people are far behind. The battle on this side was almost one-sided. Obito was easily suppressed by the mysterious enemy. Moreover, it was all round. In Mangekyo Sharingan's confrontation, Obito was completely defeated and crushed. No matter what Obito did, what kind of trap he set up, no matter how he changed his tactics, Sasuke instantly saw through it, and he was extremely aggrieved. Where did your eyes come from? Why are they so strong? Obito shouted angrily. He had inherited Madara's knowledge. At this time, he had a strong feeling that this mysterious person in front of him, his Mangekyo Sharingan, was definitely not right. This was clearly a combination of 2 kinds of patterns. One was a hexagram, Setsuna's eyes, and the other was a straight. Could this be the eternal Mangekyo? However, the eternal Mangekyo needed to sacrifice 2 blood relatives to obtain it. How did this guy get it? There is no need to tell you this. Obito, in front of my eyes, there is nothing you can hide. Sasuke said in a deep voice. Obito's face was cloudy and uncertain, and a strong unwillingness appeared in his heart. Eternal Mangekyo would not lose its sight, nor would it decline. Hitomi's strength would only continue to grow stronger until he reached his peak. Obito knew that if he did not use his true strength, it would be very difficult to win against his opponent. Mokuton, true number 1000 hand. Obito clapped his hands and began to mobilize the power of Tobi. In the next moment, a great Buddha of 1000 hand emerged from the ground, looking down at Sasuke majestically. Sasuke glanced at him coldly, then glanced at Setsuna next to him. He directly threw a glance and ignited the Buddha statue of Senju, Amaterasu and Kagutsuki. The black flame spread at an exaggerated speed on the Buddha statue, forcing Obito to have no choice. Amaterasu? You must be the guy who joined forces with Yuuji to defeat Otsutsuki, right? Who exactly are you? Obito felt his body going numb. Sasuke pulled away his bangs, revealing his Rinnegan. Clearly, he did not intend to continue wasting time. It turns out that you are not as weak as I imagined at this time, Sasuke said. Rinnegan, humph, I already know who this guy is. Nagato's eyes revealed a biting cold hostility. Oh? Leader, did you find anything? Sue asked. Nagato sneered. Can't you tell? This guy has Rinnegan. He joined hands with Yuuji to defeat Otsutsuki. Moreover, he appeared at this time and coincidentally saved the lonely Setsuna. Do you think this is a coincidence? So, this guy only has one identity. That is the leader of the I organization, my number 1 enemy, Hitomi. Chapter 395, It is true. Nagato glared fiercely at Hitomi. In his entire life, he had only suffered a great loss from 2 men. One was Hitomi, and the other was Yuuji. To Nagato, the only one who gave him the strongest hostility and recognition was Hitomi. Yuuji could not. Although he had also lost to Yuuji, he had still been defeated when he had used the full-body Susanoo. But it was obvious that since Yuuji didn't have Rinnegan, the impact he had on Nagato wasn't that strong. Only Hitomi, who was mysterious but had Rinnegan like him, made him attach great importance to him and regarded him as his first mortal enemy. They were both sages' eyes, so they naturally had to decide who was better. Sue was silent for a moment. Is the leader so sure? What if he is wrong? Impossible. In the entire ninja world, other than Hitomi, who else would have Rinnegan? Nagato said in a low voice. He stared at Sasuke and observed his every move. It turns out that Hitomi only has one Rinnegan, and the other eye is Mangekyo Sharingan who hasn't evolved. Humph, no wonder this guy usually wants to wear a mask and look shameful. Nagato, have already seen through this man's sensitive mentality. He probably doesn't want others to know that he only has one Rinnegan. I just don't know why he didn't hide it this time. Nagato said confidently. Suddenly, Nagato had a vague sense of superiority. There was only one Rinnegan? No matter what, it was impossible for this guy to be the reincarnation of Rikuta Sennin. Both of Rikuta Sennin's eyes should be Rinnegan. There was no Rinnegan, only Mangekyo Sharingan's situation. Nagato's nervous heart suddenly relaxed at this moment. Su said, but leader, if Hitomi only has one Rinnegan, how did you lose to him when you had two Rinnegan? Isn't the second bigger than the first? Snap! Nagato's figure flashed, breaking through his defense. That time, damn it, you're right, why would I lose? It must be because I didn't activate Mangekyo Sharingan's form at that time, and I didn't master enough Hitomi skills, so I lost. Nagato gnashed his teeth. And I don't understand his Hitomi skills well enough. Nagato added. Su shook his head, in disbelief. Leader, you only have one Rinnegan now. Compared to him, there is one less Mangekyo Sharingan. You are still at a disadvantage. Shut up. I just have poor eyesight and am not blind. I will look for myself. I don't need you to teach me. Nagato glared at the Rinnegan and coldly swept his gaze over Su that was desperately fanning the flames. If Madara's true identity was Obito, then was this Su really Hashirama? Who was the true body under the mask? However, this powerful Mokuton couldn't be faked. What was going on? Nagato's mentality became very subtle, feeling that he had been fooled. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ continuously reducing the volume of the Buddha statue. Obito appeared to be in a very sorry state. Facing Sasuke, other than his Kamui, he actually had no other ability to gain the upper hand. This guy's Hitomi technique is actually exactly the same as Setsuna's. Mangekyo Sharingan's patterns are also so similar. What is going on? In Obito's heart, anger and uneasiness intertwined together. What made Obito even more flustered was that he still did not know what kind of strange Hitomi technique was sealed in this mysterious person in front of him. The most basic Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin definitely knew it. If this guy is really Hitomi, then I am in danger. Obito broke out in a cold sweat. That fellow, Hitomi, had turned against the gods and suppressed time and space, almost driving him crazy back then. What are you all still standing there for? Why haven't you come to help me? Are you really going to watch me get killed? Obito couldn't help but shout. Madara is begging us, what should we do? Su tilted his head and asked. Nagato muttered to himself. Sasuke kept dodging the attacks of the thousand-handed Buddha and asked doubtfully, what? Don't you still have Kamui to use? How can you admit defeat so quickly? This is not like you at all. Obito was about to go crazy. Nagato said coldly, Madara, I will call you that for the time being. Why do you seem to be very familiar with the enemy? Sasuke immediately replied, that's right, it is indeed very familiar. I know this guy too well and have deceived me quite a bit. Obito was furious. I don't know this nonsense guy. You don't know me, but I know you. You shut up. Obito controlled the true number thousand hand who was burned by the black flames and sent out a large number of arms to hit Sasuke, but none of them actually hit him. Sasuke's speed was astonishing. After all, he was one of the saviors, so he wouldn't lose so easily. Do it. No matter what, he is at least on my side. Nagato said coldly. Su nodded and sized up Sasuke. If the three of them worked together, could they defeat this adult Sasuke? The answer was no. Nagato and Obito were not at their peak, and he was a fake. Nagato slapped the ground hard. Summoning technique. The Gedo statue appeared. Nagato directly merged half of his body into the Gedo statue. This was already his strongest state. Su shrugged and casually created the Woodman and Wood Dragon to join the battle. The three of them drove the big guys to attack Sasuke. Every step they took caused the earth to shake and the roar to reach the sky. Sasuke looked at the big guys in front of him and frowned, hesitating to kill them. There has been a serious deviation in this timeline. I wonder how the association will affect the future. Deep in his heart, Sasuke had always been worried. Although he was not a scholar who studied time, the outbreak of technology after the end of the four battles still allowed Sasuke to understand a little. The changes in the past time would definitely be reflected to the future, so after transmigrators like them came to the past, they should strictly forbid interfering with the history of the past. Unfortunately, the history of the past had already changed beyond recognition, and there was no need for him to interfere. When I return to the future, what will the future become? There are no changes, or will it become a future that will follow this timeline? Shizuke was very conflicted. Will it become two parallel timelines? Shizuke didn't know. He looked at these three people in front of him with a calm expression. Susanoo. Shizuke said indifferently. In the next moment, full-body Susanoo immediately appeared and began to fight the enemy. Several behemoths clashed fiercely, shaking the earth, making people horrified. Full-body Susanoo, this guy is the one who joined hands with Yuuji. Find a way to restrict his movements, don't fight recklessly. Nagato, you go, what are you doing? Nagato coldly snorted, then commanded Gedo statue to rush forward. Full-body Susanoo, is it very strong? Back then, he could also casually use it. It's just Susanoo. Look at the two of you, you are so useless. Nagato shouted. Immediately after, the Gedo statue crashed into Shizuke. Two incomparably powerful giants collided together like two mountains. The earth caved in one circle after another and spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! Gedo statue opened his mouth and ruthlessly bit the neck of Susanoo. From the looks of it, it was going to break the head of Susanoo and then attack Shizuke. If it was an ordinary Susanoo, it would have already been bitten to pieces. But Sasuke's Susanoo appeared with the support of Rinnegan-level Hitomi technique, so its defense was much stronger. Gedo statue, the shell of the 10 tails. Sasuke's eyes focused. Not to mention anything else, this thing was really powerful. He just didn't expect that Nagato would directly use Gedo statue as a weapon. He had never heard of this usage. Su and Obito also immediately surrounded him, using Thousand Arm and the Wooden Man to hold Sasuke's Susanoo, at the same time also using Mokuton, creating a large number of trees to wrap around the legs and hands of Shizuke. For a time, Shizuke seemed to be unable to move. This type of black Mokuton is the same as Naruto. Shizuke stared at these black wood people and wooden dragons, incomparably shocked. He had always felt that it was strange. Even if Naruto really awakened Mokuton, it should be the lush green Mokuton that Madara and Hashirama used. How could it be black? Now that the case was solved, Naruto's black Mokuton blood inheritance might have been obtained from this Su. Who the hell are you? Shizuke shouted. Su shook his head, you don't want to know, just obediently surrender. You all underestimate my Susanoo too much. In that Rinnegan of Shizuke, even more astonishing Hitomi power gushed out, and after a series of cracking sounds, Susanoo forcibly resisted several giants and became alive. Swish! The katana appeared in Susanoo's hand, and with a horizontal slash, the wooden dragon was cut off. The Buddha statue was first burned by Amaterasu, and now it was cut off, almost cut in half at the waist. At this time, Nagato suddenly exerted strength, and the teeth of Gedo statue bit into the neck of Susanoo. He took the opportunity to create a large number of black sticks, and immediately threw them towards the crack on the neck of Susanoo. It further intensified the damage. In this way, you won't be able to escape. Nagato's eyes shot out a fierce light, and he stretched out his hands, Bansho Tenin. Boom! Under the pull of gravity, the head of Susanoo was being torn off bit by bit. Without Susanoo, what else can you do? Use your Rinnegan Hitomi technique, this time I will not lose. I am the real successor of Rikuta Sennin. Nagato roared in a low voice. Shizuke frowned and glanced at Nagato who had become inexplicably excited. Swish! Shizuke once again brandished his blade, and ruthlessly chopped down on the Gedo statue, leaving a deep scar on this ugly monster. This was only the beginning. Susanoo continuously attacked, quickly chopping down, forcibly cutting off half of the Gedo statue. It was also at this time that Nagato suddenly made a series of hand seals, one eye firmly staring at the gap in the neck of Susanoo. Finally, I seized this opportunity. Seal technique, Illusion Dragon 9 Seal. Roar! 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 The Gedo statue forcefully opened its mouth, and with an extremely painful appearance, it spat out an illusory dragon from its mouth. This dragon directly rushed towards Shizuke, and following the gap on the neck of Susanoo, it quickly drilled into Shizuke. What technique is this? Sasuke was startled. Could it be a secret technique to seal Bijuu into Gedo statue? Sasuke really didn't understand. Even when he joined Akatsuki when he was young, he didn't participate in the action of sealing Bijuu. He just threw the 8-tailed clone to Obito and then couldn't wait to destroy Konoha. In the end, he was told halfway that Konoha had been destroyed by pain. The speed of the illusory dragon was astonishing, and it didn't have a real body. It could penetrate matter and arrived in front of Sasuke in a blink of an eye. He won. Nagato was extremely excited. When using Susanoo, the eyes had to switch to the form of Mangekyo Sharingan. To use Rinnegan's ability, a trace of obscurity would appear. This was the opportunity that Nagato seized. Hitomi, you still have to lose to me today. I will properly use your eyes. Nagato shouted excitedly. However, Sasuke only glanced at him calmly. His right eye was eternal, and his left eye was Megatama. Just as the illusory dragon was about to touch him and take away his soul on the spot, he was shocked. Sasuke's figure disappeared from where he stood. Nagato was startled. Leader, be careful. Su's tone was faint. When Sasuke appeared next to Nagato, he shockingly activated his Ama no Tejikara and switched positions with a rock that had splashed into the air. Chidori. Sasuke struck out and pierced through Nagato's chest. I originally didn't plan to do anything to you, but you seem to have misunderstood. If I don't get rid of you, I probably won't be able to leave. As Sasuke spoke, he felt the touch on his hand and was immediately stunned. There was no feeling of real flesh and blood, and there was no blood flowing out. The body under the clothes is white. You changed into White Zetsu's body. Sasuke was shocked. No wonder when he looked at Nagato, he felt that something was wrong. What exactly happened to this Nagato? As expected of you. You can still break the situation under such circumstances. Your time-space Hitomi technique has become stronger. Nagato looked down at his chest and nodded. I became like this because of you. There is no need to pretend. Black Zetsu should have told you everything. You have recognized the wrong person. Sasuke shook his head and suddenly created more lightning, wanting to tear Nagato's entire body apart. Nagato frowned and looked at him doubtfully. He hurriedly used Hitomi's technique. Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei. Sasuke's eyes widened. He also used Shinra Tensei to resist the repulsive force. There was a brief stalemate. It seemed that he was about to completely destroy Nagato's technique. Obito hurriedly appeared with Kamui, trying to save Nagato. However, Sasuke took advantage of the opportunity to cut open Nagato's body with his hand, and then chopped down on Obito's head. Whoosh! The mask fell. It revealed Obito's face that seemed to be made up of flesh and blood. This time, you won't be able to hide. Sasuke attacked again. However, Obito only gritted his teeth and disappeared on the spot. He shouted, Su, are you still not going to attack? Before he finished speaking, a large amount of black forest gushed out. The leaves that flickered with a terrifying sharpness made Sasuke extremely fearful and he hurriedly retreated. Chief, you are really in a sorry state. Su stood on the Gedo statue. Nagato looked at Sasuke in confusion. He frowned and snorted, this kind of injury won't cause any harm to me. If I merge with Gedo statue, who can kill me? Chapter 396, What the hell is Black Zetsu? Just as Nagato and the other two were entangled with Sasuke. On the other side, the battle between Doi and Setsuna had also entered a white-hot stage. To be more precise, it was the time to decide the victor, and both of their physical strength began to decline. With a guy like you, don't even think about breaking this old man's Susanoo, let alone kill this old man. Setsuna was hiding in the Susanoo, his voice and expression were stern. But he could only use this method to intimidate Might-do, because other than this method, he could do nothing. Amaterasu, whose attack speed was the fastest, couldn't really kill Might-do. Moreover, he couldn't find the opportunity to use illusion technique, so Do suppressed him and didn't even look at his eyes, only focusing on attacking Susanoo. Using Susanoo to clash head-on, it was very difficult to hit Do with astonishing speed. Even if he did, the result of the collision was not optimistic. Usually, Do would be fine, but his Susanoo would be cracked. Simply. This bastard, back then in the village, he was just an insignificant forever genin. He was the target of everyone's ridicule. Why did he become so strong now? Setsuna's state of mind exploded from continuous attacks, and the cracks that continuously spread on the Susanoo seriously stimulated him. He suddenly thought that this fellow Do had only become famous after following Yuuji. He had used the 8 inner hidden armor technique to display his own talent. Then, for some unknown reason, he didn't return to Konoha. Instead, he turned around and joined Akatsuki. He was probably a spy, right? Therefore, after thinking about it, Setsuna found the source of the evil. It's all Shiranui Yuuji's fault. All of this was caused by that damn guy. Setsuna was burning with anger. It was unknown whether it was an illusion or not, but after he cursed Yuuji, Do seemed to pause for a moment, and then he became even more ruthless. The 6th gate, open. The skin all over Do's body began to turn red. His blood vessels tightened, as if they would explode at any time. Originally, after opening the 5th door, after a high-intensity explosion, Do's body had actually fallen into exhaustion. Now, he shook his strength and forcibly opened the 6th door. Boom! An astonishing shockwave spread out. Do roared and began to run crazily around Setsuna, creating a man-made hurricane. The core region was impressively Setsuna and Susanoo. This. Setsuna's head exploded. Swish! Do roared, gathering his strength and clenching his fist, making a cracking sound, he roared and punched towards Susanoo. Setsuna also screamed, using all his strength, doing his best to raise the defense of Susanoo. After a loud sound, Do's fist successively broke through the defense of Susanoo, piercing through Susanoo. His fist was only a few centimeters away from Setsuna's face. The two people gasped heavily. The entire Susanoo began to collapse bit by bit. It seems that you are already exhausted. Setsuna really felt that he had saved his life. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and his hair stood on end. For a moment, he felt like he was going to die. The demon in his body also felt the same way, and he thought he could escape. That power just now, he defeated Susanoo with his bare hands. He is simply a monster. Tsunade is only so-so. Setsuna was sweating. Do slowly retracted his hand. His muscles were aching all over his body, but his voice was still calm. I didn't kill you because I couldn't kill you. The leader said that I couldn't kill you. If he continued to throw that punch, Setsuna would definitely die. Even if he had to use Izanagi, he would have to cripple a Mangekyo Sharingan. After Do's body had been transformed, he had forcefully opened the 6th door. His true strength had already surpassed the level of a shadow. Even if the explosive period was very short, it was already very shocking. Humph, you mean to say that you still showed mercy to this old man? Should this old man thank you? There's no need to thank me, but you have to pay attention to your words. I won't allow you to say that about Lord Yuuji. If there is a next time, I will definitely kill you. Do said solemnly. You have already betrayed and endured. Standing on the rebellious stage and saying such things to me? Aren't you afraid that Nagato will return and settle things with you? Setsuna covered his eyes and retreated. The stinging pain in his eyes was enough to drive people crazy. Do shook his head. The leader knows my identity. He accepted me because of my strength and value. It seems that you are not as stupid as the rumors say. The two of them watched the fight in the distance. Several giants fought, shaking heaven and earth. This made Setsuna reveal a look of longing in his eyes. Staring at Sasuke's complete body, he wished he could drool. The leader said that person is the leader of your eye organization, is that true? Do asked. Setsuna shook his head and sneered, absolutely impossible. This old man has had a lot of contact with the leader. The two of them feel different from each other. What kind of feeling is that? That is to say, if he really is the leader, then when he entered the territory of Uchiha clan, he would not act so gentle. Setsuna was very certain. At that time, 5 Susanoo besieged this mysterious single Rinnegan expert. If this guy was really the leader, then he would have already used all his strength to beat all 5 of them down, and then consider the matter of talking. Setsuna did not know where this person came from. From his appearance, there was no one in the clan who remembered him, nor was there any record of him. Did he have plastic surgery? Or was it a fake face? However, how could this kind of expert do such a thing? So, it was probably an illegitimate child left outside by a certain clan member. Setsuna was also a little confused and said hesitantly. Do had a look of understanding and showed sympathy. So that was how it was, then it made sense. Rumble. Nagato extracted the power from the Gedo statue and quickly healed the injuries on his body. Nagato, there is no point in fighting like this. Sometimes, he can escape at any time with the space Hitomi art. Obito jumped onto the Gedo statue with a gloomy face. Sasuke looked at the three people in front of him. None of them were people that could be easily taken down. The fate of the three of them is in this timeline. I should let Yuuji, the prophesied child, deal with them. I have already gotten the information about the I organization base. There is no need to stay any longer. Sasuke was worried that he would attract the leader of the I organization later. After all, this was the territory of the Fire Country. The Battle of Giants just now was extraordinary. The leader of the I organization must have sensed it. When it was activated, the space Hitomi spell would arrive at any time. There is no point in fighting with you. If you didn't find me first and force me to show up, I would not have fought with you. Sasuke took a step back, and the space tunnel opened, swallowing his figure. He left just like that? Is there no more power left to fight? Find an excuse to escape, or does he really not want to fight us? Be careful, he might suddenly appear at any time and launch a sneak attack on us. Obito said. Nagato stared coldly at Obito's face. So the face after the mask is broken is like this? It seems that what that guy said is true. You are not Madara, but that Obito. Nagato shouted. Obito's face was ugly and he fell silent. Tobi, who was attached to him, once again condensed a mask to cover Obito's face. Although it was meaningless to do this, Obito never expected that he would expose his true identity in this way. It was too humiliating. Then how much of what you said to me in the past 10 years is true? Nagato sneered again. Obito paused and said in a low voice, it doesn't matter whether my identity is true or not. What's important is that I really intend to help you collect Bijuu. After collecting 9 Bijuu, you want to take them away from me. Nagato said sarcastically. Obito immediately denied it. Everything I did was to bring peace to this fake world. If your Bijuu deterrence strategy is really useful, the result will be the same. Nagato snorted coldly and his expression eased a little. He turned his head and stared at Su. This Madara is fake. Who is this Senju Hashirama? That's right. Just as you guessed back then, I am Senju Hashirama himself. Su immediately replied. Obito turned his head and felt embarrassed for this guy. Nagato looked at him coldly. Do you want face? You are still deceiving me with lies at this time? Ridiculous. Take off your mask and let me see your face. I see. Leader, if you insist on saying this, then I have no other choice. Su paused, his body moved slightly, and the pale white mask on his head began to loosen, and then slowly fell down. Along with the mask falling, the mysterious face of Su was revealed. Nagato looked at it and felt that this face was somewhat familiar. This face, oh. He thought about it and suddenly remembered that this face looked very similar to Shao De Hokage on the rock. My goodness, does this bastard really think that I, Nagato, am a fool? You can change your form at will. It is not difficult to change Shao De Hokage's face. Nagato scolded. Su made a hollow O sound. Then what should I do? I've shown you my face, yet you didn't buy it. Why don't I become Konan's face? Nagato was a little angry. He had no way to deal with this farce. Kill? If he killed him, he was afraid that a new Su would appear immediately. Moreover, he really needed Su's strength to support him. This ninja world changed too quickly. If Akatsuki only relied on Nagato, he really didn't know what the path gathering would become. It would be very difficult to beat up Otsutsuki. The bodies of White Zetsu and the others that Nagato used would probably also leave. At that time, he did not have a reliable body with strong vitality to support him, and even it would be difficult to control the Gedo statue. In short, this matter ends here. I only want to ask one question. Obito, right? Where is the real Madara? Nagato shouted. Dead. This is absolutely true. I inherited his will and wanted to bring peace to this world. Obito said. This was true. Nagato also reluctantly believed it. Uchiha Madara. Let's deal with Setsuna first. As long as he can provide reliable information, we will let him go. Now is not the time to start an all-out war with the I organization. Obito said. Nagato looked at Setsuna and used Bansho Tenin to suck him over. He first nodded at Might Do, apparently very satisfied with Do's performance. When he opened the sixth gate just now, Nagato also felt that it was completely a threat to the power of Beyond Cage. This made Nagato feel gratified. It was a pleasant surprise for him to have a stronger combat power. Tell me, where is Black Zetsu? You should know that my human path power can search memories. Don't force me to do it myself. Nagato asked. Setsuna's face was ugly. He was silent for a moment. Black Zetsu's whereabouts have always been strange. The leader has never paid attention to him. He just treats it as if it doesn't exist. What about my Rin-Egan? Was he also taken away by that guy, Hitomi? No, on the contrary, the leader is not interested in Rin-Egan at all. This time, Nagato was silent for a long time. His breathing was rapid and his chest heaved. For a moment, he did not know whether to be happy or angry. Rin-Egan was still in the hands of Black Zetsu. This was the best news. But that bastard, Hitomi, actually looked down on his powerful Rin-Egan? Was this arrogance, or disregard? This was simply preposterous. Nagato felt that he had been insulted by Hitomi, and was even humiliated in the most proud place. Nagato's eyes flashed fiercely. I want to get my eyes back as soon as possible. Then you can stay in the Eye organization and be a spy for me. Since that guy Hitomi doesn't like Black Zetsu, then just give Black Zetsu to me. Setsuna frowned. I will tell the leader about this matter. If the leader doesn't object. Shut up. I don't care if he is against it or not. I only want Black Zetsu. I will still talk to the leader about this matter. I am very happy to see you kill Black Zetsu. I have long been annoyed with that guy, but the premise is that the leader must agree. Setsuna was still struggling. It should be time for his own leader. The commotion of the few people fighting was so big. With the strength of the leader, he could definitely sense it. Why hasn't he come yet? Right at this moment, a spatial tunnel appeared. A hand reached out and grabbed Setsuna by the collar, pulling him in. Who is it? I'm not sure. It's probably Hitomi. Let Setsuna go. Nagato was extremely fearful, and he even felt a deep sense of defeat. What exactly is Black Zetsu? Did you create him? Nagato asked. Obito first glanced at the empty space, then slowly said, no, strictly speaking, he is the special white Zetsu. Before Madara died, he took out a part of his will and transplanted it on a white Zetsu, turning it into Black Zetsu. So, it is equivalent to Madara betraying me? And also betraying you, the heir. This is also what we are puzzled about. Su continued, calmly saying, Madara's last words are for us to assist you with all our strength. He has determined that the hope is on you. This is true. But Black Zetsu, as an existence that obtained part of Madara's will, took away one of your eyes at the most critical moment and defected. Moreover, it was done behind the backs of Obito and me. This means that something has changed. Nagato thought hard. Obito said, this is also what we can't understand. Black Zetsu is no longer the Black Zetsu we know. Its will has changed. It probably broke away from Madara's will and gave birth to its own will. There is another possibility, that is, from the beginning, Madara himself was deceived. Chapter 397, Pure Land Bug. Eye of Time. Yuuji stayed in the laboratory and observed the extraordinary Byakugan with great interest. This was the eyes he had taken off Urashiki. The time spell of this pair of eyes could temporarily change the time of a few seconds. It could be called a divine skill. According to what Yuuji knew, this pair of eyes was the only pair of eyes that could directly interfere with time among all the Otsutsuki that appeared. In just a few seconds, even if it was only 1 second, it would still be effective when used properly. Yuuji studied this pair of eyes. On the side, he was busy on the display screen, inputting and recording all kinds of data. Brother, with these eyes, your strength will increase once again, right? Even if Rikuta Sennin is alive, I'm afraid he will not be your match. Kabuto said excitedly. Hearing this, Yuuji smiled, it's not that simple. Among Rikuta Sennin level experts, Rikuta Sennin is ranked at the top. He is far stronger than his Hiki and Urashiki. Kabuto asked curiously, but didn't you say that Rikuta Sennin is the descendant of goddess Kaguya? Is there a clear difference between him and those Otsutsuki clansmen who came from Itsutsuki's mother planet? Rikuta Sennin has never received the teachings of Itsutsuki's family. Apart from learning from Kaguya and Gamamaru, most of his abilities are developed by himself. He is a true genius. Yuuji opened the vessels, picked up the two Byakugan and explained to Kabuto. Rikudo Sennin was definitely an extraordinary person. Yuuji suspected that when Otsutsuki Kagaya accepted the human blessing and gave birth to Rikudo Sennin and Hamura, he gave the gene of God Tree to Rikudo Sennin and left his own Otsutsuki gene to Hamura. Rikudo Sennin had been stimulated several times, and he easily opened Rinnegan. He brought Hamura, who had ordinary Byakugan, and fought against Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was the ancestor of chakra. He fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and he actually won. This was ridiculous. At that time, Kagaya had killed his Heike, eaten the chakra fruit, and could control God Tree to fight. In theory, the past Kagaya was definitely much stronger than Kagaya at the end of the 4th battle. Just by using the complete form of God Tree as a summoned beast, she had raised her strength to an exaggerated level. But in the face of such a Kagaya, Rikudo Sennin and Hamura had won, strong to a complete mess. Perhaps Kagaya had given up a part of her strength after giving birth to 2 sons, so her strength had not returned to the peak of her pregnancy? And because she showed mercy and was stabbed in the back by his son, her heart was like dead ashes? Yuuji guessed. Then he thought about how Rikudo Sennin split the remaining power of Rikudo Sennin into 2 in China and gave it to Naruto Sasuke, forcing them to advance to Rikudo Sennin level and seal Kagaya again. The old man Rikudo Sennin at his peak was definitely more terrifying than we imagined. Yuuji emphasized. No matter how strong he is, he will be surpassed by my brother sooner or later. Even if he has control over the Pure Land, it is absolutely impossible for him to control my brother's soul. Kabuto was very proud of this. Yuuji smiled and stopped talking about this topic. He turned to stare at the pair of time eyes in his hand. Then let's give it a try. I am also very curious about the power of these eyes. As soon as Yuuji finished speaking, he immediately reached out and dug out his eyes without any hesitation. He stuffed this pair of Byakugan into his own eyes. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was an incomparably crazy and horrifying move. But no matter if it was Yuuji or Kabuto, they did not reveal any strange expressions. They only exchanged a pair of eyes with rough methods. There was nothing to be surprised about. Chi. The moment Byakugan entered Yuuji's eyes, Yuuji activated his powerful self-healing ability. He quickly healed all the injuries and completed the connection with the eyes. Yuuji slowly opened his eyes. This was the first time he used Byakugan's perspective to see the world. Byakugan. Around Yuuji's eyes, blue veins bulged, and the entire world seemed to turn black and white. So that's how it is. This is the world in Byakugan's perspective. This vision is unique. Yuuji was deep in thought. Brother, if you are interested in Byakugan, I can go to Hyaga's house tomorrow to pick one. That elder clansman still has one eye, right? It's a good time to pick it for brother to try. After you try it, put it on Iroha. Now, quickly try Rinnegan's power. Kabuto urged excitedly. Yuuji could not help but laugh, and the chakra gathered into Byakugan, driving Hitomi's power to explode. Whoosh! In the middle of Byakugan, lines appeared, and the white eyes turned into blue Rinnegan. Yamatsu Shirasaka, this Hitomi technique is really useful. If I didn't already have Takamagahara, I definitely wouldn't be willing to give up this spatial ability. Yuuji praised. Yamatsu Shirasaka was also one of Kagaya's signature skills. Compared to ordinary space teleportation, Yamatsu Shirasaka was better. He could directly open the tunnel and reach out his hand to open the tunnel behind the enemy. Then, he stretched out his hand to launch an attack. It was equivalent to saying that an arm could simultaneously come out of 2 coordinates at the same time. It was flexible and abrupt. It was impossible to guard against. Ordinary space teleportation Hitomi could open and close the tunnel at a very slow speed. It was even more dull and slow. It could not do this. Not to mention, Yamatsu Shirasaka was even more capable of devouring enemies, and he could instantly open up another tunnel and teleport back. However, Yuuji had a more complete Takamagahara, so he did not need this. He pays more attention to time pupil technique. Yuuji's figure began to move. In an instant, he appeared in several places in the laboratory. How is it? Kabuto asked impatiently. This is a special kind of time reversal. When you are attacked, you can return to a second ago and make a targeted dodge. After repeating it a few times, you will be able to thoroughly understand all the attack routes of the enemy's technique. You will be able to understand and crack the enemy's attack. Yuuji felt the passage of time and fell into deep thought. This technique, in essence, was a narrow time loop. After being attacked, he understood the power, speed, and angle of this attack. After being attacked, he immediately went back to the time when the enemy first attacked and perfectly cracked it, creating an ability to predict the future effect. There is a disadvantage of this ability that is not a cheat disease, but the consumption of life. Every change of time is no difference to ordinary people, but for the caster, it is equivalent to suffering many times the time flow. Yuuji said. Kabuto immediately understood. But Atsutsuki's clan has the ability to make pills. Pills can increase their strength and lifespan. Yuuji nodded. That's why Urashiki dared to be so reckless. At worst, he could just seize some chakra and make pills to eat. He could easily recover his lost lifespan. But big brother, even Atsutsuki's clan needs to consider their lifespan, but you don't have to. As long as your spirit and soul are fine, your lifespan is unlimited. Kabuto said excitedly. Yuuji nodded slightly. This was true. His body could exist forever, creating an endless stream of vitality that supported his soul and consciousness. The body has unlimited lifespan, but the soul may not necessarily be. Yuuji smiled. Theoretically speaking, the soul and consciousness are receiving and memorizing a large amount of information from the outside world every moment. In an infinitely long period of time, the soul and consciousness would eventually be overwhelmed. Even if he finds a way to screen information, his spirit will gradually become numb with the improvement of his experience and knowledge reserves over a long period of time, and all external stimuli will not be considered stimulating to him, and will be boring, nothing new. Living became a kind of torture. Perhaps at that time, his soul and consciousness would die of old age and gradually step into self-destruction. However, that was already countless years later, extremely far away. In this world, no one is more suitable to grasp the ability of time than me, Yuuji said proudly. His lifespan was limitless, and he would not die. If Yuuji did not have this, who could be more suitable to play with time than him? After feeling it for a while, Yuuji directly locked the pair of eyes and threw them into the vessel. Brother, are you not going to use these eyes? Kabuto asked in surprise. There's no need. It's just a tool. It's not enough to make me reluctant, Yuuji said casually. It was just a change of 1 or 2 seconds. Kabuto was extremely respectful. As expected of his brother, he didn't even care about such a powerful Rinnegan. Kabuto, if you want to try, I won't stop you. But with your current body, you can't do it. Once you transplant it, your body will probably collapse, okay? Yuuji said. Kabuto thought hard. I think so too. It seems that I have to become stronger. Yuuji was no longer thinking about this. He sized up his eyes that were constantly moving up and down in the vessel. Time. Yuuji's thoughts drifted far away. He planned to find Urashiki and seize the activated Atsutsuki's precious artifact, Karasuki, to further dip his finger in the power of time. But now it seemed that the Karasuki had been kept very well by Urashiki, and he would find an opportunity to do it in the future. Now he had obtained a pair of time eyes. Kabuto, I have an idea. I don't know if it will work. Yuuji murmured. What? Old man Rikuta Senin controls countless undead in the Pure Land. The experts who have died for generations are all sleeping in the Pure Land. We all know that chakra can affect the soul. Yuuji remembered that after Nagato was reincarnated by Edo Tensei, he was not holding his own eyes, but Madara's Rinnegan. This was the typical result of the reverse change of chakra to the soul, just like Naruto and Sasuke was affected by Indra's chakra. But the problem was, to achieve this special case of Edo Tensei, it meant that the soul must be transformed by some powerful chakra for a long time, and the body of Edo Tensei would appear. If I use Time Eye to repeatedly consume many times more space-time jutsu, can I let all the Edo Tensei ninjas have Rinnegan? Yuuji pondered. Kabuto widened his eyes, with a shocked face as he looked at his brother. Do you really believe this crazy idea? Isn't this same as a program bug in the Pure Land? The key is chakra. The amount of chakra supplied to Rinnegan is simply astronomical. But according to our speculation, Ninja World has a limited amount of chakra. Kabuto said. That's true. Yuuji smacked his lips, feeling a bit regretful, and temporarily suppressed this idea. Kabuto heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, Kabuto felt that his scientific research ability had already surpassed his brother, but his crazy thoughts that were similar to a bug in the Pure Land were far inferior to his brother. He did not know how his brother's head grew and had so many strange thoughts. Rikudo Sennin, who was far away in the Pure Land, suddenly opened his eyes and looked around suspiciously. He looked at the world again and did not find anything. Why do I suddenly feel a bit dangerous? Who is scheming against me? Is Heike and Urashiki, or Yuuji? Rikudo Sennin wanted to mobilize the chakra he had scattered in the world of Yang to sense Konohagakure's root base, but he could not see anything. Yuuji had already let go of his spying. Rikudo Sennin looked at the distance and continued to close his eyes. I don't know what Heike and Urashiki are planning. If they don't die, the world won't be peaceful for a day. Rikudo Sennin yearned for the future Sasuke or Yuuji to successfully kill Otsutsuki. Suddenly, Yuuji's expression changed slightly as he received message from Su. What is it, brother? That idiot Setsuna was captured by Nagato and the others. He really is an idiot. It's not surprising. His brain is not good to begin with. He is an authentic member of the Uchiha clan. However, there are very few people like Shisui and Itachi. Kabuto said. That's true. Yuuji thought so. In the entire Uchiha clan, Shisui and Itachi were considered to be different, in fact, they were very extreme. The others, from Madara to Sasuke, were the real Uchiha. In a house inside Konohagakure, Sasuke threw Setsuna to the ground, expressionless. It was you who saved me? I thought you were the leader. Setsuna stood up and said in surprise. Sasuke said with a cold face, if I had a choice, I would not have bothered with you. However, you are an expert of our clan. It would be a pity if you died just like that. It might have an impact on the future of this world. Sasuke was worried about the last point. However, Setsuna nodded with a solemn expression. That's right. People like me naturally can't die casually. Otherwise, the impact on the world will be too great. Sasuke took a deep breath. He felt that Setsuna had talked to him to death. For a moment, he really did not know what to say. He simply turned around and left. Hey, you are definitely not the leader. Then who are you? Are you the illegitimate son of a certain clansman? And the illegitimate son of a clansman and Otsutsuki clansman? Setsuna asked. I really want to kill you. Sasuke walked away with anger. He was different from Naruto, but he was never a charitable person. He just suppressed the fierceness in his heart. Sasuke returned to the residence that Naruto had arranged for him. Naruto had plenty of money in his family. Sending a house to his silly son was just sprinkling water. Sensei, you are back. As soon as Sasuke entered the room, he saw Boruto applying medicine to his face with a swollen nose. Was he beaten again? That guy even beat his own son so hard. Sasuke sighed. Yes, it's too cruel. Even an adult father has never beaten me like this. He never had the time to beat me up. Boruto grinned and laughed. He did not reject being beaten up by a father of the same age at all. He really lacked love. When he returned to the future, he should talk about Naruto. This thought came to Sasuke's mind. Sensei, do you know about Chunin exam? The whole village is talking about it. Boruto asked. Sasuke nodded. The exam he experienced when he was 12 changed his life trajectory. Orochimaru had planted the curse seal. The village of Orochimaru and Suna Ninja had attacked, and Sandame had died in battle. In the end, he had chosen to defect. He could not bear to look back on this part of his life. This part of history was also the weakest time in Konohagakure's history. However, it was impossible for these things to happen now. The village was full of experts. If Orochimaru still dared to come, Sasuke would admire Orochimaru's courage. Truly unafraid of death. Why are you asking this? Sasuke asked. Boruto scratched his head and hesitated. Dad asked me to participate too. He will find a way to get me a legal identity and a place to participate in the competition. Naruto wants you to participate in Chunin exam? What did he say? Sasuke asked with a face full of question marks. Dad's original words are only by participating in Chunin exam will you understand the strength gap between you and your peers. Sasuke will definitely object, but you must be smart. Do not listen to that fool. Although he is old, his IQ does not seem to have improved much. His little brain is atrophied. Chapter 398, Preparation for Resurrection. Due to the potential threat of Otsutsuki's clan, more ninjas were sent to participate in Chunin exam. To a certain extent, it was even more exciting than Yamato and Itachi's. Just the two super freshmen, Naruto and Sasuke, who had caused a huge uproar, were already the center of attention. In addition, those young people who were not to be outdone, who were eager to challenge Naruto Sasuke, were participating together, and were destined to be incomparably wonderful. As time went by, the teams of various villages arrived at Konoha one after another, preparing to take the examination. Is this new identity that Dad arranged for us? A genin and jonin that came out of an unknown small village. Boruto and Sasuke walked through Konoha's door again, and honestly handed over the fake invitation letter and document. Village of Time. Kotetsu and Izumo looked at the two people suspiciously, repeatedly checking the invitation letter to confirm that it was true. Is there only one genin participating in the exam? Izumo asked. Can't I? It is possible, but if one person is participating, there is basically no possibility of winning. There are many geniuses in this season. The Gurren who went there just now is very strong, and she has two teammates. We are a small village, and there are no more outstanding talents. If we force them to come, we will just send them to their deaths. That is true. Izumo put a seal on the document and released the person. Don't fight without permission in the village. This is a principle. Once you violate it, even if you have a good relationship with Naruto, we won't be lenient. Kotetsu said. The two nodded and entered the village. Boruto said in a low voice, it seems that they have some information about us in their hands. Of course, don't underestimate Ninja World's first village. It is not a secret that Naruto is training you. Sasuke said calmly. Ah. What should I do? I will definitely use Raise Nan in the exam. This is a technique developed by grandfather. How should I answer him if he asks? Just say that Naruto taught you, push all the things to Naruto. The two of them entered Konoha with reasonable identities, waiting for the examination time to arrive. More and more teams entered Konoha. But no one dared to be arrogant. More than a dozen cage level was not joking. When one cage level was able to support a village, Konoha had already quietly gained the ability to make people breathless. This is Konoha. Humph, hurry up and start the exam. I can't wait any longer. Gurren clenched her fists and looked left and right without restraint. She looked at everyone with a provocative gaze. Lord Gurren, let's lower ourselves. This is not our village, and our Otagakure identity is also very sensitive. Konoha's people will definitely keep an eye on us. Dosu whispered, his head bandaged. That's right. Konoha's people already know that Otagakure is Orochimaru-sama's village. We should still. Shut up. Even if cage level really makes a move, I am not afraid. Gurren shouted. Dosu and Zuko looked at each other and saw the helplessness and indignation on each other's faces. But Gurren was the leader, and they had no choice. Master Jirobo, you are leading the Jonin, don't you plan to say something? Dosu turned to look at the taciturn Jirobo. Jirobo had a cold face. I don't care if you die or live in the end. Even if you die in the exam, it doesn't matter. Humph, if you, this damn fatty, die, I won't die. Don't think that just because you are a leader, you dare to point at me with such a tone. Gurren looked at him coldly. Tisk, troublesome woman. Jirobo closed his mouth. In a real fight, even if he used a curse seal to enter the second state, he was still not Gurren's opponent. Gurren's crystal escape could crystallize ninjutsu, and it was very difficult to deal with. Yellow-haired brat, that guy is Uzumaki Naruto? Go and greet him. Gurren saw Boruto. She immediately walked over. Hey, you should be mistaken. Jirobo said slowly, but did not stop her. If Gurren wanted to die, then she would just die. He did not care. I am not Naruto. You have mistaken me. Boruto looked at the arrogant Gurren and said cautiously. Sasuke glanced at Gurren and immediately recognized her. So it was her. Back then, under Orochimaru, she constantly challenged him, wanting to attract Orochimaru's favor. Boruto, ignore her. We'll talk about it when the competition begins. Sasuke said. Gurren looked at Sasuke impatiently. Who are you? I am just an unknown ninja. Then get lost. I am not talking to you. Gurren said coldly. Sasuke shook his head slightly. This girl had not changed at all. Her self-esteem was too sensitive, and she urgently wanted to show himself and attract Orochimaru's attention. Swoosh! A stone flew straight at Gurren. Gurren quickly made a series of hand seals. After grabbing the stone, she turned it into a pink crystal. After entering this village, you must abide by the rules of this village. Do not casually provoke strangers. Moreover, he really is not Naruto. It's just that his appearance is somewhat similar. Sasuke jumped down from the tree. Yes, young man Sasuke. The adult Sasuke subconsciously pulled down the gentleman's hat on his head and fiddled with the thick curtain of his head, covering half of his face. The clan emblem of Uchiha's clan. Are you Uchiha Sasuke? Gurren was in high spirits. The young Sasuke did not look at her, but walked to Boruto. I heard that idiot Naruto has been training you all this time. What is your relationship with him? To be honest, from the moment I saw you, I thought that Lord Yondaime had secretly given birth to a second child. Sasuke said. Ah, is there really no problem with you talking about the current Hokage? Yondaime has a very good temper, he would not care about such a small matter. To be able to make that arrogant Naruto specially take time to train you, it seems that you have a lot of potential, I look forward to fighting with you. Sasuke said with a friendly smile. Boruto was at a loss and subconsciously looked at another Sasuke. So sensei was so familiar when he was young? Does he like to make friends with strangers? Sasuke pulled his hat even lower. When he saw himself like this, he felt that his eyes were stinging. It was completely the opposite. Why did this self give him the feeling of a person crying? What was with this awkward affinity? Was it really what he could have at this time? I haven't lost my parents and Itachi, nor have I lost my clansmen. The power of the clan has been suppressed. If I suppress it, I won't dare to consider starting a rebellion. Perhaps, this kind of me is the kind of personality that I have after growing up normally. The adult Sasuke tried to comfort himself. But every time he looked at this freak who seemed to be a combination of himself and the teenager Naruto, he felt a chill and goosebumps all over his body. Why do you look so uncomfortable when you see me? Moreover, have we met somewhere before? I feel that you look familiar. The young man, Sasuke, fell into deep thought. You have recognized the wrong person. I see. The lively scene here attracted the attention of more people. Whoosh! The young man carrying a gourd on his back walked over with a tyrannical expression. The mysterious young man sent by the Eye organization, Sumaru, also silently appeared not too far away, watching the conflict. The atmosphere became tense. Boom! Large trees emerged from the ground, forcing everyone to retreat. What are you doing? If you fight without permission, you will be disqualified. Don't forget your tasks. Yamato looked at these people with a poker face. That's right. If they break the rules, there will be nothing left. Kabuto also quietly appeared. He pushed up his glasses and looked at these people with a smile. Yamato, Kabuto, it's actually these two people. This is Mokuton, one of the powers that can restrain Bijuu the most in the legends. Sharingan and Mokuton are both among Konohagakuer. In the past, Bijuu, who was the most intimidating, is no longer a threat to Konoha's people. Many people from the outside village changed their expressions, revealing fear. There were even a few people who noticed Kabuto and were bewildered. Could this person be the second disciple of that person? It is said that after he graduated from the ninja school, there was no news of him. He should have joined Root's department. Now, he has finally appeared. Everyone had seen Yamato's strength. This kind of chakra coupled with Mokuton and that person's many years of teaching, he was at least an elite superior ninja. If he suddenly erupted and revealed his strength, it would not seem to be something to be surprised about. Instead, it would seem to be a matter of course. Konoha has too many experts. The most depressing thing is that these cage level covered all the ages. That Uchiha Itachi also awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. This Yamato has the powerful Mokuton. These two people are just like the first generation in Uchiha Madara in the past. In fact, I am more concerned about Kabuto's strength. He seemed to be interested in medical ninjutsu back then? Maybe he went on the road comparable to Tsunade. The leaders of the villages had different expressions. They were extremely jealous and helpless. Konoha's experts were constantly born, so powerful that it made the other villages despair. Kabuto. Others might not think much of it, but when adult Sasuke saw this guy, his expression immediately changed. This bastard had left a lot of psychological trauma in the past. He also beat him up, who had just obtained the eternal Mangekyo at that time. Kabuto. Hey! Kabuto looked at the adult Sasuke with a gentle smile. However, it was this fake smile that made adult Sasuke extremely disgusted. It seems that in your opinion, I am a very bad person. He adjusted his glasses and was somewhat curious about what his future self had done to Sasuke. Logically speaking, he should not be. He was Yuuji's second disciple. Even if his relationship with his third disciple, Sasuke, was not close, he should not be hostile. Brother said that the timeline this person is in is completely different from the timeline of our era. I'm really curious. Kabuto pondered in secret. Did he do something bad to Sasuke in the other timeline? Under the threat of powerful strength, everyone dispersed. They patiently waited for Chunin exam to begin. At the same time, Urashiki also planned to take action. One tale has already been delivered to Konoha. Urashiki casually said. It has already been delivered. You know, with Gaara's strength, it was originally unable to do anything in that terrifying village. Cho was puzzled. Urashiki smiled disdainfully, mortal, you made a mistake. I never cared about a single thing. I don't care if Gaara lives or dies. He needed a pair of good quality eyes, and it would be best if they had the potential to advance. He stared at Hinata and Hanabi. In the entire Hyuga family, only Hinata and Hanabi's eyes were the most suitable. However, at this time, Hinata's eyes were actually sealed. Hyuga, this branch family, is simply a group of fools. Urashiki said with contempt. The highly pure Byakugan was very valuable in Otsutsuki's family. In the end, Hyuga's family actually ruined a pair of pure Byakugan? That guy Tonari once got Hanabi's eyes. Urashiki murmured. Sir Urashiki, I don't understand what you are talking about. Didn't Tonari die a long time ago? Hanabi is still very young, and her eyes are still intact. Old woman, close your mouth. Urashiki forced himself to stand up, intending to see Hinata's condition first. It was said that caged bird curse was very tricky, but Urashiki was confident. He had the ability to break the seal. If Hinata didn't work, he could only attack Hanabi. Unfortunately, I can't find Hyuga Hoito or the Ghost of the Eye organization. I don't know where these two guys went. Urashiki felt a little regretful. It was also good to dig out a pair of Jougan and put them on. Urashiki patiently waited for an opportunity. When many examinees entered Konoha Forest or some other place for the examination, it would be the time for him to make his move. Attack Hinata, dig out her eyes, and then seize the 9 tails in Naruto's body. This trip would be complete. He could start the Karasuki and return to his own world. As for what this world would become, would Ishiki agree to him doing this? What would happen if he rushed over at this time of the day? He couldn't even care about what was happening. It was better to escape back to the future and meet up with Momoshiki and Kinshiki. The three of them worked together to find the Ishiki of that era, but he would not be able to catch the Bijuu. The matter of Ishiki bringing a 10-tailed beast should also be told to Momo as soon as possible. Urashiki calculated. At the beginning of Chunin exam, Otsutsuki was not the only one who did something. There were also other guys who planned to take action when everyone's attention was attracted to Konoha. Setsuna was attacked by Nagato and the others. The mysterious Rinnegan expert appeared again. Black Zetsu looked at White Zetsu in front of him and felt uneasy. Where did this Rinnegan come from? Could it be that it was because of Indra's reincarnation? Wouldn't that mean he was done for? That bastard Urashiki hasn't completely died yet. I also don't know how many people my mother is wary of. Black Zetsu made up his mind. What are you going to do? Obito and the others no longer trust you. They even wanted to kill you. It's already very difficult for you to turn the situation into this. White Zetsu asked. You lowly tool, are you blaming me? What can I do? What can I do when Otsutsuki and his people appear one after another? I still have to sneak into the organization to obtain information and find out the background of this group. Other than taking one of Nagato's eyes, I have no other choice. Black Zetsu growled. So, what do you plan to do? I can't wait any longer. I have to prepare to resurrect that guy. Obito and Yuuji are unreliable. It's better to let him carry out the Tsukuyomi plan himself. Black Zetsu said in an extremely irritable manner, and his figure began to slowly burrow into the ground. Chapter 399, Fateful Meeting. Black Zetsu was extremely panicked. He had an important responsibility on his shoulders and was wandering in the dark. However, he suddenly discovered that he was actually an enemy of the entire world. He was extremely afraid of Otsutsuki's clan. He wished that all these outsiders would die, leaving only his mother. He had indirectly betrayed Yuuji and Obito, so he naturally did not dare to approach them. I organization. Alright, after putting in so much effort and finally joining the I organization, he found that it was useless. He had gotten some information about the I organization, but it seemed like he had not gotten anything. He was not going to get Hitomi's trust. Looking around, everyone wanted to kill him, Black Zetsu. Everyone wants me to die. This world is no longer good. Hurry up and destroy it. Black Zetsu carefully shuttled through the underground, and with White Zetsu's ventilation report, he could avoid the experts who were tracking him in advance. If you want to revive Madara, you have to make some preparations in advance. Otherwise, when this guy appears, he will notice that something is wrong and kill me first. Black Zetsu continuously made plans and repeatedly overturned them. It had Rinnegan, and the most important prerequisite for reviving Madara was already present. But how could it be revived directly? I am the embodiment of his will. He will not doubt me. I can also explain the matter of him taking Nagato's eyes away as a way to resurrect him. Once Rinnegan falls into the hands of Yuuji, everything will be over. Black Zetsu racked his brains. Then, how exactly should he revive? Should he dig out Madara's already tattered corpse? And then use the reincarnation technique on this tattered corpse? That also needed to store a lot of vitality, so as to avoid Madara being in a state of old age that was about to die when he was resurrected. Black Zetsu thought about it, and to be safe, he came to a seal in the territory of the Fire Country. He carefully penetrated the seal barrier left by the second-generation Hokage and entered Madara's grave. Black Zetsu had already figured out the layout of the second-generation Hokage's corpse back then. However, it entered to take a look. Someone touched Madara's coffin, and sure enough, someone noticed it. Black Zetsu stared at Rinnegan and observed. The location of this tomb was top-secret information. Other than it and Obito, who else knew? Edo Tensei? Probably through the information obtained by the second-generation Hokage, Orochimaru really can't be underestimated. Black Zetsu did not hesitate. He immediately turned around and searched for Orochimaru's whereabouts, and blocked him at a base. It's you. Akatsuki's traitor actually came to find me. What, do you want to talk to me about the experience of being a traitor? Or the thoughts of being hunted by the organization all year round? Orochimaru's muscles tightened slightly, and he looked at Black Zetsu with a sneer. He really did not expect that Black Zetsu would actually find him. Orochimaru, you went to dig up Uchiha Madara's body, right? Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. Orochimaru greedily glanced at Black Zetsu's Rinnegan. You went to the tomb left behind by the second generation? Strange, how did you know that place? This is not normal. I only knew about it because of the second generation Hokage. Where did you find out about this? It seems that your information is outdated. The guy who claimed to be Madara has been exposed. Oh? Who is it? The Uchiha Obito who died in the third battle. Obito, that loser? The kid who barely showed his talent after entering the battlefield. Orochimaru was shocked. He had an impression of this person, and he was one of Namikaze Minato's subordinates. But what kind of trash was Uchiha Obito? He dared to disguise as Madara and deceived the world for so many years? Orochimaru quickly recalled what Madara had done after the 3 battles. In the chaos of the Kyuubi, he had fought with Yondaime. In the battle between Tonari and Isahiki, he had played an important role, displaying his terrifying strength. It was precisely because of this powerful strength that those who had doubts in their hearts no longer doubted Obito's identity. But the problem was, if this Madara was fake, then where had the real Madara gone? In that tomb, it did not have Madara's corpse. Even the second-generation Hokage who came from the Edo Tensei was shocked. He suspected that Madara had used Izanagi to deceive him and faked his death to escape. Let's not talk about Obito's strength, at least this courage is amazing. Orochimaru said with a low smile, then, why did you come to me? You should have joined the I organization in the past 2 years, relying on your stolen Rinnegan. Bring out his Edo Tensei. I searched the entire Fire Country before I found Uchiha Madara. Since you also have thoughts about him, then use Edo Tensei to resurrect him. Why would I do that? You are the same as me, offending all forces. As time passes, your living space will become smaller and smaller. When Otsutsuki's problem is completely solved, Konoha and Akatsuki will be able to take action to completely kill you. At that time, do you still have time to develop ninjutsu? Do you still have time to improve your strength? Black Zetsu said coldly. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, but he didn't have any words to improve his own weight. Both of them were cunning fellows, so there was no need for them to say any superfluous words. Reviving the legendary Uchiha Madara? This kind of plan, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Orochimaru smiled darkly. A cold-blooded animal like snakes can also boil blood. Ha, Black Zetsu, you've changed a lot. You're going to pick a fight with me. It seems that your life has been very difficult these past few years. Orochimaru glanced at Black Zetsu and said sarcastically. So, is it a deal? Use your Edo Tensei to revive Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu said calmly. Orochimaru, however, did not immediately respond. Instead, he sneered and walked to his laboratory. In the dark, he had already prepared a spell to kill Black Zetsu here. Once he succeeded, he would be able to obtain Rinnegan. Did this pair of eyes really have the power to control life and death just like the name implied? Hopefully, it was not as simple as just extracting the soul. You're going to be disappointed. I'm not interested in reviving Uchiha Madara at all. Orochimaru suddenly said. Just as he was about to make a move. Black Zetsu threw out a small bottle that contained some miscellaneous items. What is this? Madara's flesh and blood. Through these life tissues, you will probably be able to successfully cast the spell. So you don't have to lie to me. I know clearly that you doesn't have Madara's body in your hands. Black Zetsu said. That old guy Madara died in front of it, and his body was naturally sealed by it and Obito. Orochimaru suddenly turned his head and looked at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu said, it's not that I haven't done anything all these years. I have been searching everywhere for Madara's body, and I have gained something. Madara's body actually fell into your hands. Even the second generation Hokage would not expect this result. Orochimaru's face changed. He thought of many possibilities, and his body was very honest. He picked up the test tube at the first time and ate it. I suddenly remembered that Madara is a fake. Maybe the fake is also a fake. If this is the case, compared to Uchiha Madara, I might as well call out Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is obviously stronger. I have Hashirama's cells, and I can definitely succeed. Orochimaru's eyes flashed. Black Zetsu's voice was still indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. If you can't even control Uchiha Madara, then it is even more impossible to control Senju Hashirama. If you go past Uchiha Madara and directly summon Senju Hashirama, you will probably be beaten to death on the spot. Ah, you're right. Orochimaru sneered, yes, I will resurrect Uchiha Madara according to what you said, but I need your eyes. Even if you don't have Rinnegan, you are still an extremely powerful individual. Orochimaru actually did not understand what Black Zetsu was. Is it the special White Zetsu? But it seems that Black Zetsu can control White Zetsu's movements. How did this order of superior and subordinate level be established? Orochimaru was a little curious, but to tell the truth, he was not very interested. You coveted Rinnegan. What a big appetite. Let's talk about it when you can control the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu said indifferently, moreover, don't put yourself in a disadvantageous position. Even if I didn't come, you would have tried to revive Uchiha Madara sooner or later. As a legendary ninja who suppressed an era, his strength is outstanding, and he has countless secrets. Are you willing to give up? Give me some time. If I want to control a ninja like Uchiha Madara who surpasses cage level, I need to perfect the technique of Edo Tensei. Orochimaru said. Black Zetsu nodded and slowly merged into the wall. Orochimaru knew that Black Zetsu definitely hadn't left. Instead, he was patrolling the vicinity and watching him. Obito claimed that he was Madara, and Nagato had put him in an important position. Black Zetsu had also been by Obito's side for a long time. Could it be that the two of them had been in contact with Madara for a long time? But the time was not right. If Madara lived to the period of the 3 battles, who knows how old he would be? Orochimaru sat in his seat and silently pondered. After a long time, he took out a large scroll and immediately opened it, beginning to perfect the Edo Tensei. The current tactic could only control the second generation of the Hokage, cage level, who was at the ceiling level, and was also very dangerous. If he was careless, he would be freed from the control of the second generation. If he wanted to control beyond cage level, Humph, it really is a challenging task. Orochimaru was extremely excited, and he tried his best to carry out research and development. Black Zetsu waited outside Orochimaru's base. I hope this guy won't let me down. When Madara comes back to life and sees me with Rinnegan, he will immediately realize that there is something wrong with his plan. Black Zetsu tried to figure out Madara's thoughts, hoping that Orochimaru would be able to revive Madara as soon as possible. Konoha. Chunin exam was in full swing. The entire village fell into a fanatical atmosphere. Coupled with the continuous arrival of villagers from other villages, it further stimulated this kind of restlessness. Every person who showed great talent received attention. The first exam is done. It is said that it is not a traditional written test, but a direct examination of intelligence gathering. Tisk, give each team a little clue and let them gather information in different fields to restore the content. This kind of exam method is very interesting. There are many geniuses in this batch. Other than the people of our village, Gurren, Gaara, and others in other villages are also very outstanding. It seems that there are people from the I organization. What? The I organization also sent people to participate in this kind of exam, aren't they an organization? They are all strong. Where did they get the genin? I don't know, but these 3 genin are very strong. When the I organization was mentioned, some people had strange expressions on their faces. Such a powerful organization sent genin to participate in the exam? This kind of operation was caught off guard. Moreover, the 3 so-called genin, how to put it, it was a little complicated. The little kid leading the group was undoubtedly a teenager, and he fit the identity of genin. The other 2, no matter how you looked at it, although they was wearing a mask, no matter how you looked at it, they was still an adult, right? It was not to the extent that both of them had matured early. However, no one would take this kind of detail seriously, because in this examination, even if they really sent genin, they would not be able to get first place. There were too many genius experts. In a heated discussion, the second survival exam began. Everyone's position would be disrupted, and every team would not have a chance to gather together from the beginning. If they wanted to continue forming teams, they would have to spend some effort in the huge forest. Some people guessed that this was to take care of the single participating examinees. The fellow who was secretly stirring up trouble also moved at this time, coldly watching this incomparably lively village. Once you succeed, immediately leave. Doing this will definitely not be a problem. Urashiki hid in the distance and looked out. He had come for the sake of the powerful eyes. He could accept Mangekyo Sharingan, Jougan, or Tensegan. If it was just for the ordinary Sharingan or Byakugan, he did not need to do this at all. After all, if he found a reincarnation vessel on the spot, he would be able to obtain a new healthy Byakugan. There was no need to take such a risk. As time went on, a large number of examinees split up to act. Some of the examinees had already started fighting, and there were casualties. Urashiki quietly moved. He first found Gaara. Are you going to move? Gaara looked at Urashiki coldly. The 2 subordinates of Suna Ninja behind him immediately lowered their heads respectfully. He threw out his fishing rod and fished out a portion of Shikaku's chakra from Gaara. That damned thing from Itsutsuki's family, he actually dared to steal my chakra. In the sealed space, Shikaku almost went berserk and crazily shouted. Shut up! If you really had the strength, you would have broken the seal and killed him long ago. There is no need for you to blindly cry out here. Gaara said slowly with a hint of cruelty. Seeing such a strong person like Urashiki, the killing intent in his heart continued to rise. Killing such a person would definitely prove the value of his existence. You want to attack me? Unfortunately, you are no match for me. Urashiki revealed a sinister smile. He took Shikaku's chakra into the space tunnel and disappeared. In the next moment, he walked out of the space tunnel. Next, I have to find Hinata. Let's see if this Princess Byakugan's eyes can be used. As for the birthmark in the cage, Urashiki did not take it to heart. He did not understand the technique of sealing, but he had the ability to penetrate the seal. In the original timeline, when Urashiki attacked Naruto, he could use his hand to forcibly break through the 8 trigram seal and forcibly take away a portion of Kyuubi's chakra. Just as Urashiki was looking for an opportunity to attack, a feeling of being spied on welled up in his heart. I hid myself with such a small heart, and I was actually seen. Whose Byakugan has such a vision? Urashiki's interest was piqued. He used the Rinnegan in his forehead and stared at someone. This kind of unusual eyes. Haiga Hoito. Urashiki spoke word by word. His face was ferocious and excited. Moreover, there was also a karma of Otsutsuki clan on his body, and the key was that it gave him a familiar feeling. Was it Otsutsuki Tonari? Chapter 400, Get Out of My Way. Originally, I only came to pay attention to Hinata's performance, but I didn't expect that I really found a problem. Hoito sat on a tree, and slowly got up with a serious expression. In his field of vision, there was a guy with a strange figure, and his whole body was emitting astonishing amount of chakra fluctuation. There were no eyes, but there was an eye on his forehead, and there was a terrifying power of Hitomi. Is this guy a member of Otsutsuki's clan? Konoha is really careless. They actually allowed such a person to sneak in. As Hoito said this, his expression became serious. It was really exciting to look after a junior and bump into Otsutsuki. Moreover, this guy had no eyes. Could it be that he came for Sasuke or Hinata and wanted to dig their eyes? Suddenly, Hoito's face changed. He saw the other suddenly disappear. Space-time ninjutsu. Hoito suddenly turned his head. He saw Urashiki coming out not far from him with a grin. You must be Haiga Hoito. I have been looking for you. I didn't expect you to come to a place like this. You haven't been killed by Konoha's people yet. Urashiki used Rinnegan to observe Hoito, focusing on Hoito's eyes for a while. Yes, Byakugan was indeed very strong, and his purity far surpassed that of ordinary Byakugan. But it seemed that it had not reached a level that could move Urashiki. Was it because he had not changed his eyes? Strange Otsutsuki, what are you doing here? Hoito asked cautiously. When he saw the body made of puppets, he immediately understood that this guy was probably the new Otsutsuki who was defeated by Yuuji. Not only did he not hide far away, but he also dared to take advantage of the excitement to run to Konoha. His courage was commendable. My name is Urashiki. I came to obtain a pair of superior eyes. Originally, I came for Hinata, but now I have changed my mind. Give me your eyes and I will spare your life. Urashiki said. Hoito looked at him with a mocking gaze. Don't think that I am weak. Although I am low-key, I am stronger than you think, much stronger. The Carmelite mark on his body was activated, and the power that belonged to Otsutsuki Tonari began to spread out. Tonari's consciousness also woke up at this moment. It really is Sir Tonari. So you are not dead. Urashiki was surprised. Just now, he was still thinking about whose karma Hoito was carrying. He did not expect it to be Tonari. At this time, in the air, they met again in this way. It felt really strange. Are you from the outer world? Tonari went online and occupied half of Hoito's face. He asked. People from beyond the heavens, what a familiar word. You said the same thing to me last time. Urashiki smiled. Be careful, don't listen to his inexplicable remarks. The enemy is very strong. Hoito shouted. Tonari said coldly, I know. One of the missions of our clan is to do our best to resist these outsiders. According to the plans of Hamura's descendants, after Tonari reached adulthood, he would use the eyes of Princess Byakugan to obtain Tensagen, and then use the giant Tensagen to destroy Ninja World, bringing new life to this failed world. Tonari would become the creation god like Otsutsuki Kagaya. The main mission after that was to fight against the Kagaya clansmen who had descended at some unknown time. Although there is a problem with the order, the result is the same. I won't let you harm this world and die here completely, right? Tonari said. Swish. Hoito suddenly pulled open the scroll behind him. A large amount of Hitomi's power was absorbed by him, raising the strength of his eyes to a new height. This was the first time that Hoito had made a move after so many years. Haiga's bloodline, clansman's Byakugan, and Hitomi's huge reserve of strength, this was the strongest strength that Hoito could bring out right now. His eyes, especially the eye that was controlled by Tonari, were undergoing a transformation. A strange light was brewing in his eyes, and most of Hitomi's strength was finally gathered on this eye. It's about to go. Don't drag me down. Hoito and Tonari controlled a body together and suddenly rushed forward. I will control it. You are not good at fighting, so you should help me. Hoito said in a deep voice. Tonari did not say anything. He felt that he was much stronger than Hoito, but the experience of being killed by Obito was too tragic. At this time, he did not fight for it. Divine Void Strike. A vague attack was launched, and a palm print crazily enlarged, slapping towards Urashiki. Wherever it passed, it created a shocking storm. This was developed by Hoito by imitating Iroha's moves, and its power was very shocking. Boom! With a loud sound, the earth suddenly flipped open. Very fast. Urashiki frowned and dodged sideways. Over there. I know. Hoito and Tonari predicted the movements of Urashiki and moved out in advance, directly engaging in close combat. Pa! In the blink of an eye, the two sides had already exchanged moves 10 times, their speed astonishing. Hoito exerted his and Tonari's strength and experience to the extreme. He glared at them, observing every move of his opponent. Whoosh! Finally, Hoito widened his eyes and striked Urashiki's leg, shattering the puppet leg. Urashiki quickly retreated and floated in the air. You guys don't think that I care about this puppet's body, right? Urashiki said coldly. We don't care if you don't care, we just need to tear you into pieces. Tonari said coldly. This was the first time that Hoito and Tonari had joined forces for the sake of a common goal. Large amounts of data started to be released from the karma. The powerful bloodline power belonging to the pure-blooded Otsutsuki was continuously gushing out. Speed, strength, eyes, chakra, all of them were continuously strengthening. The intense battle between the two naturally attracted the attention of some of the examinees. There is such a huge commotion coming from that direction. What exactly happened? Damn it, Akamaru is so afraid that he doesn't dare to come out. My bug is sending me a sense of fear. That is not a battle that we can interfere in. But who has this kind of strength in Chunin exam? Is it Naruto and Sasuke? It's said that both of them can transform into giant beasts to fight. Most of the terrified examinees tried their best to avoid that direction and search for their own team members. However, a very small number of confident candidates, not only did not avoid far away, but approached actively, intending to see who was fighting. Naruto? Sasuke? Gaara? Gurren? Sumaru? After counting, there were only these people. Soon, these geniuses met one after another. Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru-sama often praises you. Gurren stared fiercely at Sasuke, and her entire person became excited. Orochimaru? Don't take out those stray dogs that I easily defeated. In front of me, what you are proud of has no value. Instead, it makes me laugh. Sasuke looked at Gurren and immediately took out the example of him defeating Orochimaru with his sub-body Godzilla in the Holy Land. He also tried to persuade Gurren, Orochimaru is not worthy of you following him. Rather than following him, you might as well follow me. Shut up. Gurren's self-esteem was humiliated to the greatest extent. She shouted loudly and immediately rushed towards Sasuke. Crystal style, crystal hand sword. Gurren created a snowflake-shaped Kurane crystal to launch an attack. This was a technique that was far faster and more destructive than an ordinary sword. Sasuke only took out a kunao and accurately knocked away the crystal hand swords. Crystal release, crystallized five-corner road. Gurren slapped the ground, and dense crystals spread like a long dragon, directly pouncing towards Sasuke. Sasuke's expression did not change, and he continuously retreated. Gurren quickly pulled the distance. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Sasuke spat out a special flame. But Gurren revealed a sneer, both hands pointed forward, and in the next moment, this fire release technique immediately began to crystallize. Even ninjutsu can turn into crystal? What a good blood limit! This time, Sasuke immediately became interested. Put away your arrogance. I will take your head to meet Orochimaru-sama. Gurren did not hesitate to use up his energy and once again formed a seal. Crystal release, crystal five-horn prison. A large, three-dimensional prism crystal was quickly created. It surrounded Sasuke from all directions and began to condense at an astonishing speed. Arrogant fellow, you won't be able to escape this time. Gurren had a happy expression and sealed Sasuke up. Sasuke crossed his arms and was sealed by the thick crystal. After being hit by my spell, you will suffocate to death in a while, and you won't be able to escape. Gurren proudly stuck out her chest and waited patiently. Sasuke only had this kind of strength? Ha, if he didn't have the chance to use the psychic spell, it would only be so. The last time Orochimaru lost, he lost because of the terrain, and Sasuke's true strength was only so. On the other side, Naruto was about to move, but he was stopped by someone. A large amount of sand kept rolling, as if it was alive. Uzumaki Naruto, I am waiting for you. Come and fight. Killing you will strengthen my sense of existence. Gaara had a tyrannical expression. Naruto frowned and carefully observed this strange guy. He was enlightened. Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki? It is not a good choice to challenge me, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Who doesn't know that the nine-tail is the strongest Bijuu? Before Gaara could say anything, the one-tailed crane went on a rampage. Kill, 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 kid. If you can kill the other party, I promise I won't harass you again in the future. I can let you have a good sleep. The one-tail struggled wildly and roared loudly, who said that the Kyuubi is the strongest? Why don't I know? This kid is too arrogant. I must teach him a lesson. Uncle Shikaku is the strongest, even stronger than the Kyuubi. Gaara's body began to change, and strange tissues bulged out, slowly changing Gaara's appearance. Oh? Bijuu has been transformed? It seems that Shikaku's temper is not very good. Naruto nodded slightly and sneered, then I will kill you here. Speaking of which, I have never seen the scene of Bijuu dying together with Jinchuriki. If I kill you, even a small village like Suna Ninja Village would not dare to say anything. Gaara? He is just the youngest son of Yandere and Kazekage. Even if he really killed him here, Suna Ninja Village would not even dare to fart. Naruto thought. Naruto, do you need my chakra? I also want to teach that civet cat a lesson. Kurama took the initiative to say. No need, I can beat this idiot with Mokuton. Not every Bijuu is as smart as you, and not every Jinchuriki is as comprehensive as me. Naruto responded. Nine-tailed remained silent. Because what Naruto said was right. The current Naruto, even if he put aside the sub-body Godzilla and Bijuu, his true strength was much stronger than Sasuke. He had suppressed Sasuke for 6 years, and it was not a joke. Sasuke had the guidance of Yuuji, Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi, a series of powerful clansmen. He was still suppressed by Naruto for 6 years and could not move. He could only challenge Naruto time and time again as a challenger. During the graduation exam, it was also because Sasuke took out the sub-body Godzilla for the first time, relying on the strength of sub-body Godzilla to barely make a comeback, and won against Naruto for the first time in history. As for Naruto's specialty, huge chakra, shocking self-healing ability, super physical fitness, invulnerable Mokuton, plus the Kyuubi factor, he had a passive skill that was immune to illusions. Physical skills, ninjutsu, and illusions, without any shortcomings, all the values were filled. In the village's evaluation, Naruto's physical skill and ninjutsu were both the highest S rank, while genjutsu had a question mark on it. He himself didn't know how to use genjutsu, but at the same time he could ignore 99% of genjutsu. Even if he didn't use Kyuubi's chakra, and didn't enter Bijuu transformation, Naruto was still the strongest among the new generation. Along with a series of loud sounds, Naruto and Gaara officially began their battle. The result was obvious. Naruto didn't use the Kyuubi chakra. He only relied on his chakra to use Mokuton. He beat Gaara until he couldn't find his way out. A large amount of sand continuously surged, like waves, but it was unable to break through Mokuton's dark jungle. Every time this sand gathered, it was scattered on the spot by the giant tree created by Naruto. Gaara himself failed again and again. Under the anger, the degree of transformation of Bijuu was constantly added to his body. His mouth issued an unknown humming sound, and his saliva began to flow. But it was useless. Even though he had entered the half Bijuu form, Naruto easily tied Gaara up with a few trees. Only at this level? Trash. Naruto stood on the treetop, controlling the trees to grow until he reached the same height as Gaara. His expression was cold. Gaara was crazy. He was actually so fragile in front of this peer? Gaara's sensitive and tyrannical heart was completely exploded at this moment. Ichibai was also surprised by Naruto's strength, especially when he was confused by this strange Mokuton, but he still took the opportunity to go online. Little devil, watch how Uncle Shikaku kills you. Gaara's body swelled crazily, and finally broke the tree, turning into a huge civet cat. At first glance, it looked majestic. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover a problem. Aren't you a one-tail? Why is it only half a tail? Naruto didn't panic at all. Instead, he pointed at Shikaku's butt and asked curiously. Which pot didn't open, which pot didn't open? Little brat, I will let you experience the most painful way to die in this world. Shikaku completely went berserk, screaming to kill Naruto. Humph, the momentum is quite strong, but it's useless to look at it. I'll let you experience the taste of fear first. Naruto released his hands and quickly formed a seal. Mokuton, Tree Realm, descend.